Okay, well, this is probably demonetized. So, let's see. Well, the audio in this game is pretty loud. I'm gonna have to turn the audio down, it's too loud. Where's the music volume? Oh. Okay, where was I in this game? The last time I played this game... Oh, I did play it here, I guess, Phase 8. Is this the autosave? Okay. Okay, I'm checking to see how it looks. Oh, wow. It looks pretty good. Hey, Joey. Trying to clear another game before the end of the year. We're very close to the end of the year, and this has been a very strange year. I'm looking at the quality of the image on my laptop to see how it looks. I've been playing around with the encoder settings on this new GPU. Looks pretty good, actually. The X265 encoder, or yeah, H265 encoder looks really cool. I mean, it actually looks really clear. So I finished Crisis Core, I finished Kingdom Hearts 3. So this game was one that I just, like, I was thinking of playing Star Ocean, because that's another one that I wanted to finish. But this one is one from last year that I never finished. I was going through my game library to see, well, what's another game that I can test? This one looks really like it presents itself well. So we'll probably finish this one up.
We've been spending a lot of time together lately.
Everything I have now, except for that,
What should we do next?
like my workflow setup now is all AMD based. It's really strange. The only thing that's not is the laptop. So the laptop that I featured on the channel, I have still been using it, although I haven't been using it much. That has the Ryzen mobile processor with the integrated 680M iGPU, and it also has an NVIDIA A2000. So it's Ampere based, but it is an RTX A2, or is it RTX? It's the NVIDIA A2000, which is a mobile GPU, which is ISV certified.
Did you notice that we're always together?
But the desktop now, it's all AMD. The test computer that I will be using next year for benchmarking and I'll probably be doing overclocking with that other computer. That is also an AMD based computer. And then I do still have the 13900K, but I haven't really been using it. That's kind of my, that's the computer that I use that's not really work. It's not really a work computer. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with that computer though. Like, I don't want to use it as a test bed, though. Although it would probably make an excellent test computer, or a computer for benchmarking.
That other attacks with explosions. It's dangerous to get close.
Alright, here we go. Oh boy.
If your
Okay.
body catches fire, it's gonna keep hurting you. Be careful.
Go ahead and use my power, Kasane.
That's annoying. I'm gonna die to this thing.
Please, Kyoka.
You should leave it to me.
Ouch.
Does it constantly respawn? Okay, that was weird. It like kept running at me and then it exploded and it's finally gone. It exploded like 3 or 4 times.
Preemptive strike.
I haven't played this game in like a year. I forgot the controls.
The enemy is attacking with electricity. You'll be shocked and unable to move if it hits you.
You got this, Kasane.
I need invisibility.
We did it. It lost us. Leave it to me.
I just remember Namco put so much effort into marketing this game last year. Like, they over-marketed this game. And funnily enough, it was one of my more anticipated games of last year. And yet I never finished it. It's one of those games that's like... It's not a terrible game. It's just, I don't know. I had more fun out of the Namco games that I can remember. Definitely Tales of Arise was way more memorable than this game.
Warm up Arashi. She's lost her ability to think.
We'll warm Arashi up with my specialty. Though she's right that we need to break through this ice to go forward.
Oh great, this thing again.
Make it good.
Guess I'm strong.
It still explodes?
You got this, Kasane.
That didn't work. Okay.
That seems to be the spot.
That's a lifesaver. There. I'm using it. Keep your guard up.
At least I have enough HP to tank these hits.
The attacks to the outer shell are working. I'll try to break it.
Time to fight back.
Are you
attack hit the enemy's outer shell. You might be able to break it.
It got me.
The enemy shell is broken. Kasane, now's the time to attack.
Kagero leveled up.
Make it good.
Let's go stealth.
Is this really the place? I don't think there's a city out here.
There's no mistake. Togetsu is at the peak of Hino Mountain. It's mostly deserted because of the harsh environment.
People of Togetsu believe, leave the world behind and live for the teachings.
Wait, is there something here?
Love the world though.
Healing items. What?
Am I better?
Okay. That thing like exploded. It destroyed the ice mountain for me. Another game that I got last year that I didn't finish was the Nier Replicant. Nier Replicant, the like remaster. Cannot hold any more? Oh, okay, well, I guess we'll just stick to this one. I feel like I should have started this game like with the male protagonist, because you get two different perspectives, and I feel like the female protagonist, her story, like her character, her combat style is way harder to control. So I feel like she's definitely the more advanced playstyle. And I feel like I probably would have played this game from start to finish if I started as Yuito instead of Kasane. This game also did have an animated series, which follows the events of the game. What I don't know about the anime, because I never watched it, was if it's just like the game where you see both characters' points of view at different parts of the story, because the way it works is like if you're playing as Kasane, you see her viewpoint, so you don't see some of the things that Yuito saw or plays through, because obviously you don't have control of him, so you don't know what he's doing. Versus, it's the same way around. Like if you play as him, then you don't see what she's doing. I guess I'll just make a new one, because so far it's been so long since I last played this game that I don't really remember. Phase 8. Alright, let's take invisibility and we'll sneak up behind them.
Using the Shidan.
Okay, that's cool. Basically, the synopsis is these characters have like telekinetic powers or something. That's why we're able to hurl massive objects through the air. I probably need to check the control scheme. Oh, now I'm going into like Super Saiyan mode.
That was good. quite as good as me, though.
I don't see anything here. Are we going the wrong way? Yeah. Is there a button to see the map? Okay. So we are here. And I think we need to go all the way up there.
Good. We managed to break it. We'll be able to go forward now.
Leave it to me.
Exploding others are a real pain. Keep your distance or you'll get caught in blast. If your body catches fire, it's gonna keep hurting you. Be careful. My procrastination level increased too.
I'm not done yet.
You got this,
I
Cassandra.
didn't take invisibility.
The enemy is attacking with electricity. You'll be shocked and unable to move if it hits you. Aim for that spot.
Damn.
I'll support you.
Forgot what's the button to like? Is B the dodge roll? Okay, B's the dodge. Okay.
You should leave it to me.
Oh yeah, so this is an attack too.
Sonic, the enemy is stunned and can't move.
Please, Tyler.
Hit him with that. Didn't work. I didn't hold it down properly.
Too slow. I'm using it.
It's working. Focus on that spot.
Make it good.
That was a lot.
There are lots of weird pieces of ice shaped like pillars. Or statues. What are they?
You see them a lot in snowy areas where others are. No one knows how they're formed yet, though.
The mystery of the frozen wasteland. It's not surprising. It's so cold I can't think.
You got this, Cassandra.
At this point, I just want to finish the game.
I didn't really have time to research Togetsu before we left.
I don't know much about it either, other than the fact that the Togetsu Faith is headquartered there. How big is the city?
Technically, it's not a city. It only has the facility for the faith itself. It's full of weirdos with creepy obsessions about the moon. Honestly, the place was a nightmare.
I don't think you should be calling them weirdos. People are free to believe what they want.
You might not have many good memories, but I think it's important for you to make an effort to understand them.
Yeah.
A blizzard is kicking up. Haruka, what's the weather supposed to be like around here?
That's strange. It should be clear and sunny according to the data. There aren't any readings of a blizzard. Oh, I'm reading another. Closing in from the front. A big one. Be careful.
Alright, this is it. I guess this is the boss fight.
Is that other causing the blizzard?
Make it good.
Alright, let's go stealth on him.
I'm freezing. My body won't move. This blizzard makes me colder.
Electrocute him.
We have to finish this soon.
Not yet.
For you, Kasane. The other's body is covered in ice. We should break it.
There we go.
It was thanks to my power.
I'm borrowing this. Please, Hanura. It's hard to move when you're wet. I'm borrowing this.
Take the invisibility. Oh wow.
Those fast-moving water columns are rough. You can use my power to get through them.
Whose power? Hypervelocity? Oh yeah, it slows down time. Yeah, always going underneath. Alright, let's take this one.
Kasane.
See him resurface. Let's go cloak.
Using the Shidan. The attack hit the enemy's outer shell. You might be able to break it.
We can't give up.
Thanks. Don't get cocky just because you help me a little.
I'm borrowing this. Kasane, a platoon member is in danger.
What does this do? Oh
Are
boy.
you hurt? Shouldn't be.
Close.
Hanuro. Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Can you handle it?
This thing is covered in water. It was foolish to face me.
I'll support you.
Soaking wet.
The enemy is stunned. Now's the time. I'm borrowing this.
Watch yourself.
Damage to outer shell confirmed. Break it. Some are close to their limit. That punch is stupid strong. If you stay in its space too long, you'll catch one. Leave it to me. Please, Kagura. The shell is
Got him.
broken. Attack now.
We almost got him.
I'm borrowing this. I'm borrowing this. There's a member down.
Oh, I can't get to him.
Mike, there's hope.
Okay, he's up. Now I'm almost dead.
Two members in danger. I'm not soaked. I don't want to move.
Make it good.
Invisibility. What? How did he hit
You
me?
should leave it to me.
The attack hit the enemy's outer shell. You might be able to break it.
Oh, this is it.
I can do this.
I don't know what's happening. Like,
The trash needs to be taken out. You're gonna stop me? My head feels clear. Here, I'll step in for you. The trash needs to be taken out. My head feels clear. Get it together. Track you down and kill you.
Too easy. Now, let's finish this.
Good job. There are no more other readings in the area.
Ugh. I'm always amazed at the variety of others.
What exactly are others?
Who knows? Could be the twisted work of evolution.
How far is Togetsu? Isn't it dangerous that these others are appearing so close?
Others feed on humans, which there aren't a lot of here, so they really don't have that much of an incentive to attack.
New Himuka probably approved Togetsu's religious state because of this location.
Let's hurry on ahead while we still have the chance. We don't want to run into another one. Also, I'm starting to freeze like Arashi.
I need to find the video. We did a video covering the Crosshair Extreme, but I saw there was a comment from a viewer
Since I was here last.
on my Asus deep dive asking if I can do a deep dive on the Crosshair Extreme,
Don't worry,
the X670E Crosshair Extreme. We
We
already talked about it. I think I already did draw that out, so there is already content on this channel covering that.
I was hoping Kagura would stick around to introduce you, since no one knows you there.
It's fine. We'll just have to do it ourselves.
Hey,
I hope
you
they
ran a
let
few
us inside.
benchmarks? It's performing way below average rage mode. I wouldn't use rage mode, because rage mode is just going
We should
to,
get going.
I don't know, rage mode, in my opinion, rage mode's not worth using because it just generates too much heat for the cooler. XMP and rebar on it gets about 22.3, and the normal is 25.5. Part of that, are you talking about Time Spy? Part of that also depends on the CPU though. The CPU does influence the Time Spy score. If you're on the 7600X, I think you should score really well though. Because I kind of think the 7600X and the 7700X are actually better for gaming than the dual CCD. You tried it with and without rage mode? Doesn't really matter. Yeah, rage mode's not really needed. Yeah, but okay. I gotta go back and look at mine. I can't remember what mine was. Because I think, was it like 27 for the 25 for the XT? And or 23. It was like 23 something, I think. I can't remember. You know, I should go back and save. Honestly, I mean, without... Are you trying to do overclocking? Or are you just doing stock? Stock, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Do you have the XFX card, or do you have the reference card? I can't remember, because there's always people in the chat saying they either have the reference or they have the XFX card. I don't think anybody... There was one viewer on my review, the video that I did the review on the Red Devil, who also has the Red Devil. And I think there was another viewer on the previous stream that had a Red Devil of the XT. I can't remember exactly who has what, though.
Are you okay, Yoga? Oh, sorry. I shouldn't sigh.
Ooh.
I just have a little
Wait,
headache.
what?
My veil is
What?
well,
You can, like, surf?
hard.
Hold on, I want to go around, go the other way, go the other way.
Is it just about charging?
I'm stuck going one way.
Looks like it dropped something.
Change direction. Oh, man.
I found something.
I could have kept going, actually. Oh, so it's a reference. We're very low on healing items. I'm gonna have to buy healing items.
That seems to be the spot.
Not bad. That was good.
Need to get better.
If your body catches fire, it's gonna keep hurting you. Be careful. It's down. Let's finish it.
What? I was gonna finish it and then it explodes?
Choka's duplication should be useful.
Yes, it will.
Performing psychokinetic
Time
attack.
for brain drive. The enemy is attacking with electricity. You'll be shocked and unable to move if it hits you.
I have to do something.
Alright, I'm out of healing items. This is not good.
Aim for that spot.
Transformed. Super Saiyan power.
That was a great attack.
It's over already?
I like how they're all transformed. They all have like hoodies on them. They look like Heartless from Kingdom Hearts 3. She, and what's her name has the ears on her hat. You're using the stock settings? Hold on, I gotta go look at mine because I don't remember what my score was. Hold on, let me find it. I know it was 20 something. Okay, so mine. You're talking about? Okay, yeah, time spice. So mine scored. The aggregate score was 23,466 for the XT and 25,492 for the graphics score. And then for the XTX, it was 29,783 for the graphics score. And the total score was 26,000. So you're saying you got 22,300 something for the graphics, or for the graphics score? What's your CPU and what's your RAM speed? Because I think the reason why, because I've seen people who have scored higher than mine, but those guys are definitely doing overclock, and they're running much higher memory speed. Like my memory on the Ryzen system that I tested with TimeSpy is running at 5200 megahertz. So my memory isn't even running that fast. And the reason why I run it at 5200 megahertz, even though it's 5600 megahertz RAM, is because I want to be able to wake the computer from sleep. And right now, if you're on AM5, if you run your RAM faster, I heard 5400 is stable for S3 resume and S3 sleep, but that is actually above AMD's official spec. The official spec is 5200 megahertz. So I'm running my RAM right now at 5200 megahertz. All the tests were done with 5200 megahertz RAM, DDR5. Cast latency 30. So that's kind of the reference. And then the 7950X is running at, hold on, is it stock? It is stock, but it is enforced power limits. I have forced the AMD power limits, meaning the motherboard is not allowed to run above 170 watts.
Good. We managed to break it.
Oh, you're using 9900KF. Well, that's... Are you sure about that? Because what does it say? So what does it say in TimeSpy? Because TimeSpy tells you. Is TimeSpy saying that your score compared to others, it should be 2500? Because the 9900 is not that fast, to be honest. The 9900KF is as fast as a Ryzen 3800X. Just to put things into perspective, because a lot of people still seem to think that the 9900K, that and the 9900K is going to limit you to PCI Gen 3. So, what you have to do is you have to look at, like, comparisons with the 9900KF as a CPU. Because I do think it does make a difference. Because I think if I tested with my 5800X, I think I would have gotten probably 23,000 on the total and about 22,000 on the... I mean, I could be wrong, but that's what I think would have happened. See, I don't have any healing items. We need to buy, like, a bunch of these. All light jelly? Oh, this is for everybody? Compared with similar systems, the GPU score is still way below average, even if they get lower CPU scores than I do. I'm gonna have to farm, like, money in this game because I have, like, no money to buy any of this other stuff. Is there, like, a better... Oh, wait. He does sell weapons, too. This would help him. Really? The main characters is the only one that really matters. Wait, does he have armor? Plug-in? I don't even know. Oh, wait. Force field? This one plus 32. I might have to get that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's a lot. Good health enhancement consider. Okay, we'll get one of these. Wait, hold on. What else? Shock resistant barrier around the user. Probably get this one. This one. Wait, no, I have one of these. Why is Kyoko wearing it? Special bonus. Wait, why can she only equip? What is she using special? Oh, plus 5% EXP. I mean, this late in the game, that doesn't matter. I need, probably this thing. So I'm not so squishy. And then also, anything that raises the attack. She already has the strongest thing? Okay. Costume. Just whatever, the shinobi. This stuff is like, doesn't do anything, whatever. Oh yeah, this. I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. I mean, you can try tweaking things, I guess. Are you on the latest driver or are you on the previous one? Because I'm still on the older driver. I haven't updated. Like, my review video for the XTX is still using the 22.12.1. I never upgraded to the latest driver. I know a lot of people said that you should. I read the release notes. I didn't see anything that mattered to me, so I just stuck with the old. I don't always update the driver unless there's something that really changes things. Like, nothing really changed from what I could tell reading the release notes, so I'm still on the older driver. They're knocked down. Automatically picks up nearby items. Oh, is there anything else that's like a move? Get that one. Oh, I have... Okay. Further increase the number of objects thrown with RT. Yeah. Prolong brain field active. Brain field stuff seems good, actually. Oh, this is when you're in the transform state. Defeating enemies will increase the amount of money. Get the EXP boost. Overkill. Eliminates the actions needed for using items, applying the items effects. What? Eliminates the actions needed for using items, applying the item effects immediately? I don't understand what that means. Get that. And then the last one, learning the skill will increase the second gauge maximum by this while learning a second. Wow. Okay. Wait, why is this nothing? Oh well. No, I mean, well, I don't know. You never know. I just don't bother to upgrade the drivers unless there's a reason to. In fact, like, even when a new game comes out and this is true for Nvidia as well. Like, I remember when I was using the GTX 1080, I never upgraded the drivers for like the whole year and a half that I was using that card. To the point where it's like, new games would come out and they'd have like game ready drivers. I didn't care. I didn't bother to upgrade the driver, so I'd be playing like with a driver from 2016 when the year was like 2018. Same thing with AMD. I also don't DDU my drivers. Like, the only time I'll ever... Oh, this thing again? I hate this thing.
The enemy shell is broken. Kasane, now's the time to attack.
The only time I remove the drivers using DDU is if I encounter like some kind of severe problem with Windows. Like with a Windows update or some kind of... There has to be like a serious reason for me to upgrade the driver. Or to remove the driver using DDU.
That was a nice move. That other attacks with explosions. It's dangerous to get close.
Wait, I don't have Kagero? I can't go invisible?
Fire. It's gonna keep hurting you.
Where did he
Be
go?
careful.
We can't hide from them now.
I'm not done yet.
Oh man, I'm about to die.
It was close. I have to do something. That was close.
Some are close to their limit.
Hey! Kasane, come back!
Yeah, I don't bother to upgrade that much. I don't remove the drivers though. Like for example, on the computer, when I tested for the review, I left the NVIDIA drivers. Now, the one that I did remove is the Intel one, because that one's annoying because Intel installs this driver assist, which keeps trying to tell me, "Oh, you need to update this Wi-Fi or whatever. Like you should update this, you should update that." And it's like I disable it on startup and it still for some reason wants to recommend stuff.
That other attacks with explosions. It's dangerous to get close. It's working. Focus on that spot. If your body catches fire, it's gonna keep hurting you. Be careful. Down. Let's finish it.
Is there even a reason to fight these stupid things that explode? It seems like all they do is explode. They're just wasting my healing items.
Close.
There. There we go.
That was a nice move.
And then another one just spawns and just blows up also. It's stupid. Makes you think of those enemies in Dark Souls 2. Those dumb kamikaze things would just like run up and blow up. Very annoying. Very, very bad game design. I don't understand like who thought that was cool. Just constantly spawn these stupid things and blow up.
Thanks. Sorry for the trouble.
How come he didn't revive me last time?
Not yet. I'm not done yet.
I don't know where Kagero went, because he's supposed to be my invisibility, like that's my cloak. So I can hide from these things.
I have to do something.
Looks like I've improved.
Alright, whatever. Go with this.
That seems to be the spot.
Leave it to me.
The enemy is stunned. Now's the time.
I don't think you should bother. Honestly, I don't really think it matters much. Like,
Kasane, finish hitting this brain field!
The trash needs to be taken out.
It's over.
No, just stay on the latest one. There's no reason to revert back to the older one. What, like, what's the boost clock on the graphics card when you're doing that benchmark?
Good. We managed to break it. We'll be able to go
I thought this
forward
game
now.
had like a sprint. I feel like I should probably look up the controls. That would probably help. Strafe, dash. That's probably why I keep getting hit by those, because I don't bother to do this. I forgot that that was even a button. PK attack? What is that? The problem with trying to play all these different action games one after another is they all... I don't understand why no one wants to standardize on a certain control set. Like, all these games have different controls. So it's like if I play like Elden Ring and then I go to Neo and then I go to this, all the controls are different. So this is kind of like Devil May Cry. So Dante's Trickster has a dodge that uses the same button. But, so now I gotta think, okay, I'm playing a game like Devil May Cry. Now I know what the controls are.
Good. We managed to break it. We'll be
Okay,
able to go
so
forward.
yeah, so see, that's how you get her to sprint. I was like, why is she going so slow? Yeah, I wouldn't even bother. Like, if I was scoring 2200, I wouldn't care, to be honest. Like, because people are already telling me, like, I've already gotten a lot of random messages on my review video for the XTX saying that I should be scoring like over 30,000 something on Time Spy. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Nice, cool story, whatever. It's like, I don't care. Doesn't really matter. Like, the whole point is it's in the same ballpark. Just try to find, on Time Spy, find the range of scores. That's what I would look for. Oh, what did I walk into?
Lady Kasane, our treasure. You have finally returned.
What's going on? Why would I be your treasure?
That's quite a welcome they're giving you.
I don't know, it's still unsettling. They're like robots.
You didn't pay €1,000+ to
Shiva,
leave
don't
for
be
funds on the
rude.
table.
I'm
I
sure
mean,
it's
yeah,
just their
you can
custom.
look into it. Just find the
Either
range,
way, this is a pretty excessive
because there's a
reception.
range of
You have any
scores.
idea why they do this? No. I've never been involved with the Togetsu faith in any way.
You would understandably not remember. However, you are originally from Togetsu.
But keep in mind that well, I guess what you're saying is the 99,
Yes.
the 9900K is supposed to be scoring 25,000.
the interest of New Himuka, and they abducted you.
I don't know what you're up to, but you're lying.
What is
My
the
parents were
CPU
killed by
score
others when I was young.
that you got?
That's why the Randall family took me in.
I understand your disbelief. However, those of us in Togetsu have not forgotten.
Keep in mind that the 9900K is PCI Gen 3,
We stood fast.
and these scores, these other scores, like the one that I have,
This is
these
getting
are
us
all
nowhere.
using PCI
We
Gen
came here to
4.
ask questions. Let's scratch the formalities. We want to know about the brains you've been trading to Seiron.
Yes, we must tell you the truth. However, we will share it only with you. I am terribly sorry, but I must ask you to come with us alone.
No. Whatever you tell me, I'm going to tell them anyway. So why don't you save us the time and just talk to us here?
Kyoka? But your clothes are different, so it's not duplication.
There's another fake Kyoko over here. What's going on? Let me go!
What the hell?
Clones? How is this happening? What's going on? Kyoka, did you know?
I'm sorry, Kasane.
This feeling. I felt it before.
Okay, well at least there's no boss fight.
May you have the most.
Because I realized I was low on healing items. Because of all those dumb things that just run up to me and explode. Like creepers in Minecraft.
Congratulations, Kasane. You're finally awake.
Kasane? Kasane! Who's calling my name? Look at that. It's a puppy. Isn't that just the cutest thing you've ever seen? I think he's simply adorable. Wouldn't you agree? A puppy? I feel so safe and warm. Do I know this woman? They killed him. The puppy. That's right. I remember. We were always together. My beloved friend. They killed him. They killed him right in front of me.
No change. Her power failed to trigger. It seems the pet's death is not a sufficient enough shock.
You know, one of the things you could do...
Kasane is just a child. Do you think emotionally torturing her will actually save the future?
You could test... You could test how Time Spy scales with the PCIe bandwidth. Like, you could go into the BIOS and make the motherboard slot run at PCI Gen 2.
We don't need to reset anything. This world is
Which would
fine the
basically
way
be like
it is.
PCI 3x8
Mother,
and see if that
so
impacts the
warm,
score. Because that will kind of
kind.
tell you if PCI Gen
always
4 and Gen
protected
3,
me.
if there's a difference there.
How could I have
I don't think
forgotten?
there'll be that big of a difference, to be honest.
No, I
But
don't
that is
want to
something that you
remember.
could try just to see how
What is
well
this?
Time Spy scales with PCIe bandwidth.
She has been a complete failure.
I don't know if
I
it.
thought making her an attendant would at least prove some
I'm trying to think because I have to, like, if I look at the results for
Who's
Vega,
this next?
although Vega is a much weaker GPU,
That's
Vega's only PCI 3, the 5700 XT is PCI 4, and that GPU scores
I knew it.
quite a bit better than Vega.
They
But it's only,
should
you know,
feel
in the
honored,
realm of
you
like
failure.
2,000 points
You will
more.
become the foundation of a
So-
new era.
killed Mother. I'm sorry, Kasane. Please find happiness. That's right. That's the day I lost her. The one who raised me. My mother. I'm an artificially created psionic? Is Red String's power?
You just have to Google search 22.12.1.
Head.
Just do a search for Radeon 22.12.1. You'll find them.
Am I?
If you want to do that. I don't really think you need to do that, though. Honestly, I wouldn't bother changing the
That
drivers.
wasn't a dream.
You might want to try to investigate, like,
Memories
other
of a
things.
forgotten past. Where am I? If they went through the trouble.
It's up
of
to you. You
dragging
could do it if you want. I don't know if it'll make much of a
I
difference.
knew it. They locked me in. Maybe I can break through somewhere. Who's there?
Lady Kasane, I have brought you fresh clothing.
Huh? Hey! What's going on?
Whoa, chill. Don't get your panties.
I knew it. I knew he would be here.
It's just me.
Why did he run off in the first place? This guy...
What kind of princess attacks their Prince Charming when he comes to rescue her?
Your decision to run off just before we entered Togetsu was pretty suspicious. What do you know? Are you planning on betraying us like Kyoka?
If I was going to betray you, I wouldn't be here to rescue you. Why don't you calm down and use your head? I told you you'd regret coming here. Anyway, I'll explain later. This place is bad news. It's way worse than the last time I was here. Also, and I haven't a clue as to why, but it seems like Yuito's here too.
Yuito? That's not good. They're after my red strings, which means they'll probably target him too because he has the same power.
Then I guess we'll have to save him too. This really puts a damper on my plans. Can't believe I have to sneak past their defenses, meet up with Arashi and the others, and also warn Yuito about the danger. Anyway, I'm going to use my power to turn us invisible. They'll figure out you're gone right away, so we don't have much time. Let's go.
Somebody's already there. You can see it in the picture. Oh, oh wow.
Do you know where Yuito is?
We'll know where Yuito, Arashi, and everyone else is if we use Babe.
This is a really weird area.
It's the city computer that integrates all information in Togetsu. It's like Arahabaki and Nuhimuka.
Kasane? Thank God you're okay. I can't contact Arashi and the others. They might be closed in somewhere.
We can unlock all these doors from Babe's terminal. Let's hurry.
I don't think it's a good idea to talk to NPCs when you're like invisible. That's kind of weird. It's funny how they let you do that.
Kasane, I found Yuito. You see that door? It leads to the city computer Babe.
We should follow them inside.
Oopsies, it's locked.
They won't be able to hear us from in there. We'll have to wait until they come out.
Are you serious? Think about what they just did to you. He probably wouldn't be able to answer even if he could hear you.
What do you mean?
Babe is a super top secret facility. They're not just gonna go ahead and let some outsider in so easily. But if they used it as bait... Oh, I see. Those wily bastards.
What is it? Tell me.
I'm thinking that a computer belonging to the city would be fully capable of hijacking any mind that accesses it. That'd be the fastest way for them to get to Yuito's power.
Then we have to break down this door right now.
Whoa, wait a second. We'll be found too. That's probably the worst thing we could do. There's gotta be another way.
You know what I could do? I could also
might be
test
able to force a
my
brain
7900 XT with the Intel i9,
Can you hear me, Yuito?
the 13900K, because that's the computer that it's installed in right now. Right now I have the XTX is the one I'm streaming on, so this is paired up with the AMD Ryzen
Are you trying
9
to Babe?
7950X, but my reference 7900 XT is in my other computer that has a 13900K.
Is his brain really being hijacked?
So I could do that for you. I could just run it real quick. I have to like step away from this computer though to go and run it
Cut the connection now.
and let you know what it like what the score is.
Kasane? It seems like they were trying to hijack my brain. Thanks for disconnecting me.
He's talking to his team while I'm still
This
connected.
game's story is so confusing.
Yuito, I forced myself in because I was nearby.
Kasane? You're in Togetsu too? Oh wait, before that, thanks for saving me.
Instead of thanking me, why don't you help me? Arashi and the others have been captured.
They have?
They're being held in some room, but I don't know which one. Are you in Babe's terminal? I want you to try to unlock all the doors in Togetsu from there.
Okay, I'll try.
Wait, if he unlocks everything...
Alarms?
Guess that was to be expected.
Kasane. Kasane? Arashi? Good. I can finally get through to you.
Seems like you're okay.
I'm glad you're okay too.
Well, I'm
Shida.
kind of curious to see how it runs on my other computer too, because I haven't benchmarked anything on that computer.
Hey, I'm not some kind of lost child.
I'll take care of the lost little boy. Hurry up and
But
get us.
because that computer is not going to be the test system for next year. Like the computer for next year that's going to be testing things for videos is going to be the Ryzen 7 7700X. Single CCD chip. I'll probably do some overclocking with that machine as well. Oh great, I gotta find a save point. to do what exactly? Oh wait, we're going the wrong way.
We have to regroup as soon as we can.
Isn't that the way I'm supposed to go? Oh no, that's not the way. Okay.
We have to regroup as soon as we can.
Well, obviously it won't let me look for items. I guess I'm going this way then.
Looks like you two aren't hurt.
Of course not. I was more worried about you, but it looks like you're fine.
Thanks to Kagero. I'd still be locked up if it wasn't for him.
I guess it means your shady lone wolf nature came in handy.
Guess so. Now, as much as I'd love to stick around for this touching, heartwarming reunion, time is of the essence here.
You're right. We should try to escape in all this confusion.
What's all that commotion anyway? Is that because of us?
It's Yuito platoon. I don't know what they're doing, but they're in Togetsu too. We were able to save you thanks to them, though. And I'd like to thank them. But I guess I can't unless we get out of here.
Is there anything else I can get from this place?
I can't go
Oh,
back.
okay, we can't.
I always thought Kyoka Eden was so innocent and didn't have a dishonest bone in her body.
I can't believe she's a Togetsu spy. You didn't meet her before, Kagero? No, never. Residents of Togetsu almost never communicate with each other. There's resource reading near here. You should check it out.
Using the Shida.
Good. They managed to break it. We'll be able to go forward now.
Phew, looks like we made it out. Man, my invisibility power really saved the day.
I'll admit that invisibility is useful, but doesn't it make you uneasy to have nobody notice you?
Right? You totally get me. That's why I like to shout after I use my power.
Damn you and your impulses. We're still in enemy territory. What if someone finds us?
No need to worry about that. They've already found us. Right, Kyoka?
So you noticed me.
What are you doing here, Kyoka?
I was already on alert when Kagero disappeared. Unfortunately, an unexpected visitor caused me to fall behind. I can't let you leave. We need you to reset this mistaken universe.
Here she comes. Get ready.
Really? We're fighting her? Wait, where's... Okay, we have Kagero now? Alright, I'm gonna borrow this invisibility so she can't see me. Back attack.
I underestimated. Cool demeanor. Just like the Kyoka I met so long ago. My mission always comes first.
No! Damn. You're mine. Not yet.
Get it together.
Okay, the constant bullets are annoying.
Can you handle it?
Alright, let's slow down time.
I
That missed because Arashi messed me up with her own ability.
I'm not done yet.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna die. Man, I feel like, gosh, what? That's so random. You played the game and finished it on one of the character routes. Luckily for me, I was only planning on playing one of them because I lost that account. Wait, you lost the account? Like, you lost? How do you lose your account? It's the first time I've ever heard someone say they've lost their account.
Why did you betray us?
What does this do? That doesn't do anything. What does this do? Oh, it gives me brain power. Okay. Okay, this shooting with me with a crossbow is really annoying. I'm taking velocity power. Here we go.
My mission always comes first.
Transform. Oh, your PlayStation. Wait, what? Had an error and you had to completely reset it to fix it. So you didn't have it saved in the cloud? Oh, you didn't back up the save. I see. Well, that means you didn't lose your account. You just... You lost the save file. It just sounds really weird when you say you lost your account. Like... Yeah, I regret choosing Kasane for my first playthrough. This is still my first playthrough. I really feel like it would have been... The smarter move would have been to play as Yuito. I think his control scheme is easier. She transformed? Okay, just in time, she transformed. But too bad. Oh no. I'm losing my powers. She's gonna stay transformed longer. Oh, okay.
Easy. Please, Kyoka. Please snap out of it. No. Kyoka.
For people who don't know anything about this series, they're probably so confused. They drop in and start watching this and it's just like the story is so random, so complicated.
Aren't mine. I'm not Pope.
What are you talking about?
Have your memories been manipulated?
Are you, if you check GPU Z, is your graphics card slot running at X8 or X16?
Remember, you're Kyoka Eden, our teammate.
I'm not sure that's going to work. If what I think happened really did, Kyoka's consciousness is the one that got tacked on after.
Yeah, I don't think you can use Kyoka's ability when you don't have her in the party.
If you can do something, help her.
You want to help her even though she's a Togetsu spy?
Oh, stuff it, Kagero. I want to get my teammate back.
Why is everybody so rude to Kagero?
No. Major Kyoka. I'm losing sight of who I am as well. But so many memories are helping me piece myself together as Kasane Randall. One of those memories is you welcoming
Were you
me
playing
to
as
Kyoka
Yuito or
before.
Kasane?
You're Kyoka Eden. You're the commander who made me who
Oh, it's
I am.
X16.
Kasane! Everyone!
Are you okay?
Sorry. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you.
Kyoka, I'm so relieved.
Oh, Kasane's the girl.
Not so fast. As much as I'd like that to be true, she could just be pretending.
Arashi? I thought you wanted to
I feel like
bring Kyoka
Yuito's
back.
playthrough is easier though,
Sorry,
because
but I'm not an idealist.
his
I
control
need a
scheme is way
realist
easier
like you. I'm
to
skeptical
master
precisely
than
because
her.
I
Her
want
fighting
her
style
back.
is so weird and floaty.
Yes. You're right to be skeptical. I really am a spy for Togetsu.
Since when? How long have you been deceiving us?
Since the beginning. I'm a Togetsu spy sent in to infiltrate Suo. We needed to awaken Kasane's power in order to fulfill Togetsu's agenda. My orders
I played
were to
as Yuito
secretly
in the
protect
demo
Kasane,
last year before
help
the
her
game
grow,
released, so that's how I remember
and
how he
lead her
controlled.
back to Togetsu once her red string's power was awakened.
I see.
If you're planning on putting your espionage
I
behind
guess
you,
Kasane's
then I want you to
story
tell me
is
something.
more like
Who is Pope?
this side of the story is more serious. Yuito's one I think is more typical
The
anime.
neuroscience expert and founder of the Togetsu.
This one seems to have a lot more plot twists.
I used to be Dr. Pope herself a long time ago. But as I spent my years as Kyoka's memories began to build on each other, and they continued to grow stronger every day. It was only a matter of time before her personality took hold.
Just Kasane's story has way more like
didn't
serious
protect you because I was ordered to by
implications
Togetsu.
for how things are gonna play
I
out.
loved you. I loved you and everyone else on the team. Honestly, I loved everything about my life as Kyoka Eden. I knew this day would come, but I prayed so hard that it wouldn't. I had always hoped that your red string's power would never awaken. Not that you would believe me.
Whether we believe you isn't important. What do you want to do?
What?
Arashi said you should only answer if you thought you're done being a spy. And you did. Are you planning on going back to Togetsu and spy for them again?
What is it that you want to do? You still haven't told us yet.
I am one of the design children. A clone that was created to carry out my mission. That was all I was required
I mean, you
to
should
think
still
about.
have your account. You just log
Failure
in.
means death.
You just have to log in with the
That used
email
to be
address that's
everything to the
attached to
old
that
me.
original PlayStation
But
account.
now it's different.
That's all you have to do.
Now, I have something.
Like
I
on
want
my
to do.
PlayStation, I
can't be
have
sure
three
how much
different.
I can
I
hold
have
back
3 different
from
PlayStation
consciousness.
accounts. I have
There's
a
no
North America
guarantee that I'll be
PlayStation
able to
account.
suppress it.
I have a
So,
Japan
being
PlayStation
with you
Network
will put
account,
everyone in danger.
and I have
I
a
know what I did is unforgivable.
Asian,
And that I'm in
so
no
the Hong
position to
Kong,
ask
you
for
know,
anything.
Asia region account, Singapore.
This is where I
So I've got
want
like
to be,
3 different
with
ones,
all of you.
and my PlayStation
I
5
want
and
to
PlayStation
protect
4 have
Kasane.
always been able to access
I
them
want
without
to
any
protect
issues.
all of you, because you gave my life.
So you just
meaning.
have to log in with your original
I believe
account
you.
credentials.
I couldn't imagine.
That's
that
all
the
you gotta
warmth
do.
and kindness I've witnessed
Now the
from
thing
you
is,
all
your
lives.
saves are probably not going to be there
You may be a little
unless
nosy
you
from
back
time
them
to
up to the
time,
cloud.
but
Like
that's
unless
just
you
who
had
are.
PlayStation Network, like PSN.
That's the Kyoka.
If you had a PSN PlayStation Plus subscription, you get access to the
And don't
cloud saves.
worry,
I know it's
if
kind of
this
lame that you
probe
have to
ever
pay
does
for
come
that,
out, I'll put you out of your misery.
but
You can
that's
be
the way
assured
that
of
you
that.
would have the saves.
So,
So my
basically you're
saves
saying
back
you'll
up to the
kill
cloud
her if she betrays
automatically.
us. That's kind of scary.
It's nice you could joke about it. But unlike Kyoka, who told us everything, you haven't done anything to earn our trust.
But again,
Ouch,
like
that
since
hurts.
it sounds
You know,
like,
I'm the one who saved Kasane.
well, I mean that was only
Look, we
this
can
game
talk
only
about
came out
news.
last
We
year,
get out of here.
so it's not like you've been. It's
I
not like
guess
you
we'll
haven't
see
had that
more
account
people
for.
after us when they realize
You haven't been
Kyoka's
without that
upset.
account for a long time.
That's true.
You know, at
Well,
most
let's hurry then.
like a year
Come on, Kyoka.
or a little
You
bit
too.
more.
Nobody here objects, so obviously.
But yeah,
you're
just to
coming.
get access to the account is easy.
Thank you.
You just log in on the. You don't even need a PlayStation to log
wonder
in.
why I'm so
You just
obsessed
log
with
in
the
on the
term
website.
children. I'll have to ask about it again later.
But if you want to put it back on the console, you have to log in with
Sorry, I
from the
made you worry
console.
too, Haruka.
So you can register the console
That's
with
okay.
your PlayStation
All
account.
I could do was watch, but I'm glad you came back. Welcome home.
Okay, we got all 4 of them back. Okay, so typical anime storytelling. The traitor is now a good guy again. All right, let's head over here. It's a family member's account, and they somehow put a password on it, and they forgot to say password. Well, they're gonna have to reset it. They're gonna have to say forgot password, and then it's gonna
Feel
like
calm being by your
it's
side.
gonna send them a link to reset the password to their email address. So you'll have to get them to log into their email and recover it that way. The more I play this game, the more this game does seem like it's a pretty cool game, actually. Now, what I want to know, how do I zoom in again? Was there a save point that I... Oh, it's further up ahead.
Kasane, I'm getting multiple human readings some distance away. I believe it's Yuito platoon.
Copy that. Seems like they made it out too. Would be nice if we could exchange information with them.
Yuito, can you and your platoon hear me?
Kasane! Oh, I'm glad you're okay.
Are you near us? Yes, but we're closer to Togetsu than you, and we're still running. Let me make a suggestion. You learned something in there, right? Why don't we exchange intel? And we have a lot to talk about.
Okay. I was thinking the same thing.
Good, that settles it.
We'll be waiting halfway up Hino Mountain.
Roger that. See you then.
If we're exchanging information, what are we gonna tell them about Kyoka?
I think we should tell them the truth. I just feel we'll regret it later if we try to hide it. Besides, there's something...
Well, the
about
games will
Togetsu I
work.
haven't
The
been
games
able
will
to
work
tell
just
you.
fine, but the save
let's wait until we
files
meet up
will
with
be
Yuito
on
and
different
his
accounts.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious to know what it is. But yeah, it'll be more efficient to hear it then.
Well, let's head their way then.
There's a resource reading near here.
Man, I have like this bad habit of hugging the wall when running
Can't go further.
because I've been playing too much Crisis Core.
Looks like the only option is to chip away.
And I keep forgetting to use... Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know if I want to go in there. Like, I kind of want the save point.
Good.
I don't want to get hit by all those,
We'll be able to go forward now.
Let's
Okay.
fly. It's over. Keep your guard up. It's over. Next.
It dropped something rare.
Keep your guard up. It's over.
Your finisher was good, Kasane.
You can just straight up look up my character's name and my character will pop up. No, like, here's what happens if you have multiple accounts on the PlayStation and you're trying to play the same game. So, like, for example, if I fire up this game with my North American PlayStation account and I create a save file, that save file is unique to that North America PSN account. Now, if I exit out of the game, sign in as another user, whether it's me or someone else, or my Japan PlayStation Network account, then if I go back in the game will act as though I have no save file.
Oh, have you realized
The save file's there, but it's on another account. So I'll have to, like, you know, log in as the original account that has a save file. Oh, wait. Oh, Max Jelly. Get one of these. I guess get another one of these. How many of these can I hold in battle? Can I hold more than 5? Oh, okay, so you can hold more than 5.
Yup.
So it'll still be there, but it'll be on the other account. And I'm talking about local saves. I'm not even talking about cloud saves. Cloud saves work the same way, but for cloud saves you have to have like a PS Plus, I think. I don't think the free one has cloud save. Is there even anything over here? Is there even a reason for me to go in here? We're just gonna get ambushed again. I have a feeling we're just gonna get attacked. I probably don't want to do that. I'm ruining all my, like, projectile spam. I knew we would get attacked, and that we're probably gonna get hit by those dumb things that like to suicide. Hold on, we need to kill this thing first.
That other attacks with explosions. It's dangerous to get close.
I'm borrowing this.
It's working. Focus on that spot.
Got it. Checkmate.
See, it still blows up. That's such a stupid enemy.
Be careful.
Make it good.
We did it. It lost us. Are you okay? Yes, Kyoka. Thanks to you.
I'm not done yet. Using the Shiden. Keep your guard up. I'm borrowing this.
Not bad, I guess.
Use it well.
Aim for that spot.
Do something.
Enemy is done.
I'm not done yet. I'm using it.
Not bad.
You got this, Kasane.
For you, Kasane. Leave it to me.
Yeah, I feel like there was no reason for me to go in here. All for just this thing? Plug in, whatever this is. Okay, I guess it was worth it. Wasted a lot of healing items. You're going to lock PCI speed from auto to 3. No, it's probably 3. If that won't do anything, you try 2 to see if the score goes down. That's what I would do. I want to see if the score actually goes down by changing the speed. There's all this other stuff that doesn't do anything. This is a really long level.
This is good.
Gotcha. Show me what you got.
Work hard. More power.
Should I put my hood up?
Out of the way.
It's so Kyoka's duplication should be useful.
Really? We're gonna get hit with all these dumb buffalo, whatever this thing is.
The attack hit the enemy's outer shell. You might be able to break it.
What, is it a late growth spurt?
Do something. I'm not done yet.
Kasane, a platoon member.
Well, at least it killed the buffalo.
Can you handle it?
I'll support you.
The shell is broken. Aim for its weak spot. It's down. Let's finish it. That
There.
seems to be the
Okay,
spot.
that got rid of him. Alright.
For you, Kasane.
Okay, well that tells me that it's probably not the Gen 3, Gen 4 thing. If it didn't change the score, then that means that Time Spy doesn't really scale with PCIe bandwidth.
It's Yuito platoon. Let's go.
Kasane. Looks
So
like
it
all of you
scars
made it out
what,
okay.
22? You said 22,000
I was able to
something?
rescue them thanks to your help.
I should be thanking you. I would have been taken over by Babe if you hadn't been there.
Hey, Kasane. You're not going to try and kill Yuito again, are you?
I already told you. She was the one that saved me.
I know. But I want to hear her say it.
You have all the right in the world to doubt me. In fact, I don't blame you for it either. Yes, I think it's best to talk for now. We should talk and find a better solution, rather than just forging ahead on assumptions. It took me too long to come to this decision, and I apologize for that.
Something's different about you. Can you tell me what happened? Why did you try to kill me?
I know this will sound ridiculous, but please hear me out.
What's the temperature when you're running Time Spy?
So my power affected the Kunad Gate.
So you knew.
Yeah. I didn't want to believe it, but it's true. So, the me in the future... I guess I just wasn't able to end it myself. How lame.
That's not true. The you in that time was great, and you right now is special too.
I have to admit, I never thought you'd be complimenting me. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. I'm proud I have the same power as you.
That reminds me, how is your brain doing? Has it settled down at all?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm getting by. I told you not to worry.
Liar. He's trying to keep us from worrying, just like Naomi.
All right, we should exchange intel.
Then first and foremost, we got some questions, especially about Kyoka.
Yes, of course you would.
Kyoka,
Are you one of the design children from Togetsu?
Yes, I'm a clone made in Togetsu. My genes come from the founder of the Togetsu faith, Dr. Hitoyo Pope. The city is filled with chosen psionics, designed from the same genetic data as me. We are the children of Togetsu.
Again, this term design children. I know I've heard it somewhere before. It was when I regained a memory of Mother. Yes. She said I was made.
I see. I guess that's why Kyoka and Dr. Pope look the same. We were shocked when we saw Dr. Pope.
This Luca voice actor, this is the same voice of Aether from Genshin Impact.
Yes, Kyoka was a spy. She was spying on Kasane. But that's not the case anymore. She decided to live as one of us. I vouch for Kyoka. She's definitely not our enemy.
Yeah, I believe you.
What? That was fast.
The way Kasane looks at Kyoka is proof enough. Though, that's kind of an embarrassing way to put it. Honestly, I don't know much about Kyoka, so I can't really make this decision myself. But I do know Kasane. I wanted to talk to her to decide what to do, and I thought it was best to trust her. If I trust Kasane, then I trust the people she does.
Shiden, there's no need to get so riled up. You know very well this is the kind of person Yuito is.
Yeah, I just remembered how stupid he is.
Hey, Kasane. If Kyoka is one of the design children, does that mean you are too?
What? What are you talking about?
In Togetsu, we saw design children with the same face as Kasane's.
Yes, I probably am.
I imagine the hotspot temp should be like 80 something.
This is the first I've heard of this. Care to extrapolate?
I remembered a little from when I was a child in Togetsu. I remembered Mother. From what I recall, I was told I was one of the design children. It only just came back to me, so it doesn't feel real. That's why I said it like that.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. It must be a painful memory for you. You look so sad. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
You're very kind, Hanabi. But of course you should have asked. Don't worry about it. And thank you.
You're so nice to her, Kasane.
Really? I wasn't trying to be. Anyway, is there anything else you wanted to ask about?
Yeah, there is. If you know anything about humans coming from the moon, I'm hoping you can tell me more about it.
Huh? Did you hit your head or something?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, so far that sounds normal.
Know about this?
88C's normal.
What he said is true?
For the reference cooler.
Yes.
I mean, it can even go into the 90s, it'll be fine.
Explain what we've been told.
Who should I talk to first?
Keep in mind that this TSMC silicon, like, for some reason I don't know, man, it can get really hot on the temps, but it wouldn't downclock. The only way you can tell if it's thermal throttling is if the GPU clock stays at or falls below the base clock. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, I guess I go over here.
It may be hard to believe, but apparently our ancestors moved here from the moon 2,000 years ago.
Okay, now it's starting to sound like some kind of near automata.
Apparently, human beings colonized the moon over 3,000 years ago because the Earth's environment wasn't livable anymore. It's so long ago, it feels like a fairy tale.
The people who colonized the moon began a major cleanup effort to save the polluted Earth and make it habitable again. They spent nearly 1,000 years on the project.
The first colonists from the moon were led by Yakumo Sumeragi. What they established on Earth later became known as New Himuka. It's hard to believe, I know.
It was after the first colonists from the moon arrived on Earth that the extinction belt suddenly appeared. Because of its appearance, they were no longer able to contact the government on the moon. So, I guess it's safe to assume that...
We learned all of this after looking through Togetsu's archive, So I honestly don't know if we should really believe all of it.
But if you were a Togetsu spy, Kyoka, you would know if this is true or not.
Yes, that's indeed what we were taught. But if that was also part of the conspiracy, then...
Actually, no. It's true. It's all for real.
What do you mean, Kagero?
Tsugumi, don't look at me like that. I can't stand it when you look at me like that.
Kagero, there's a lot I want to ask you. But for now, tell us about history as Togetsu sees it. Do all Togetsu believers know this?
Right, about that. The faith. That's all a lie. Just a way to get Togetsu independence. Besides, the place is mostly made up of design children.
I must say, it didn't look like a religious establishment to me. So does that mean that you are one of the design children?
I'll
as
run
well,
mine.
Kagero?
I'll run mine after this.
I said most
Once I get free of these cutscenes.
I'm a
Or at
colonist
the
from
next
the moon.
save point.
Get real. Even if there actually were colonists from the moon, that would have been 2,000 years ago.
Cold sleep.
Yes, exactly. A few dozen colonists are being kept in cold sleep in a Togetsu facility. They wake us up in turns to check on the state of the Earth. And then we're supposed to contact the moon.
Hold on. Does that mean you're from the same generation as Yakumo?
Look, I don't expect you to believe me right away or anything. But it's the truth. The people of New Himuka wanted to live on Earth. So those that wanted to return to the moon made Togetsu. Togetsu doesn't care about New Himuka or Seiran. They're an egotistical lot that wants to return to the moon instead of living on this crappy, other-filled planet. But as long as the extinction belt is there, they can't go back. Not only that, there's news that others are attacking the moon too. So they got to thinking, what can they do to save their homeland and escape Earth? They need to make it so the colonization never even happened in the first place.
The red strings. The time travel power.
I see. They want to go back in time and negate it all from ever happening. Wouldn't humanity eventually...
The story seems kind of interesting, but it just seems... I don't know what it is with games
To be precise,
trying to come up
plan
with
is to undertake the
overcomplicated,
moon
convoluted
and Earth
plots.
back in time with a few exceptions.
I wish
Is that even
I wish more
possible?
games would make more simple
Taking only
stories.
a
This is
portion
so
of
hard
the
to follow.
universe Back in time.
They believe the red strings can do it.
Crisis. I finished Crisis Core the other day. Man, Crisis Core's story is so much better than this. It is also kind of convoluted, but it's not as bad as this.
Attempt to colonize Earth again.
Hang on. I'm getting confused. That's so outrageous.
This is the
I
reason
don't know how
why
to take it all
last
in.
year I finished Tales of
Whether you wanna
Arise,
believe it or
like in the
not,
same month
Togetsu
that it
actually
released.
managed to create
Whereas
the
with
red
this
strings
game,
to carry out their plan.
I got this game in June last
Kasane is the
year,
result of that.
played it
Although
up to like
it's pretty
whatever
strange
chapter
for
I'm on right
Himutsu has
now,
a similar power.
and like never touched it again
Let's
for
suppose
like pretty
everything
much
you said
over a
is
year.
true. That means this isn't really
'Cause
the
it's just-
time
it's
to
so
be
hard to
squabbling
follow.
over New Himuka or Seiran. If Togetsu were to get what they're after, then
It's
none of
interesting
us
because
would have ever
Namco puts
existed.
so much marketing
No, that's
effort
not
into
right.
this, trying to
We
sell this
can't let
game
them succeed.
compared to
We're all
Tales of
here trying to
Arise.
survive.
And I think Tales of Arise was far more successful.
Why would someone at the center of Togetsu's plan reveal all this to us?
Scarlet Nexus just kind of came out of
Assuming you
nowhere,
were planning
and
to
it's like,
abandon them as
oh,
well?
there's like they had all this stuff showing.
Ruining
They
their
showed off the
plan is
combat.
something I've been working
Then they
towards
did the
since
whole
the
anime
beginning.
series.
That's why I joined them, to get in the way.
That sounds great and all, but how are we supposed
I
to...
feel like Tales of
believe you?
Arise would have been better with,
You
if it
don't
had the
have
anime
to.
series
If
compared
you've
to
got
this.
a problem with me, I'll walk. But whatever happens,
I guess they needed the anime series to make sense of all of
history.
this.
I left my family on the moon.
What I understand, there's three
I won't let them
factions.
take her existence,
These guys run the
too.
moon. Togetsu's the one that likes the moon.
I can tell.
Seiran is
It's
the
been a
one
long
that
time
wants to
since I've seen him like
stop
this.
the
So
others.
please.
And then the third faction is the one that's experimenting and creating others.
Sugumi knows Kagero
I guess
best.
that's a proper
I think
summary.
You can trust her judgment. Besides, I have a feeling you trust him already.
Yeah. If Sugumi trusts him, then I trust him
And the
too.
others are the weird, otherworldly
And if
alien
Yuto
creatures
does,
that I've
then
been
I do
fighting.
too. Of course, I'll kill him if he betrays us.
Of course. I keep making fun of them for being naive, but that's what ends up saving me.
If we're going to believe Kagero, then we have to believe all of the history about the colonists from the moon too. And then figure out what we can do knowing that.
We're stopping Togetsu's plan. That's all we can do. But it's too much for us to handle alone. We need someone who can move nations.
Are you going to ask New Himuka for help? We're fugitives there.
Even so, we have to. That doesn't mean I forgive them for the things they're doing, though. If they know
I guess
what Togetsu is
Togetsu
trying
wants to destroy the
they might
Earth.
realize their terrible actions are all in vain.
What if we asked Seiran for help? If they know about the Togetsu threat, they might realize that New Himuka isn't who they should be fighting.
Oh, New Himuka's the one that's doing the
As far as
experiments.
I know, both New Himuka and Seiran should have a clear understanding about the moon colonists and their history. On top of that, they're both scheming to survive.
At least it's better than nothing. I don't want to just sit here and wait to be erased.
Indeed. So, we should split up and give it a shot?
Yes, let's do that. Yuito, you go to New Himuka.
And you go try explaining things to Seiran. Now we're finally after the same thing.
Let's do our best.
I don't understand why they have to split up, but okay. I feel like we could have just done things in a linear order.
Ugh, what an exhausting day. Way too much happened.
You don't get to say that! At least you already knew about the moon and Togetsu's plan.
I'm sorry.
Look, let's not start pointing fingers. We should sit down and try to process what we learned.
I agree. We've been in the dark all this time, but not anymore.
It's funny how they did all
That's
these
right.
plot
What we need to
points and
focus
then they
on
go
now
back
is
to
stopping
their
Togetsu.
little, I guess,
Kagero, you both
hanging
alright
out,
with
whatever
that?
you want to call this, their safe
Yes, of
house.
course. This is what
And,
I want, to be with all of you.
It's like nothing happened. It's like Kyoka
So,
was
wait,
a
you
spy,
decided to trust me?
but oh
Gee,
no,
you're
she's
so
back on their
sweet.
side again. Nothing bad
You're
happened.
making me regret it
And then
talking about
Kagero was
Are you
sus the whole
Russian?
time, and
Dang
he's
it, you
just
caught me.
okay. We trust
You know,
you.
kids wouldn't talk to adults like that back in my day. I swear I'll never betray you. If I did, these last 2,000 years would be for nothing.
Then let's set out for Seiran.
This
after
dude's
we get
2,000
some
years old. Kasane's story stand. Okay. All right.
I'm glad Yuito trusted us.
He's such a kid, though. I can't tell if he's honest, a sucker, or just too nice.
So, this game.
Yes, you're right.
Wait, what? Why is she here? Haruka's here? She's always like on the TV screen. She's never actually in person.
You don't remember being in Togetsu at all, Kasane? No. I only remember bits and pieces. Did you know me then? No, I didn't. I'm sorry I didn't tell you anything.
Oh, gifts? She likes this thing. Flower candle. Flower aroma candle. These like the plug-in paralyzation program.
You look so relieved, Major. Your beauty just shines through.
There's a weight off my chest now that I told you everything. What about you?
Me? Can't you tell? I'm so refreshed from talking that I'm 50% more fresh-faced.
I see.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to do that yet. So, wait, hold up. Wait, they have a counter edge refrigerator? They have a counter edge refrigerator? And dual ovens? And like a fake, what is this? Like a hologram fireplace? All of them kind of like this. He likes it like three. It'd be cool if these were like mini games. The darts thing. If this was an actual mini game. This is supposed to be like a. I don't know. This is like an 85-inch plasma or whatever that's supposed to be, or an OLED. Mamoru. New products available. Let me see. Do I have new web? Oh, I was gonna run that benchmark. Yeah, let me go do that real quick. That's gonna take me a minute or two to go down there. I gotta like turn on the computer and get the 13900K out of sleep and get everything set up. Man, that was a long level. We went like 6 levels. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and figure out, I gotta go set up that thing. I'll run Time Spy, provided that it's actually installed. It might not even be installed on that computer. But I'm gonna go check it out. I'll be back. Okay, I can't. It told me I had to install it, and then when I installed it and then I tried to run it, it was telling me that because I'm logged in to Scarlet Nexus on this computer, it'll disconnect me from this one if I do that. So I'll have to, like, I guess exit the game or something to go run it, which is okay. Hold on, hold on. What do I want to do here? Okay, what I'll do, I'll just exit out of the game. I'll exit out of the game, I'll go do the test. Did I save? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did, yeah. Okay, I'll run that test real quick. No, it's fine. I gotta exit out of here. It'll only take like a minute. Let me let it. I want to let it cloud save first. Okay, so it looks like it synced the cloud save. Alright, I'm gonna go and hold on. Why is my. Oh, I just realized that the camera has been off like the entire time. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go and run that, and then I will be back. I gotta go to the. That PC is not in this room. So in this room, I have this computer right here in front of me. Then right next to me, I now have my test computer. So I have a Ryzen 7 7700X, like right there, and that's what I'll be able to do benchmarking moving forward. So I don't have to keep tearing apart my workstation computer every time I want to benchmark something. All right, I'm gonna go run that Time Spy benchmark. Okay, it's running. It's running right now. One thing I just thought of, do you have resizable bar enabled? Because that's another thing that I was just thinking of when I was down there. Because I don't know if the 9900K, depends on the motherboard. Because I know resizable bar was supported on 10th gen and up for the Intel processors. But that is something. So I am testing with resizable bar. I gotta go back down to check the score. But it was on graphics test 2 when I walked away. Okay, I got the results. Oh, let me see what they are on here. Okay, wait, no. Okay, so Time Spy score 24,391. What was my... Oh man, I gotta look at my... You have resizable bar. Okay. Okay, so on the Ryzen system, my score was 23,000. 23,466. On the Intel 13 gen, it was 24,391. The graphics score was actually a little bit lower. So with the i9 13900K, actually, hold on. How do I do this? The only problem with OBS compared to XSplit, the thing I don't like about OBS is if I want to share, window capture. Hold on. There it is. I have to get used to OBS because OBS is not as good as XSplit for quickly wanting to share like a specific application window. That's the only thing I don't like about OBS compared to XSplit. The only reason why I switched to OBS was because OBS has AV1 encoding and all that other stuff that XSplit still doesn't have yet. Oh wait, well see, and then it messed it up, putting me underneath the thing. That's really annoying. Got to figure out a better way to do this. But just to pull the score, where is it? Okay, this. You know what? I'm just gonna do it this way. I don't know why it's taking so long. Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, here is my. You should be able to see that. Let me move this over. That's the score from the. That's the 7900 XT. You can see 7900 XT. Does it show the mouse? Okay, it is showing the mouse. 7900 XT, 24,391. Graphics score is actually a little bit worse with Intel compared to Ryzen. So I got 25,183. On Ryzen, I had 25,492. So about 310 points higher on the 7950X compared to the Intel system. But you know, it's whatever, it's within margin of error, or it's close enough. CPU score was 20,700. So I'm just curious, what was your CPU score with the 9900? See, here's the frame rates. Graphics test 1, 165.9. Graphics test 2, 143. CPU test, 69.55 for the CPU. Let me see if I can find my AMD one, because I did save a screenshot. Somewhere. Oh, it's in the XT one. 7900 XT, page 1. Here it is. Whoops. Gotta move this one around. I gotta grab this guy. Okay, here's the other one. I'll just move it next to it. I mean, that stuff's not important. Anyway, here's the other one. This is the one with the 70... Yeah, this one's the 7950X. It should show up. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. You got about 10,000 on the CPU. So see, the thing is, the Intel i9 scores really well. 20,702. So this is definitely like, this is above average, because those E-cores, to be honest, really mess up performance in games. Like, I know people that play Star Citizen, and they literally turn all the E-cores off. And in Star Citizen runs better with E-cores off. And it's heavily CPU bound. So, but you can see, like, the Ryzen processor, 16,181. The Intel processor is 20,000. Now, there is one thing that I want to caveat this, because there's something that's not shown here. So the memory speed on the Intel is running at 5,600 megahertz RAM. The Ryzen is running the exact same RAM, but I'm only running it at 5,200 megahertz on the Ryzen. So that's probably the reason why the Ryzen was like quite a bit slower, because that's like a 4,300 point difference right there between the two processors, which are roughly equal. But the Ryzen does run at slower RAM. People are probably going to ask, why are you running it at 5,200 megahertz RAM? The reason is because of standby. If you run the RAM at above 5200, or basically outside of the spec, S3 standby doesn't work at 6000 megahertz or even 5600 megahertz. I know this from firsthand experience. That's the reason why I've backed down the memory speed on my Ryzen CPU. That way I can use it reliably. Because I never shut down my computer, and I never bothered to shut down the computer. Like when I'm done streaming, when I'm done using this desktop for the night, I literally press the power button on the case and the computer goes into standby. So it goes into S3 standby. And because I need S3 standby, because literally, like when I come back to the computer, I literally always press my space bar on the keyboard and bam, the computer wakes up instantly. Everything just comes back up. No having to wait for it to boot up. So I avoid like the slow post times on AM5. But the thing is, I already know how to speed that up. I have a video about how to speed that up. But this is what you got to do if you're an early adopter. A lot of people don't realize this. I see a lot of Reddit posts on the AMD, on r/AMD, and people talking about, oh, it doesn't wake up from sleep. Well, they're probably running it at 6000 megahertz RAM or this, and it's not stable when it's asleep. That's all there is to it. Doesn't matter what motherboard you're using. So that's probably why the CPU score on mine is a little bit slower. But for Intel, the Raptor Lake has the second generation DDR5 memory controller, which is a lot better than Alder Lake. It's also a lot better than AM5. So I'm able to run my RAM at its rated speed, and that's probably why it is scoring quite a bit faster in 20,700 versus 16,100. That's quite a difference there. I mean, look at the FPS. The Intel is doing almost 70 FPS in Time Spy. The AMD is doing like 54. Now, I probably need to run the RAM at the 5600 and see what I'll get. I have a feeling though it won't close the gap. It's probably going to be like 57, 58 FPS at 5600 megahertz. If you were to run it at the peak 6000, it would probably be close to 60 FPS on the CPU. But that's basically the difference between the two of them in this benchmark. Same graphics card. What's weird is, despite the fact that the AMD one is doing worse in this benchmark, the graphics score on the AMD one for the 7900 XT is still faster by a little bit than the Intel. I guess that's because of the what do you call it? SAM, or Smart Access Memory, like the difference between that. It gets close to 11K. Okay. So I guess the bottom line is, based off of this, you can kind of ignore your CPU score, because, clearly it doesn't really play that big of a... It doesn't influence the graphics score that much, because you would think, like, this would make this number better than this number, but obviously it didn't. So, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is the score that you said your graphics score was 22,000. Yeah, that is kind of on the low side, actually, because this is a reference XT card, the one that I'm using. So I don't know. And it's complete stock, so you're not doing any kind of undervolting, because undervolting can mess things up too. Regardless of what people on Reddit say, like, I'm not the type of person that likes to advocate for undervolting. Just requires a lot of stability testing. Oh, I do want to say one thing. So the driver for this is the latest driver. I double checked that. So my Intel 13th gen has the 22. I did get a screenshot of that too. So here's my GPU-Z. If you want to see that, I guess we'll just throw it right here. This is what I was running. So the driver version that I just tested it was the latest 22.12.2. So this is the latest driver result. This one is the older release driver result. That's weird. Why did it... So, I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of system difference. I don't think the driver has anything to do with it. Like, the newer driver scored worse slightly than the older one. But, you know, that could just be because we're testing two different platforms. So, the other thing, too, that I did save was the metrics. So, these were the metrics. So, this is after the test, but I did click on max temp. So you can see here the maximum temperature, 71, 80, and about 1200 RPM on the fan. Although, yeah, that was max fan on the test run. So those are kind of the metrics. The maximum power consumption, I saw it was 308. It was 308 watts in GPU-Z. Yeah, the new one's definitely probably the better one to be on. But I don't know. The only other thing I can do is test it in a PCI 3 computer. Which, I mean, the way I would do that is I would have to go into my BIOS and I'd have to set it to PCI Gen 3. I could do that. But honestly, I think we just ruled that out. You tested it with PCI Gen 2, and you didn't see much of a difference. So that's probably not going to be a difference in that test. So I'm not sure what to tell you. Like, you have resizable bar. The only other thing that's different is that both of these systems that are testing it, this is DDR5, this is DDR5. They're both DDR5. Oh, you're testing with DDR4, but really I don't think that's going to make much of a difference either. Okay, well, let's go back to Scarlet Nexus. Wait a minute. Why is the game... Oh, there it is. I don't know. I was going to tell you, like, the CPU that I have that's the closest to your CPU is the 3800X. But unfortunately, I retired that PC this year. So, because my PCs were as follows. The 3800X was the oldest one I had. Then I had the 5800X. And then I had these other computers. So, like, I mean, I guess, hold on, let's bring this back up. So, because the only thing that I can do is test with a different CPU, but the thing is, I don't know if the CPU seems to make that much of a difference. I mean, it does make a difference for the CPU score, but the graphics score is still kind of very similar. So, it's almost like, because, see, like, what I had this year, so when I started this year for benchmarking, I had X370 plus 3800X, or I guess R7 3800X. I had X570 plus Ryzen 7 5800X. So these were my two, and then I had the Z690 plus 12700K. These are my like test computers. So what ended up happening, this was at the start of the year. So at the end of the year, so here we are, literally, you know, at the very, very end of the year, this became the X570 plus Ryzen 7 5800X. This computer became X670E plus Ryzen 9 7950X. So that's the computer that we're using now. So that tells you that this used to be my main computer. And then this one became Z790, which was a big waste of money. I regret buying that motherboard because this was a stupid waste of money because I could have just kept using that. And then for the i9 13900K. So this year I bought my very first Ryzen 9 and Intel Core i9. I've never owned a Ryzen 9 or an i9 ever before. Like I've always been a Ryzen 7, i7, you know, person, and then now I've finally moved to Ryzen 9. And i9. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, these are the platforms, but the thing is, the thing is, I have another platform now. The newest platform I have, which I haven't shown yet, but I just need to edit the footage and get it on my channel. I did do the unboxing and stuff, so I do also have X670 non-E plus Ryzen 7 7700X. So this is going to be used a lot next year on this YouTube channel. So it's going to be used for benchmarking. This is going to be my benchmarking test bench computer. So this is the one that I'll be doing GPU comparisons on, you know, all that kind of stuff. We're going to be doing overclocking. We're going to look at curve optimizer for this. We're going to look at memory tuning with this. Because I can't keep doing that with my daily driver. Like, it's just not feasible. No one else on YouTube. If you look at all the big YouTube channels, Jay's 2 Cents, Linus, all these. Well, I mean, Linus, that's a completely different thing because, you know, he has entire teams. But the thing is, like, Paul, Jay, you know, these other big YouTube channels, they don't use their main work computer, which would, in my case, would be this one. They don't use this to benchmark games, to do hardware reviews. It's not feasible. Like, I've never done like these type of large-scale benchmarking type review videos until now, until the last few months when I did the one for the XT, the XTX, Intel Arc A770, and I realized, you know, oh man, I can't. It's so disruptive to my workflow. I have to get a test computer. Now, people might ask, why don't you just use this or this? So, I don't have easy access to my 5800X computer anymore. It's in a different location. So, but I can use it. It's just not viable anymore. The same reason why this was not ever featured on the channel. So, you can kind of count this out. So, that's kind of like not really something that you'll see featured on the channel next year. So realistically, the only computers will be these three to choose from. So the way it is right now, this is my main streaming / gaming / workstation, whatever you want to call it, desktop. So this is the one. Anytime you see me with this camera on in this angle with the room behind me, that tells you that I'm going to be on the 7950X. If you see me with like a different background, it means that I'm streaming from the 13900K. I've already done a few streams with the 13900K. It's in a different location, but I can still have quick access to it, unlike the 5800X. So, but this one is more for like, if I'm going to do like a really, really long video and I need to store a lot of archive footage, that's typically where it's going to go. It's going to go on the computer that has, you know, the 24 cores available, because this kind of replaced my these kind of replaced my Threadripper computer. I had a first generation Threadripper. Well, I mean, it was a 2950X, but this kind of replaced that. So that's why this isn't really one that I want to use for benchmarking. So that's why I have this computer now. So that's the new computer that's going to be used for benchmarking, because it'll be easy for me to just pull out graphics cards, stick a different one in there. I can do a follow-up video for Intel Arc. I've been meaning to do that. I want to retest Arc to see if the user experience is better. I assume, like, from my benchmark review, like, the gaming results have gotten a little bit better, but honestly, it's not like a massive leap in performance on Intel Arc. So, you know, it is what it is. But I will be able to retest it with the Ryzen 7. So the Ryzen 7, this I think is the ideal gaming CPU for somebody, either this or the Ryzen 5 7600X. But I already told the story why I don't have the Ryzen 5, because the Ryzen 5 was the one I was going to buy. But the people at Micro Center, they upsold me to the Ryzen 7 because they gave me 32 gigabytes of RAM for free instead of 16 gigabytes for free. So you might as well, you know, just pay $100 more to get the full 8-core and double up on your RAM. So at that point, it paid for itself. So that's kind of why that's there. But I wasn't going to spend an enormous amount of money on another motherboard, so I bought a cheap, you know, X670. Interestingly enough, like these, I wanted to buy a B650E motherboard, but the reality is the B650E is actually more expensive than the X670. So the X670, like the B650E that I wanted was $350. That's the same amount of money as an Intel Arc A770. But the X670 non-E was like I think I paid like $270, which is still a lot for a motherboard. But the thing is, this was a really good motherboard. So it has the full VRM, properly cooled. It's a Gigabyte Aorus Elite AX. So, you know, it has a good VRM, so I can do overclock testing without worrying if I'm going to burn up the VRM. I don't have to do anything exotic with any kind of crazy cooling for it. And it wasn't really super crazy expensive, because considering, like, you know, if you look at X570S, which is last gen, the typical board that I would buy from this would be, you know, like anywhere from $300 to $350. So this still ended up being cheaper for me than trying to get, like, well, I wouldn't buy this because I would just, you know, use the other one. But it's cheaper than going with this, which I found really strange. It makes sense because the difference between these two is this has 4 lanes of Gen 5 and 20 lanes of Gen 4. These are CPU lanes. These are all like CPU lanes, for those wondering. All of it. That's not chipset. Chipset lanes are 12 lanes of 12 chipset lanes of Gen 4, 8 chipset lanes of Gen 3. I guess I should just say CPU. So this is what I got with that $270 motherboard. Was all of this stuff. Now with B650E, which is what I wanted, because during the holiday sales, I was recommending that people buy B650E. So, because, you know, having said that, you can get this for under $300, but it's very, very hard to find. And I would not buy B650E unless it had the postcode debug. And all the ones that have the postcode debug are $350. So, they're all expensive. But this one has 24 CPU lanes of Gen 5 and 8 chipset lanes of Gen 4 and 4 chipset lanes of Gen 3. So you can see the difference in the number of lanes between these two. So the thing is, like, B650E is really nice if you want a lot of PCI Gen 5 versus the non-E X670 only has 4 lane, and those are forced to be on an M.2 slot. Those are always going to be an M.2 slot. They're never going to be like anything else. So this gives you the graphics card slot X16, and it gives you up to 2 additional M.2 drives that are also Gen 5. So that's kind of the nice thing about B650E. So I still like B650E, but I wasn't in a position to, you know, spend, you know, a lot of money on a motherboard, because the amount of money saved between this and this, you know, that helped go toward the XTX graphics card. So that's kind of how I had to do the logistics of it, or I guess the whatever you want to call it, the rationalization, or I don't know, whatever. I can't speak. Like, that's basically the reason why I bought an X670 motherboard for the Ryzen 7 7700X instead of a B650E board. Because, I mean, the other alternative was to buy a cheap B650 board. But a B650 board is... I don't like them unless you really are not going to do a whole lot with your motherboard. Because B650 can be less than $100. Like, you can get this for like $180 if you can find them. They're usually really, really hard to find, but they only have like four CPU lanes of Gen 4. Basically, they have kind of like what you saw on the other one, except it's what, 20? No, not 20. Yeah, it's 20 CPU lanes of Gen 4. But here's the kicker. Here's where I don't like B650. 8 chipset lanes of Gen 4 and 4 chipset lanes of Gen 3. So you can see it's basically like a cut down of this. This and this are what's different. So you basically lose 4 lanes of Gen 4 off the chipset, and then you lose 4 lanes of Gen 3 on the chipset. So that's the difference between the B650 and the X670. So, I don't know why I just decided to talk about AMD's new chipset, but I've done so many videos on this YouTube channel analyzing AMD's chipset for AM5 and all this other stuff with the chipset, so that's why I basically have all of it memorized now. I've talked so much about it in many videos. I mean, this, realistically, like the B650E in terms of lane count is similar to the old X570. They just move more lanes to the CPU. That's the only major difference. But yeah, that's kind of your chipset stuff. But for, you know, like for the 7900 XT, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why yours is scoring 3,000 points less, roughly. I'm not sure, because they should be kind of within margin of error. On the power supply, are you using 2 separate 8-pin? So meaning on the power supply, you know how it has the little like peg connector? There's those little peg connectors for the, like, to the graphics card. So if the graphics card is like this with the fans down here, and then you have the dual 8-pin. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You should be using 2 separate cables. Don't daisy chain it. Don't have one cable that does this. That's not good. Never do this. Don't do this when you have a high wattage GPU. Any GPU that pulls more than if the GPU is using more than 225 watts, and we know that the TDP of this is like 300 plus, definitely use 2 actual cables. But I don't know if I don't know if the AMD card is smart enough to, you know, load balance that. So I doubt it. So I don't know if that actually has anything to do with it. That's just something that I would recommend that everybody do. Like, daisy chaining on anything that's more than 225 is always a bad idea. And the reason why is because this is 150 watts. And then when you daisy chain, if the GPU is a 300 watt, this wants to pull potentially 150 more watts. So that means you're pulling 300 watts off of this one cable instead of, you know, 150. That's why this is a bad idea. Versus if you do 2 separate ones, you know, then it's 150 and 150, it's no problem. See, that's the reason why this is always a better idea. Not because you're going to, like, damage the power supply, but because you're probably gonna make the connector degrade over time, like right here. It's typically not that big of a deal, but, you know, it could trip over current protection. It could trip over current protection on the power supply if you're daisy chaining, because what happens is if this is pulling 300 plus watts and you hit a transient spike on the graphics card where the voltage or the, I guess, the current draw like peaks to the point where this actually becomes 600 watts momentarily, you know, that is way beyond what this port is designed to do. So the power supply is going to trip something called OCP, over current protection. It's going to turn off the entire computer. It's just going to shut itself off. But, you know, this is probably nothing to do with your score and time spike. This is just more like a public service announcement for anyone watching this and is thinking of upgrading to a high wattage GPU, regardless of what it is. Like, definitely don't do this. Like, just don't do this. This is just bad. This is very bad. Not because you're gonna burn down anything, but because you're probably potentially going to run into OCP while gaming. You never know. So okay, well, that's that. Let me go back to the game now. Okay. I guess we'll play this again. Oh, they don't have anything to say here.
I guess I should talk to Kagero.
Wait a minute. Oh, they have bonding events? This one? She doesn't have one? Kyoka... Wait, this... They don't want this? Only she wants this? How do I check what my... What's my friendship level with the character, though? Oh, okay, 3. Oh, I see. It goes up to level 6. Okay. So I can give her this thing, then. The flower aroma candle.
This is nice.
They should put the gifts in the room. Or do they? Do they add this stuff? Maybe they did. Why do they have this really old looking CRT? That is an old looking desktop. They're supposed to be like in the future and stuff. Why are they? Oh, there it is. There's the candle aroma thing. Okay. So that's cool. So the gifts that you give them show up in the room. That's nice. What else I got? I can give her... Well, she doesn't... Wait, no. Is the friendship level currently 2 and 3 and stuff? Oh, I see. Okay, so I need to give... her and Kagero a gift. Kagero likes this thing though, so I'll just give it to him. Well, let me see. I can just give it to her. Well, you know what? It depends. It depends on which ability I think is more useful. So her level 3 is Combo Vision. What does this do? Using LB, any of those enables Combo Vision in which Arashi continually attacks. Okay, then what does Kagero's move do? Invisibility will continue shortly after attacking. Okay, see that to me seems more useful. I think. Combo Vision in which it continually attacks while pressing forward. You know what? Actually, I want her attack because it's more DPS. I'll give her this.
You have some potential, Kasane. I could be your instructor if you want. I can teach you the fundamentals of Arashi-style slacking off.
Wouldn't you just slack off and not teach me anything?
I have nothing more to teach you. Well done.
Oh wow, okay, so I got her move. Combo Vision. So basically when using LB plus all 4 of those buttons? Okay. Card Castle playing cards?
I never get bored watching you. I'm developing a greater personal interest in you. I don't know what made you think that, but is deepening our understanding of each other a good thing?
If somebody put sandwiches or something. Oh no, those are like snacks or something. Okay. Wait. Are these are equipment? So is there like gifts? Oh, I can buy this. The health booster plus 5. Increases defense. User's power. Oh, but see, the defense is, hold on, maybe I'll just give this to one of them. I'll give her the health booster 5. Oh, see, I need to level up their friendship levels so that they can equip more stuff. Okay, well, we'll just go with this. Wait, this increases... that's not really needed. You can also increase their friend
Kasane,
rank
remember when I said I wanted you to help me with the
from
job?
these events as well. That's the other way to do
Payment
it.
of the rations that you treated me to.
Yeah, I'm going to cash that in now. Don't worry, the job will be worth your time.
What are all these? Looks like empty bottles, junk parts, candy wrappers, and they're all mixed together.
Exactly. I need you to sort them.
Why do you have so much?
I kinda got lazy and didn't get around to cleaning them up. Oh, yeah, take care of this trash bag for me, too.
Don't throw it. You got trash everywhere again. Now what could this be? You don't see that many handwritten letters anymore. How interesting.
Oh, that. You can throw that out, too.
But it's unopened. Let's see. It's from Major General Fubuki. What if it's important? Are you sure you don't want to check it?
Then he would have messaged me instead of using this archaic method. If you're that curious, be my guest and read it.
Don't mind if I do.
You didn't even hesitate. So, anything surprising?
No. Basically, he's filling you in on what he's been up to. Also, he says not to drink too much soda.
I thought so. He sends me letters filled with stuff that doesn't matter. I don't get it at all. I would reply to a message, but a letter? Just opening it is a pain.
Don't drink too much
If he's
soda.
going through the trouble of handwriting a letter, don't you think it means there's something special he's trying to get across? If that's the case, then you should really cherish these. You never know what could happen to us next.
Look, it's not that I don't understand what you're saying, but these letters have been piling up, and just finding a place to keep them is a pain. Besides, just getting the letter lets me know that he's doing okay. So you can throw this in the trash. Fubuki and I aren't like you sisters.
You're awfully stubborn.
Exactly. You're a perceptive one.
She's so very different from me and Naomi. Especially how little she seems to care about her brother. Still... Arashi, remember the Major General Fubuki you saw in the future?
Yeah? What about him?
You were angry, weren't you? I mean, you saw it with your own eyes. You keep saying that you're not those kinds of siblings, but it doesn't feel that way to me. So why...
I mean, of course I'd get mad if he died. I feel like human emotion is a strange mechanism.
Really?
More importantly, Kasane, I don't see your hands sorting through the trash.
Huh?
This just means that Arashi just takes it for granted. She just takes the fact that she has a sibling for granted.
Great. Then good luck here. I'll be busy skipping out on my own work.
Whereas Kasane knows what it's like to not have
Looks
anybody.
like she dodged my question.
Unless there's more to it than meets the eye. We'll see. Team bond level went up. First, for streaming on what? On what platform? YouTube? Doesn't matter. They're the same. Basically, look, like if you're streaming to YouTube, YouTube allows you to stream in HEVC codec. HEVC is identical for both. For Twitch, I mean, I'm not sure why you'd want to stream on Twitch, to be honest. I feel like that platform is kind of pointless to stream on. All the popular streamers have all the viewers on there. I really don't see the point. But if you're going to stream on Twitch, definitely get the 6600. The 6600 is way faster than 2060. Don't buy a 2060 when it's about to be 2023. That wouldn't be good. It's going to be very underpowered. I have a feeling Twitch will allow the use of... Hold on, let me see what it was called again. HLS. If Twitch starts allowing HLS as a streaming protocol, just like YouTube allows it, then the 6600 will definitely be the way to go. on Twitch. But just because the 6600 is faster in general, like I would choose that over the 2060s. Like, just to put things into perspective for you, so if I go to let me find it. Where is it? Okay, so the 2060, the 6600 is roughly 15% faster. So okay, so it's not that much faster, but still 15% faster than a 2060. And the 2060 only has 6 gigabytes of memory versus 8 gigabytes on the 6600. So I would get the 6600. That's kind of a no-brainer right there. Just because people tell you don't buy AMD, that's because there's a lot of misinformation in the market. Like right now, we are encoding and streaming to YouTube using an AMD graphics card. So the graphics card that I am using to stream is the new the new Radeon 7900 XTX. So this is kind of how it looks. So you can see the new HLS protocol with HEVC, also known as H.265 encoding, makes it look very good. The PC configuration, this is a Ryzen 9 7950X. So this is a 16 core, pure 16 core. So there's, you know, all the cores are the same. There's none of this small core, big core stuff. They're all 16 core, 32 threads. I'm using 64 gigabytes of DDR5 memory. And this is on a Radeon 7900 XTX. I have the unboxing, the review of the graphics card is on my channel. And the review video has the entire test system configuration. Do I have any gifts for this guy? Oh, I don't have any gifts. Okay, so I don't have anything to give him. What about Arashi? I just did hers. I like how they have 2 ovens, and they have a counter desk, or what is it called? Counter depth. They have a counter depth refrigerator in this place where they live. This is interesting. I like how they have their little, I guess this whatever this place is supposed to be, their home base. Gifts, because the thing is with the CPU, you can also stream using the CPU. You don't, I mean, you want to stream with the graphics card. That is more ideal, but you can also stream with the CPU. You would just need a very strong CPU if you want to be able to stream in real time at X264, a medium preset, because that's kind of the gold standard.
Hey, Kasane, you free right now?
I guess so. What is it this time?
You remember my promise from before, right? A fun and exciting date with your one and only Daddy Kagero.
You're not my father, and I'm not interested in a date.
Okay, that sounds really weird the way he said that. I don't think he should have said it that way.
You're still bothered by that? Fine, I'll say it was fun.
No, that's not what I mean. I want to make up for it. Besides...
Okay, so if you're building a budget PC,
I wanted to apologize for that.
Then...
So this is like a second chance...
Yeah, then in that case, you just need a 6600, and you only need like a 6-core CPU.
It's like my...
You can get like any...
Just say yes, please.
I mean, if you're buying...
You won't forget.
Are you going to be able to reuse any of the parts from your previous computer? Like, for example, DDR4 memory? Unless this is a completely brand new computer.
So, how was it? The dining experience at Baki's Cafe is supposed to be very popular with high school girls.
I think Naomi and Yuito would have enjoyed it more, but it was fun. No complaints.
What's your
here.
first? Okay.
Next up is dessert. I'll get you anything you want. Cake? Parfait, maybe?
I'm fine with just tea.
I figured you'd say that. Already got a cup.
Wait, when did you... Oh, you used your invisibility power. That's an interesting use for it.
You can't just reveal my secret like that. Even if you know how it's done, it's more fun when you pretend you don't. Like this. I grew this flower from a seed. The flower symbolizes hidden kindness. A perfect match for you. So, what do you think so far?
Well, you seem to be following the standard dating norms I read in magazines, but they all have a nice
You know what? That's a good question. I have one that I have already filmed. I have not done the editing for the video yet to post to YouTube, but there will be one for my new upcoming test system that I'll be using
I guess it's time I
for next year. I talked about it earlier on the
I
stream.
tried to assassinate you back in the day, so that's kind of included in this apology.
Assassinate?
From the looks of it, you haven't realized it at all. Guess that means I still got it. Fortunately, I didn't have to go through with it, but I was waiting for the right opportunity.
But yeah, I have one for the new Ryzen
As the one we're
AM5.
targeting, I believe I have a right to know why.
It was to stop Togetsu's plan. Their plan hinged on your power, so I thought that killing you might be the best option left for me. Of course, now that you've decided not to support them, I've got no reason to hurt you. You can trust me on that.
Well, I don't
But I guess what I can recommend for you will depend on what the prices are like in your
This wouldn't
area.
be enough to make up for trying to kill you. I could do something even...
It's not that. It's just killing someone. Is it that easy for you to do? I don't understand how you could make that decision so easily. Even if it is to achieve your goal. There's no way I could do that.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense. I mean, it's not like I don't value life or anything like that.
Yeah, are you based out of India or are you based out of, you know, I'm guessing one of the countries around India, if not India.
Yes, you could say. I'm like a ghost from the past, existing in a time when his family and everyone he knew is long gone.
Your family.
Because, yeah, the prices... Okay, so you're in India, so that means, yeah, the prices for hardware is very expensive.
Simply the cutest. You'd be surprised she was related to me.
So, I guess in India, is DDR4... Is the price of DDR4 memory... Is it significantly less than DDR5?
What's even more sad?
Or is DDR5... Is the price of DDR5 falling and becoming more affordable?
Could I be a worse father?
Because it depends on that. Like, if DDR5 is very expensive and hard to get, then maybe the recommendation will be something with DDR4.
I might even kill if it comes down to it. How about we leave this off here? I think you've heard enough.
All right.
Because if you're looking for DDR... So, okay.
So,
If
what did you
DDR5
think of
isn't
Kagaro's date?
crazy expensive
awesome,
for
right?
you, then I'll still...
Yes,
Oh, okay,
I'd
four
say it's
times.
worthwhile.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I think I learned a little about who you are.
Okay.
You
Then what I would
finally realized what a
recommend
wonderful, charming
for a
person
new
I am.
build, although...
Oh, I'm such a heartbreaker.
Although, I still don't know how serious you are because you
in
always
India,
joke around.
what is the...
No,
What is the more affordable motherboard brand?
kidding.
Is
Sorry
it
to make you help me fulfill
Asus?
my dreams today.
Is it
See you
MSI?
later.
Gigabyte? ASRock?
I wonder what he meant
BioStar?
by that. I feel like I got
There are
to
some
know
other
you
ones
better.
too that I know
Trying
of,
to
but
understand other
they
people isn't
they
that
kind of
easy.
the regional. Like EVGA, Sapphire used to make motherboards. Corsair.
You really are capable, Kasane.
I'm detecting some sarcasm.
If I was being sarcastic, I'd say it sarcastically. I have a pretty good eye for people. Just accept the compliment. You really are getting along well with the guys in this platoon. My hat's off to you.
Oh, I got one level with Kagero. That means I now have his move. While Sass is active. Invisibility will continue shortly after attacking. Okay, that's cool. So I got his level 3 without giving him a gift. Okay, so it's mostly the big 3. So Azrock is not very...
I think you'll find that I can warm your
isn't in large supply over there. That's interesting.
There's no need for that. At least I know now that you're actually considering.
Yeah, so it's almost the same as US. In the US, mostly Asus, MSI, and Gigabyte. But Azrock also is quite large here. Not as large as those 3, but it's like the 4th one out of the motherboard manufacturers. We don't have much EVGA or Sapphire or any of the TUL ones from China. We don't have those brands usually. It's usually just the 3 that you mentioned. Build quality isn't good. I don't know about that. I feel like Azrock just got some negative reviews from some of the large YouTube channels, but it's not because of Azrock's product. It's more because of Azrock's public relations was not very good. Like, their communication wasn't very good with the reviewers. I think that's the main problem they ran into. Unless the only product they sell over there are like the low-end budget type motherboards with like the VRM phases are not cooled properly, that sort of thing. But you can find those with the other brands as well. So I guess what I would tell you, so I guess here let me pause this and move this over, and then I guess we'll move this over. Okay, what I'll do is let me bring back up paint. We had paint up earlier. Yes, Azrock Steel Legend's actually really good. Hold on, I had something open. Where is it? Is this it? Okay. So here, I'll just do this. So these are the motherboards we were talking about earlier. So I don't know what the prices will be in India. You'll have to convert this to the rupee equivalent. But these are kind of the prices that I was looking at earlier. So these are the motherboards for AM5. So what you can do is, if you want to stream Ryzen 5 7600X, this is six core. This is what, six core 12 thread. So this is one option, but this is DDR5. So if you're going for DDR4, then probably the best one is either Ryzen 7 5700X, 5800X, or possibly the 5800X3D that everybody is always talking about, the X3D, because this one, you know, has the V-cache. So this one, the gaming performance will be significantly better. But if all you want to do is stream, this doesn't really matter that much. But I think, and this is going to be more expensive than these two, I would recommend one of these. Otherwise, you can also go with the Ryzen 5 5600X or any of those variants. On the Intel side, there's the what is it? The Core i5 12600, and then there's the Intel i7 12700. And you know, you can also save more money by not buying the K, so you can get like 12400F. But the reason why I don't like this 12400F, I don't like the 12400F because the 12400F does not have any of the efficiency cores. It only has 6 cores. So you lose kind of the magic of the Alder Lake, right? Because they try to push the idea of the big core, little core architecture. So a lot of people I've seen are recommending 12400F. I don't really like it because I don't agree with them, because the 12400F doesn't have the E core. So I would really go with like this, or maybe this one without the K. One of those, possibly, or any of these. So the other thing that you need to be aware of is the operating system. So Windows 10, I guess what I'll say is Windows 10. Windows 10, definitely, this is gonna be good. This is good. Windows 11, then I would say probably the Intel one. Because the Intel one is slightly newer, and also Windows 11 allows Thread Director. For Windows 11, but only for Windows 11. Yeah, I don't like the 12400F because it's only 6 cores. You don't have any efficiency cores on it, so that's why I don't like it. But it depends on the budget, because see, the thing is, if you buy the 12400F, it's 6 cores, versus if you buy the 5800X or any of the Ryzen 7, these are all 8-core 16-thread. So all of these Ryzen 7 CPUs have higher core count, thread count, than the 12400F. That's why I don't like the 12400F. Especially for streaming, because streaming is going to be very heavy multi-threaded workload. So that's why I would really... I'm more inclined to recommend the Ryzen 7 for streaming. Like, to me, it makes more sense. It's more logical. Also, if you're trying to buy, like, if you need a Windows 10 key, Windows 10 keys are very cheap, but Windows 10 doesn't have Thread Director for the Alder Lake CPU. So if you have Windows 10 and you have like the 12400F, it doesn't really matter because there's no E-cores. But if you pair Windows 10 with an Alder Lake CPU, you might see some performance regression. 5700G it's an okay one as well. The 5700G is interesting because it has an integrated graphics. So it has integrated graphics, but I don't know if that will really be useful if you're planning to use a discrete graphics card. 5700G makes sense if you are going to actually utilize the integrated graphics. If you're not going to use integrated graphics, I would actually recommend that you get the 5700X instead of the 5700G. Because the difference is, on the die, the 5700G has the section for the cores, so it has the core complex dies. So you have, in here, you have 4, well actually, no, I take that back. It's a single CCD. So it's a unified single CCD. So in the 5700G, you have 8 cores, and then here you have IGP, Integrated Graphics Processor, which takes up a lot of space on the die. This is 5700G. Ryzen 7. Now, if you have the 5700X, it's different. So 5700X does not have an IGP. So the difference is you have more cache. You have more of the L3 cache available. So you still have the 8 cores. But what they do is on this side, they fill it up with more L3 cache. You have a large L3 cache on the 5700X and the 5800X. So this is also 5800X. So the difference is this one will give you more performance than the 5700G, because with the 5700G, the cache size is very small. The cache is used for the load and the store, all the different operations that the CPU does can benefit from the larger cache. So in general, the more cache, the better the CPU will perform. This is the reason why you always see people recommending this CPU, because the 5800X3D is unique in that it has I guess we'll delete this. So the 5800X 3D is the most unique one because this CPU, it has the core complex die. So it has the 8 cores, and then it has the L3 cache. Well, it has the cache, but then it also has an additional cache. So on top of it, it has like a three-dimensional layer. Well, I guess well, it's kind of like this. Yeah, it's like this. It's on top of it. So on top of it, you have... I'm trying to draw it in 3D, so it's kind of hard for me to illustrate it here. But just imagine like this is a 3D, right? This is on top of it. It's vertical. It's mounted vertical on top of it. So you have an entire block, this extra block of cache on top of it. Like a three-dimensional, think of it like a building with multiple floors on the building. So it's a vertical stacked cache, and because it has so much cache on top of the cores, this is the reason why this CPU is very, very good at gaming. Yes, L1 is the highest priority cache, then L2, then L3. L3 is lowest priority, but all three of them are higher priority than the system RAM. So in general, L1 is the best, but it is, yeah, it's expensive because it has so much cache. Right. The more L3, the more L2, however, whatever cache we're talking about, the more cache on the CPU, the more expensive the CPU. But that's the reason why this CPU is always the one that you see everybody talking about, all the benchmarks, all the reviewers are recommending it, because it has all the L3 cache, all the vertical stacked cache. So, but in general, if you're building a streaming machine and you're using Windows 10, these I think are the most budget cost effective. Technically, you can also go with the Ryzen 5 or the 12400F. The i5 12400F is also 6 core. So any of those would work. And then all of these are DDR4. So the DDR4 RAM, the Intel ones support DDR5, but you can also get DDR4 for them. They lose some performance when you go with DDR4, but it's not, I mean, it's still budget friendly, so it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off, right, between cost, price versus performance. So that's kind of what I would recommend. But if you're looking for DDR5, then it's a completely different recommendation. But yeah, DDR5 is very expensive. Which PCI Gen? All of these are PCI Gen 4. All the graphics cards, all modern graphics cards are PCI Gen 4. So just the generation depends on the motherboard as well. So, but in general, all of these motherboards, all the motherboards for these Ryzen 5000 or these Intel 12000 are all going to support PCI Gen 4 graphics cards. And another thing I'll tell you is, trying to remember. Hold on, let me check before I say anything. I want to make sure I'm giving you the right information. Okay, the other thing I was going to tell you, I just checked it. This graphics card is PCI Gen 4. This one that you were also asking me about, this one is PCI Gen 3. Just so you know. And this one is 8 GB RAM. This one is 6 GB RAM. So this is the other reason why I would recommend this one, because it's newer and it's also the proper generation and it has more system RAM. And it also will perform better than this in gaming. Like this is 15% greater. This is 15% faster. Yes, but the thing is, the core of this GPU isn't fast enough to benefit from the extra memory. So, even though they offer a 12 gigabyte, yeah, I know they have a 12 gigabyte, but it's not really worth it. It's not really worth buying the 12 gigabyte. It feels unbalanced. To me, it's like buying a large car, a large automobile with a large capacity. You can fit many passengers, but the engine is so small. So it doesn't make any sense. Like 12 gigabytes on 2060 doesn't make any sense to me, because it's not properly sized. It's not appropriately sized. So that's what I would tell you. But I guess the question I would ask you is, in India, what is the price of this CPU? Of the 5700X? Because this, I think, is the most important thing to know. Like, because if you can get the Ryzen 7 for a good deal, then I think this is probably the one I would recommend. Because it's a hardware refresh to the 2060. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, I know why. I know why the reason. I'll tell you the reason. So the reason why they made 12 gigabyte 2060 is Ethereum mining. Did I spell it right? Ethereum? This is the reason. This is the reason why they made it. But as we know, Ethereum, cryptocurrency, Ethereum is now proof of stake. So the purpose of this is lost. So there's no reason. That's the reason why they made it, though. They made it because as the ledger for the blockchain continuously increases in size, the graphics card needs higher amounts of memory. That's the reason why they made the 12 gigabyte. It has nothing to do with gaming. How much cheaper is it? Like, you can tell me the rupees. Just give me the rupees number and I'll tell you. Because the thing is, this CPU is significantly better at computation than the G. 5700X is a lot better than 5700G when it comes to pure compute performance. And that's because of the large L3 cache. $5700G is more for like an all-in-one, pre-built desktop. It's around 5,000 rupees difference. Okay. Okay, so that is quite a bit of a difference. The problem with the 5700G is that it doesn't support PCI Gen 4. Oh, okay, that's a good point. Joel just made a good point. So yeah, it doesn't support PCI Gen 4. But I don't know, like 5,000 rupees, that is a lot of money. That's like an extra $60. So that would mean, so if we're looking at US prices, I'm just trying to think here. If I go to the AMD processor list, let me see. What is the 5700G in US dollars? It's roughly, about 200. So you're talking like an extra $60 for an X or for a 5700X. Yeah, that is quite a lot more. That's almost like the difference between a Ryzen 5 and a Ryzen 7 at Micro Center. So yeah, that is quite a bit more. But honestly, if you're serious about building a streaming computer, I would still personally recommend the 5700X. Yeah, 198. The problem, yeah, but we're talking about India pricing though, so it's like a little bit different. Because in India, it's a lot more expensive. So in India, if we're talking, give me the price in rupees for the G. Like, what is the actual price from the shop, from the market? Like, what is it? So I'll tell you if it's worth it or not. Because I personally still think it's worth buying the X over the G. Okay, so 21,000. So that's like, let me see. That's 253. So basically 20. What is that? 27. No, you said 5,000. So 26,000 rupees. So that's like $250 versus 314. Yeah, that is a significant increase. That's a significant increase. Yeah, so I can see why you're considering the G. Because it's almost like, what's the price of the Intel? What is the price of the Intel 12600? This one, 12600K in rupees. I would assume it's going to be more because it's a newer product. The thing is, both of them you can get motherboards. Like the Intel one, you can get like a B660, and with the AMD you can get a B550. So you can still. It's around X. Okay, so the i5 is the same price as the. Okay, it's kind of like this one. Is it more or is it less? Like, what is it? 27,000? Okay, so it's a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, I mean, yeah. So if you're on a budget, like the other one that you can consider is the Ryzen 5 5600X. Yeah. Especially because if you're on Windows 10, like the E-cores literally don't do anything in Windows 10 except like they can help a little bit in multi-thread, but in gaming, from my own experience with the i7, I mean I used the 12700K for over a year, and I literally spent most of the time with that processor with the E-cores turned off. So I basically ran my 12700K like it was an 8-core. Pretty much the whole time I had it. Now with the i9, it's a little bit different because Raptor Lake's E-cores clock significantly higher than Alder Lake's E-cores, so there is a bit of a difference there. So I leave those on. But with the Alder Lake, the E-cores on Windows 10 are they're just not helpful. So if it's about the same as the X, 16,000 for the Ryzen 5. Okay, so that's cheaper. Oh, okay. So basically, the Ryzen 5 5600X is cheaper than the 5700G, and you're trying to build a computer for streaming. I personally would go with the 5600X. If you're trying to stay on like best, you want to get the most performance for the least amount of money, then honestly, with those prices, I think this is the best deal. The Ryzen 5. Yeah, Joel's right. In computing, yes. Because like we were talking about earlier, the Ryzen 5, the X, means it has that full L3 cache. The G means that they sacrificed space to fit that integrated graphics processor. So Yeah, so I would personally go with the PCI or with the 5600X. The other thing too, Joel made a good point. The 5700G only supports PCI Gen 3. So you cannot benefit from PCI Gen 4 if you go with the 5700G. So whereas with the Ryzen 5 5600X, you can benefit from PCI Gen 4. There are two 56. Okay, 50. They should both, as far as I know. I'd have to look because I'm not really that familiar with the non-X. Let me see if I've got one. Okay, I found one. Wow, those are really cheap at Micro Center. $130 at Micro Center for a 5600, the non-X. Why do they never tell me the things that I'm looking for? I think the 5600 is PCI Gen 4. I have to go to AMD's website to see it. Yes, so it's PCI Gen 4. So the non-X is also Gen 4. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's another option. But realistically, you know, the difference is what? You know, less than 2,000 rupees. I would get the X. I would get the 5600X myself. Like, I would get that over the G because you get PCI Gen 4, you get the larger cache, and I would get that over the non-X because it clocks faster and they're not that different in price. So yeah, I get the one for 16,000 rupees. Oh, that isn't even a lac. Okay, so yeah, I was trying to figure out what is that a lac. That's not even a lac. I just looked up. 1 lac is 100,000 rupees, right? Yeah, it's 100,000 rupees. I always forget my the Indian the terms. Like, I know you guys use crow and lacs. I always get them mixed up because I don't deal with rupees that much. So it's like there's lacs. You know, 1 lac is like 100,000 rupees, and then you have crow, which is even larger. I think it's what, 10, like, isn't that like 10 million or a million something? 1 crow, how much is that in rupees? That's like 10 million rupees. So, yeah. 100 lac. 100 lac is 1 crow, yeah. Yeah, I always get them mixed up because I always forget. I always have to relearn it every single time someone asks me. At least we're not having to deal with like Filipino pesos, because Filipino pesos, they don't even have like, maybe they do, but I don't remember if like in the Filipino pesos, if they have like the, because I know like Japanese currency, they also have the, there's the, what is it? The cho, and the man. And so the Japanese currency is even weirder because they, like, you know how in most countries they have currency in like, they get to 1,000, or it's like 100,000 and then like 100,000, then 1,000,000, then 100 million. Like Japanese currency, for some reason they go by like 10,000. So it's like there's 1,000 and there's 10,000, and everything's done in like 10,000. So when you get to like million, they don't really do millions. It's always like tens of millions. So I don't know. Metric system is simple. Yeah, I just always forget the terms. That's why I always forget like which one's the crow, which one's the lac. So I always get them flipped. So okay. So for the motherboard, I mean, you have lots of choices. And the thing I'll tell you is the nice thing about the 5000 series is the platform is very mature. So there's not a lot of like BIOS updates anymore. Everything is on a very mature platform when it comes to Ryzen 5000. So that would be really good. Intel's Alder Lake is relatively mature now, especially if you're on DDR4. If you're on DDR4, then it's a relatively mature platform, although Alder Lake does have with DDR5 it can be a little bit flaky, but then again, so is AMD 7000 series. First generations for any new platform is never really that smooth, in my opinion, in my experience. So for the motherboard, then I guess since we're done with all this stuff, yeah, we're done with this. So we'll just leave that there. What I would tell you is you have two chipsets to choose from. You have B550 and you have X570S. These are the two different ones. I mean, you also have X570, but I think in general, X570 is usually going to be X570S. S means silent, because the original X570 motherboards had chipset fans on them. No X? Okay, so then we're going B550. That's fine. B550 it is. So, and this is a very mature platform. So, yeah. That's... Alright, I gotta think about that. Hold on, let me go ahead and exit out of the game, because the game audio is just in the background for no reason. Let me save real quick. Okay, so that's exited. Okay, so let's see. B550. Hold on, how can I without I can always just change it over. Hold on. Okay. So I'm gonna switch it over here to, why did it do that? Why did it resize it? That is weird. Anyway. Okay, so this is, now obviously this is a Micro Center in the US, but this is going to give us a good baseline of what to expect. So you said Asus, MSI, and Gigabyte. I have to refresh my memory on B550, because I've done so much content on X670, Z790, and B650 that I've almost forgotten all the other stuff. So, I mean, in here, if we sort by lowest, I would recommend a full ATX. So there's the Phantom. Oh, you were asking about the Steel Legend. If I can find one. That's ASRock. Okay, I don't see it here. ASRock B550 Steel Legend. Why is the website like this? What happened here? Oh, okay. So let's see. Okay, you get, it looks like you get the X16 slot that can also be shared with that other PCIe slot for X8. Actually, the best thing to do is to look at the manual and hope that they have the block diagram. ASRock is usually very good at providing that. However, this is an older generation, and oftentimes... Okay, so they don't have it. Okay. That's disappointing. I guess we'll just go back to the product page because it's easier to read. So you get 4 DIMM slots, so that's really good. So you can fit up to 128 gigabytes of memory right here. There's the UDIMM memory support for Vermeer. The one you want to pay attention to is the one known as Vermeer. That's the Ryzen 5000. Matisse is the Ryzen 3000. Cezanne is the 5700G. And I guess the 5400G or whatever the other one was. But those G processors are the Cezanne. So you can notice they're a little bit different. For one thing, they don't support PCI Gen 4. And then Renoir is the mobile chip. That's actually the 4000 series. This would be like a 4400G or a 4600G. And then this one is the Picasso. I don't even remember what this one is. I think this one is... this is like, I think, the 3000G. Or, yeah, I think it's like 3300G, 3600G. I think that's what the Picasso is. So definitely pay attention to Vermeer. This is the X, the 5700X, 5600X, you know, the 5800X, the X3D. Those are all Vermeer. So it's going to be the top table there. The G is the third table, and Matisse is the Ryzen 3000. So like a 3800X, 3600X, etc. That's going to be these. So, but it looks like, yeah, I can tell you, like the 5600X, you're going to be able to hit the 3200 megahertz on the RAM. I mean, a lot of people will say get 3600 megahertz. I kind of disagree. It's like, yeah, it's great, but honestly, you can get 3200 megahertz, save money, get 3200 megahertz, and it's going to be so close to 3600 megahertz that it's fine. My own AM4 platform has always used 3200 megahertz RAM. I never bothered to get any other RAM except 3200 megahertz. And yeah, it's fine. That's what I would recommend. So 3200 megahertz, because that's the maximum supported frequency. That's per the spec. So that's not considered an overclock if you're using it with a 5600X. So that's the RAM. And then for the graphics card, well, actually, we want to look at the LAN. So the 2.5 gigabit LAN. You have, I think there's is there Wi-Fi? Maybe not. Okay, maybe this motherboard doesn't have Wi-Fi. Oh, it doesn't have, yeah, it doesn't have Wi-Fi. So I don't know if that's a requirement for you, like if you need Wi-Fi. Maybe there is a version of this that has the Wi-Fi, but this one doesn't have it, or at least the one we're looking at. And then what I always look at is the PCIe slots. So 2 X16 that supports Gen 4, and the other one that's physically X16, but electrically it looks like it is Gen 4. I mean, it is Gen 3, but it is X4 data lanes, so that's going to be something to keep in mind. That is for Vermeer and Matisse. And there again, here we see Cezanne, so that's the 5700G. See, that one doesn't support Gen 4, so it's Gen 3. And then we've got the chipset slots are 3.0 X1, so there's 2 of those. You get an M.2 socket that supports, it's E-key, so it supports a Wi-Fi or Bluetooth module. So you'd have to add it manually, and almost nobody does that. So that's kind of not really helpful here. Storage, 6 SATA 3. So that's for the SSD, the SATA SSD, or the magnetic hard drive, or spindle drive, whatever you want to call it. 1 Hyper M.2. So this is the M.2 for the NVMe. And it is Gen 4. And then this one, the second M.2 slot, supports the SATA 3. So it's up to you. Like, I feel like if it was me, I wouldn't necessarily choose this motherboard because you have to kind of look at what other motherboards. If you need Wi-Fi, then I would not choose this motherboard. But the thing is, you can get a really good platform that's stable. However, you also want to probably look at the Intel one, but I just think the Intel one's gonna be more expensive. So if we're already looking at Ryzen 5, or the G, but I really think the Ryzen 5 is a better deal, then the only other one to consider would be like a 12400F, and whether or not those motherboards are going to be equivalent to this. Because with Intel, you're probably looking at the B660, but the B660 is very restrictive in terms of what it lets you do. Like, I know B660 doesn't really allow overclocking, so they lock down the multiplier, so you can't change your multiplier. And the thing is, when you overclock on Intel, you kind of really need the multiplier to be unlocked. So B660 is not really, you're not going to be able to overclock. So typically that also means that on B660, for those Intel motherboards that are budget oriented, they're going to have VRMs that are not adequately cooled. They'll probably have smaller heat sinks. Some of them might not even have any heat sinks. So those are the sort of other things too, which makes the Intel platform, even though we're looking at budget options, the Intel platform, the budget doesn't really look like it's good value compared to the AM4. So, I mean, realistically, like if we're looking at Z690 and X570, then Intel starts to look a lot better, but that's going to be a lot more money. You're going to take Gen 3 SSD, and yeah, that's fine. That's exactly what I would do. All of my NVMe drives are PCI Gen 3. I do have a Gen 4 SSD, but it's in my PlayStation 5. I don't actually use it with my computer. My computer is using all Gen 3 NVMe drives. So, yeah, so I would agree with you there. Definitely get Gen 3. It's good enough for the speed and for the price when it comes to storage. I mean, this is one of them. I'm not sure if I would suggest buying this motherboard. If you need Wi-Fi, if you don't need Wi-Fi, then this is fine. The other thing too I like about it, the cool thing about this motherboard is you do have the postcode debug. You have the 7-segment display there for the debug code. So that's very nice to see on a motherboard like this, which is a budget chipset, the B550. So this is something that you have to pay, like over $300 US for on a B650 board to get this feature. So it's really nice to see that on this motherboard. The Kingston A2000. I don't really know much about it. What is that, RAM? Is that memory, or is that an M.2? Oh, that's an M.2. I mean, it's fine. Gen 3, whatever. They're all gonna be about the same anyway. What's the read write? Oh, what's the total terabytes written, or total bytes written? The 1 terabyte is 600. Okay, so yeah, this is fine. Like, it has a low endurance count, but in all honesty, like, I have SSDs that are almost 10 years old, and they've never shown any signs of failing. So it's like, yeah, this is fine. So, I mean, this is an okay motherboard. Like, you have, display. You won't use these because you have the X, but you have this, 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 USB Type A and 1 USB Type C. You have the PS/2 legacy port for an old mouse or keyboard. You have the 2.5 gigabit Ethernet LAN. And then you have the full... This is another thing that you don't see that much on newer motherboards, which is disappointing, is you have the full 5.1 audio. But most people aren't really using the 5.1 anymore. Most people are still just using stereo. So that's the reason why most of the newer motherboards only have the stereo, maybe a line in, and the microphone, or they have the microphone, the stereo, and they have the SPDIF optical audio. So they can claim they're supporting 5.1, but it's over optical. So yeah, that's kind of you know what I want to know is, does Tech Power Up have B550 display? Because they usually do like a good. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Here's the chipset for B550. Okay, so B550 will allow 2 10 gig USB. Hey man, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate it. What about Asus TUF? That would be really good. I'm just looking at this chipset block diagram to understand it here. So you got 6. So according to this, the B550 chipset supports 2 10 gigabit USB. So those are going to be USB-C. And then you get 2 USB 5 gigabit. Those are typically going to be the red colored USB ports. Or they might be, so like for instance here, the blue USB is the 5 gigabit. The black one is the 480 megabit. The this one right here, this USB-C, is probably this is a 10 gigabit USB, and then the one also this like a sky blue or a teal color or a light blue color. This one is probably also a 10. I don't know if it's 10 gigabit. That might be 5. Hold on. What did it say? No, it's probably... Well, it might be the other 10 gigabit. I'm not sure. I think it's 5. It depends. I have to look. And then you have the chipset itself. You have 4 SATA. And then you have 4 PCI 3 lanes. And then you can... And then the last thing it says is pick 1, 2 PCIe 3 lanes, or 2 SATA. So what this means is the motherboard manufacturer, so Asus, ASRock, etc., when they're building the motherboard, when they design the motherboard, they have a choice. They can either solder PCIe lanes, or they can give you more SATA. So in the case of ASRock, what they did is they chose the former. They chose option 1, 2 PCIe 3.0 lanes. So we can clearly see right here, here's one of them, and here's the other one. These X1, these by 1 size, or I guess these electrically X1 PCIe slot, this is a Gen 3 X1. So they give you 2 of those. That is fulfilling this right here. Now the other thing too, actually, hold on, because they have 6 SATA ports. Yeah, there's 6 SATA. Okay, hold on, that's not correct. So that means that what they're doing, they have 4 SATA plus 2 more SATA. So they chose the latter. They chose 2 SATA. And then they have 4 PCIe 4 lanes. 20 lanes, 16 to graphics, and 4 downlink. 4 3.0 lanes. We already know that this is this second slot. So that means they did choose that. So what are they doing? How are they doing this? 4, 4. And then you get pick one. Either Gen 4 M.2 or 2 SATA plus X2 Gen 4. So did they do that one? Maybe they did that one. Maybe they did the X2 lane NVMe. Two X1. 1 M key. Where's their storage? Okay, 6 SATA, which support all of RAID. So that means they're definitely using the 2 SATA. And then 1 Hyper M.2, Gen 4. 1 M.2 supports this. Ah, okay, I see what they did. SATA 6 gig module. Where are they getting those? Oh, right here. Here we go. M.2_2 and SATA 3, SATA 5 and 6 share lanes. Okay, so I see what they did. Okay, so I was right the first time. So they definitely chose 2 PCIe 3 lanes. What they did is they chose this one where it says pick one. The Steel Legend has 2 SATA plus electrically wired 2-lane NVMe drive. That's what they did. So yeah, that's I mean, so the good news is ASRock isn't like, they're not leaving performance on the table, so to speak. They've used every single PCIe lane. They've used every single SATA port available, and as far as I can tell, they've used all the USB, because I could see the 210 gigs. I can see this thing. Do they have the? Let me see. Where's the? Okay, yeah, I can see it right there. So yeah, they're using all the resources that the chipset allows, and they give you a debug. That's really nice. So the other one you were asking about is Asus TUF B550. This one. Okay, so this one doesn't look as nice, but this one looks very similar. So wait, Steel Legend. I personally think the Steel Legend's better. You know why? The Steel Legend has heat sinks on the M.2 drives. This one from Asus, okay, it gives you one. They give you one heatsink, but the other one has no heatsink. So I think the ASRock looks better. They're giving you the PCIe. Okay, 2, 4, 6. That means they gotta be doing the other thing. So one of these is an X2, and then there's the Wi-Fi one. But then how do they get? I feel like they have some kind of splitter on here, because how are they doing like 3X1 on here? Oh man, why did they make their website like this? Okay. 2, Gen 4, 16. Oh, unless this is a split, but I don't see an X4 here. Unless they literally break it out into 3 different X1s, then they're leaving one lane on the table with nothing wired to it. So I don't know. This looks way more complicated, and it also looks like it's giving you less heatsink, no I/O cover. Is this one integrated I/O? Yeah. Yeah, this one has the integrated I/O shield. I would definitely get the Steel Legend over the TUF. This looks better than the TUF. I just want to make sure I don't like, why does Asus make their consumer page look so bad? Like, okay, it's so hard to find the stuff. Okay, 1 display, that's irrelevant here. 2, okay, 2 M.2 and 6 SATA, just like with the other one. This is okay, they've done something different. So they've taken like 4. They give you 2 X4, which means Asus is doing, they have chosen the first choice. Pick one. X4 NVMe Gen 4. That is what Asus has chosen. Whereas ASRock chose the second option. 2X SATA plus X2 NVMe. That means Asus must be using an ASMedia chip splitter for 2 of the, or maybe even 4 of the SATA ports. They kind of have to. There's not enough lanes. Storage. Wait, 2... Okay, they're somehow able to do RAID on all of them, which means that those are native. Wait a minute, they've done 1x4. How did they manage to pull that off? You get 4. That's this. And they chose... Didn't they choose 2 SATA? Where are they getting these from? I'm not sure how they managed to construct this. 3 Gen 3 X1. How do they do that? There's not enough lanes. One M.2, but it's X4, which means they chose this guy. And then they're saying 6 SATA ports. Supports RAID 0, 1, and 10. The only way it can support RAID 0, 1, and 10 is if it's wired to a Gen... Like, it's natively wired. So that'd be these 4 plus 2 more. How'd they do... How'd they get the 2... See, what I don't understand about this Asus board... Where are they getting... How are they doing those X1... This is what's confusing me on the Asus board. Where is this coming from? Unless... These are sharing lanes with this? Huh. There's no asterisks or anything. I don't know how they're doing it. They're doing something weird, like... Unless they're taking lanes from the Wi-Fi thing. Maybe they're taking the lanes that would go to the Wi-Fi. I don't see that detailed here. 10 flexible PCIe Gen 3 lanes. So there's 4 there, plus 2 more, that's 6, plus 4. Okay, I see what they're doing. Okay. I mean, this makes sense. I don't understand how they're doing the Asus board. That tough board is questionable. I'm not sure how they're getting those 3 lanes, unless they're splitting them off of this. Meaning, you have access to this slot, X4, but as soon as you plug in something into the X1, either it's not going to work, if there's something plugged in here. You know, because there's stuff like that that could be there, and it's not detailed here. But that's the only way, because there's not enough resources to do this and to also have a second X4. And this also supports SATA, which means... Oh, I see. 2 SATA plus that. So does that mean when they do SATA, they can't do the SATA drive? There's an asterisk there. Note. M.2. Ah, there we go. Here it is. I knew it. Okay, here we go. There it is. Here it is. I found the answer. Yeah, that ASRock board is going to be better. So there's a lot of resource sharing going on here. So PCI 3.0 X16_2 runs at X1 when any of the X1 slots is occupied. Okay, that's exactly what I thought. So that means that on this motherboard, so you have this long slot here. This one is X4. However, as soon as you plug in something to this X1 or this X1 or this X1, then this X4 becomes X1. It splits. So basically, notice how there's 1, 2, 3, 4. All of these are on a PLX chip that splits the bandwidth across all 4 of them. So basically, when we go back to the block diagram, this section here that says 4x PCIe 3.0 lanes, this on the tough is divided into 4 individual PCIe slots. So you can run all 4 slots in this long slot here, or you can divide them up evenly into 4 separate X1 slots. So it depends on what you want to do. Like realistically, the graphics card will cover up this first one, making this one essentially useless. So that really only leaves these 3 down here. Now if we compare it to ASRock, ASRock has native X1 slots. So ASRock chose 2 SATA plus 2 NVMe. So they chose this one here. So they don't have lane sharing going on, meaning, where is it at the bottom? It would say, yeah, so they're not doing that. So that means the cool thing about the ASRock motherboard is if you plug something into the X4, you can still use this bottom X1 slot. So, for example, if you want to plug in just to AverMedia Live Gamer 4K, if I give you an example of a real-world use case, because I myself use this very capture card for my workflow. My PlayStation 5 is connected in to this capture card for 4K 60 FPS capture. So the full bandwidth 2160p goes into this. Now this capture card is an X4 PCIe slot. It requires 4 lanes. So if you want to plug that into the ASRock, you must plug it into this long slot here. Same thing with the TUF. With the TUF, you plug it in the long slot. So here's the thing. As soon as you plug in this type of device into the Asus, you now cannot use any of these additional X1 slots. Compared to the ASRock, on the Steel Legend, if I plug in the capture card in this X4 slot, I can still use this X1 or that X1. That is a significant difference. The other thing too is the Steel Legend gives you aluminum heat sinks for both the top M.2 and the second M.2. The TUF only gives you a heatsink for the second M.2. There is no heatsink included. So I personally would definitely choose the Steel Legend. It also looks nicer, and it has the fully integrated I/O shield on the back. So in my opinion, based off of that analysis, I would choose the Steel Legend over the TUF. A lot of people don't think about this sort of use case here, but this is a real-world use case example. And if you want to do streaming, the way the big streamers cover all the new games at release, for example, another example I can give you is if a game releases as a console exclusive, a timed exclusive. The best example I can think of is Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 will release next year in June, exclusive to PlayStation 5. It will only come out on PC and the other platforms later, which means probably 2024 or at the earliest maybe December next year, so a whole year from now. So for me, I will be covering that game at launch. I will be using my PlayStation 5 for that game, and I will be using this Live Gamer 4K to stream footage of the game through my computer. So for me, I must have something like this. So I must have something like that, like an X4 PCIe slot. I have videos on my YouTube channel covering this exact use case. I've also shown like Thunderbolt on the AM5 platform. And I believe, if we look here, I don't know about this one, but maybe Thunderbolt. Okay, so this one doesn't support Thunderbolt. But some of the AM4 motherboards, so some of the like X570 motherboards, support the Thunderbolt add-in card, which also works because, like, in another example I can give you would be the Live Gamer Bolt. This one. I also have this. In fact, this is the one that I actually have connected to my PC right now. I have an external capture card 4K 60 using the Thunderbolt add-in card on an AMD platform. So I'm using Thunderbolt on AMD, and I'm using it for this 4K capture card. So that's just kind of an example of like why the PCIe lanes are important. Why this stuff actually matters. And this is the sort of thing that a standard large tech YouTube channel will never really talk about. No one really talks, like Jay and all those guys, you know, they rarely will ever, if ever, talk about this sort of content, like these specific details. So this one's a pretty good one. You know, it's got the 8-pin plus 4. What was the tough? That looks like it's a single 8-pin. And that has a tiny little heatsink on the chipset, which is, I guess that's fine. But this just looks like it's better. Like, this also has the debug code. This doesn't even have the debug code. So yeah, totally get the Steel Legend. Steel Legend is way better. Miles ahead. Okay, so that, I guess that answers that. That must be pretty good value. I wonder, like, wow, this is actually so good. It's a pity that's not on Micro Center's listing. It's a good motherboard. The debug tells you, like, if, for example, let's say you try to overclock your memory. Like, let's say you buy RAM that's rated for 3200 megahertz, but you try to overclock it to 3600 megahertz. It may not work, or it might work, but then like the next day you try to turn your computer on and it doesn't post. It gets stuck at like the LED will say like 0D or 15, or it'll give you some kind of hexadecimal post code, an error code that you can use to debug what's the problem with the motherboard, or what's causing the system to have this issue, right? Like, that is what this is for. So it's very useful when you're debugging, especially useful if you're overclocking and you're testing like memory overclocking, maybe CPU overclocking, but realistically it's more useful for memory overclocking. It can also tell you if your graphics card is not installed correctly. You know, like if you don't plug it in all the way. You can get an error code that tells you that the VGA is not connected, you know, that kind of thing. So, very useful overall. I think this is something that a lot of people overlook when they're looking at buying a motherboard. So, this is a very nice motherboard. It actually has everything that I can think of, and it's a budget chipset too, so that's very good. It covers the audio. It has the integrated I/O. You know, it even has support for legacy keyboard and mice with the PS/2 connection. It even has DisplayPort and HDMI. If you went with a 5700G, you could connect your monitor to the motherboard and run this computer without a graphics card. So that is, you know, very nice motherboard overall. Yeah, this is a good one. I mean, the only other one I can think of would be like MSI B550 Tomahawk. Maybe this one could be a good competitor. So MSI has some decent ones also, but why is it like, okay. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like MSI is doing the same thing. The 6 SATA, which means they're gonna do 4, 4. One of them is gonna be sharing bandwidth. Wait, supports RAID 0 for SATA, reports RAID 0. This is another good one. It's very comparable. This one actually has dual LAN. Wow. This one has 1 gig LAN and 2.5 gig LAN. 2, 4, 5 USB plus that. Versus... Okay, I would still... I personally think the Steel Legend is still better than this one. The thing is, this one is 2, 4, 5 USB plus... It has the Flash BIOS button on the back. Did this one? Oh, this doesn't have the Flash BIOS button. Unless it's on the motherboard somewhere. It might be down there at the bottom of the motherboard. ASRock Instant Flash. Not sure. But that's one thing to keep in mind. So the MSI... Does the MSI have the debug? The MSI doesn't have the debug. They do have heat sinks for both of the SSD drives though. Integrated heat IO or integrated IO. Same audio, same amount of SATA. This looks identical because see, look, this is just like ASRock. It has the X16, the X4, it has those two X1. This is the same style. This one has the 2 and this one. So this is a very comparable one. The only difference is the ASRock. There's 2 differences that I can tell. One, the ASRock has the more USB. So ASRock gives you more USB on the back. MSI instead gives you a second network connection, a 1 gig. But realistically, at this price point, for what you're using the computer for, you'll probably never use the 1 gig. And realistically speaking, you're going to want to prioritize the USB on the back over the second LAN port, because the secondary Ethernet port, it's not really usable unless you have like a home network or something and you want to team your desktops together, and that, I don't know, most people aren't going to do that. You'd rather have the BIOS flashback than the debug? I'd rather have, well, in all the years that I've been doing computer stuff, I think I've only ever used the BIOS flashback button one time that I can think of, and it was to revert the BIOS on an X370 motherboard to like an old beta BIOS, because it was an old beta BIOS, it didn't let me do it from the UEFI. I think that's the only time I've ever used it. But yeah, it's good to have. But yeah, honestly, the second LAN is way less useful than the USB ports. Because, especially if you're thinking of streaming. Because, look, I could just count my devices for you. My USB microphone, that's 1. My keyboard, my mouse, that's 3. We're at 3. The webcam, that's 4. The game controller, that's 5. So I'm already at 5. And the thing is, if you're doing VR, you'd have to plug in at least another 3.0, if not more, depending on the headset. So, it adds up really quick with the USB. If you have a USB hub connection from your keyboard like I do, that would be another USB port. So, you're up to 6, potentially, just right there. The MSI has 5 USB-A, so that that's going to run out really, really quick. So, I really think this is the better one. Yeah, it is good to have. I have to check to see if they have that, though, that button. Because they might have it on the motherboard somewhere, just not on the front, or not on the back. Okay, it looks like the ASRock one does not have the button for the flashback. So it's more like you got to compare, like, do you need more USB versus do you want the USB flash or the flashback button. But I'll tell you right now, like, honestly, you got to also think about it. AM4 is a very mature platform. Realistically speaking, there are not going to be a lot of BIOS updates that are going to come out in the next several months. So realistically, I still think the ASRock Steel Legend is the best deal because this is a mature platform, so it's not like you're going to be updating the BIOS every month. Whereas if you were on AM5, you're pretty much guaranteed updating the BIOS every month, probably up until maybe May of next year. Then it'll probably kind of slow down. But I've seen so many BIOS. I've gone through so many. Like, I'll show you right now. Like, this is the motherboard that I'm using right now, and I'll show you because I check almost every other day for BIOS updates. And just looking right here, you can see one. Oh, wow, they put out a new one. They literally put out a new one today. Speaking of BIOS updates for a new platform, here we go. There's one. Here's one. The thing about Gigabyte is they remove some of them. So there's the last one from last month. Then there was this one. Then that one. Then this one. Then this one. And there was a launch one. The launch one was actually F2. They removed it. F4 was another one. There was a bunch of beta, like 6A, 6B, 6C, etc. So you can see, like, with a new platform, yes, the flashback button can be very, very useful. But for a mature platform like this, not so much, because you're not going to be updating the BIOS that much. Do you need an aftermarket cooler? No, not really. Does that come with a cooler? I don't think it does. I don't think the 5600X comes with a cooler. I think you're still going to have to get a cooler. Well, the 5600, so the non-X. The non-X comes with a cooler in the box. It shows it right here. So it comes with this. The X, I don't think the X comes with one. Yeah, so the X doesn't come with a cooler. Oh, wait, no, I was wrong. It does. It comes with one. Okay, so you're good there. That'll work. I mean, it doesn't really use that much electricity anyway. That's the other thing, too, is this processor is actually really energy efficient. It's like 65 watts. I think it's 65 watts. 65 watt TDP. That's, that's going to be good with this. If you put a larger cooler, then it'll be completely silent. So, yeah, just like Kevin said, if you want absolute silence, then yeah. But I still think this is the best motherboard to go with. Unless you can find like an MSI Carbon, but I don't think Carbon is on B550. It probably is. Yeah, but they don't come with I mean, what I'm trying to say is they don't use that much electricity. So yeah, I know it's very, very humid in India, and the temperatures are hot in the summer. But the thing is, like, this thing only 65 watts, so it's gonna be fine. Around 43. Oh, that's very hot. Really? That sounds like that's almost like Saudi Arabia temperatures. Man, that's 43. 43 Celsius is really hot. That sounds like a desert. Or unless you're in... Okay, yeah. When I think of India, I usually think of, like, Bangalore or Mumbai. Areas like that sort of area. I don't think of, like, Rajasthan or the areas where it's, like, very dry and desert-like. But I know it's very... I know India has a lot of different weather, like, depending on where you are. Yeah, 43C is really hot. 109 is hot. Especially with all the humidity. Oh, you're over there. Okay, yeah, that's desert, man. That's arid. Okay. Yeah. Rajasthan is way different. Rajasthan, for those who are not familiar, those listening to the stream and they want to know what the weather in Rajasthan is like, that's like, think of like Arizona, Nevada, like Eastern California. That's the sort of climate that he's talking about. So that part of India is more like a arid, almost like a desert area, but not like a sand desert, but like like a Arizona type desert. See, because when I think of India, I always think of like Bangalore, because that's where all the tech companies are. that's where AMD and like Intel, all those guys, and Nvidia are over there. Yeah, no, there's sand, but I'm not. When I say sand, I'm thinking of like, Saudi Arabia, the Sahara Desert, Northern Africa, like that kind of desert. That's like way different from Rajasthan. I mean, it's similar. It's similar. But at least you have more vegetation. You have more plants over there than like a pure sand desert, like like the movie Dune. It's not like Dune. It's not like you live in the movie Dune. Yeah, you could get one. You could get like a Cooler Master. You could get like this. Like this. This is fine. This will be good. That's not too expensive. And this will be a lot quieter than the one that comes with the CPU. Or you could get because I know the Cooler Master one is pretty much everywhere. The Cooler Master Hyper 212, that's totally fine. There's another brand, there's like AK, maybe Be Quiet, but Be Quiet's kind of hard to find outside of the European Union. They only recently started selling in North America in the last like 5 years. Deep Cool, if you can get a Deep Cool, yeah, definitely get a Deep Cool because those are really good. Yeah, if you can get one of these. Yeah, that's good. That's very comparable to the 212. And it's even more like a more newer looking design. So yeah. This is good. Yeah, Deep Cool is really popular in cuz I know like they only recently started selling, so like Be Quiet only started selling in the US, I want to say 5 years ago was when I first heard of them. They've probably been around longer than that in the US, but they were mostly in Germany because they're a German company. But AK400, like this is another one that I've noticed more and more in recent years. Still relatively unknown in the US. I mean, the other one too, if you can find it, but I don't know, it might be expensive in India, is the Scythe Fuma 2 or any of the Scythe ones. These are like really, really good. This is a Japanese cooler, but it is I don't know how common it is to find this type of cooler. It's not really that well known, but it's very good. This is the quietest air cooler I've ever seen or I've ever heard. The Scythe Fuma 2. This thing is amazing for anything that is like 95 watt and lower. So the fact that the 5600X is a 65 watt, this is the most ideal one for that CPU. Okay, this is a really good one. This is a Japanese cooler. Like Japan, like most people who build their computer in Japan. So in Japan, that this is like a Jisaku PC community. So Jisaku means like self-made. So Jisaku PC is basically like, build your own PC. Like a lot of Japanese people will be using the Fuma 2 because it's in their own country, so it's very cheap over there compared to buying a Noctua or importing a Noctua, or Be Quiet or something. So yeah, like this is a Japanese one, so I would recommend this. But if you can't find it, then get the AK. The AK-400 is really good. Deep Cool has insane price performance in Europe with Arctic. I don't really know who makes Deep Cool. Is Deep Cool, I guess they're like a European brand? I really don't know who makes them. Are they like I would assume they're either European or they're Taiwanese. If I had to guess. Oh, they're Chinese. Okay, so they're from Beijing. So Deep Cool is a Chinese company. Okay, that's interesting. Wow, I'm actually surprised because I would have guessed either a European brand or I said Taiwanese, but okay, it's Chinese. Obviously it's different, but still, wow. So okay, now I know. So Deep Cool is Chinese. So I learned something new today. Because I know Scythe is Japanese, Be Quiet is German, Noctua is Austrian. So now I know Deep Cool is Chinese. Yeah, no, this is good. I mean, if you can get Deep Cool, I know China trades a lot with India, so I think like the imports from China into India is probably not that much compared to importing like something from Europe. I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, maybe they well, you know what? They probably have offices in Taiwan. Like, I'm pretty sure they do. But again, most of these companies, like Noctua, Be Quiet, these guys have offices in Taiwan also. So, these guys probably have an office over there too. Like, pretty much all of them have to have some form of presence in Taiwan. Like, if you're a peripheral company, you pretty much have to have a office over there. Oh, you're running Mugen 5. Fuma 2 wasn't in stock. Yeah, Fuma 2 is really good. Now, Fuma 2, the limit of Fuma 2, like I said, is like a 95 watt processor. So, like, for example, I would not pair a Fuma 2 with the new Ryzen 7950X, nor would I pair it up with any of the new Intel CPUs. In fact, I would not pair the Fuma with the 12th gen Alder Lake. Like, Alder Lake is already like too much for the Fuma 2 to handle. Because of the problem with the Scythe Fuma, and like I think most of Scythe's coolers in general, their fans don't spin fast enough. So you end up like overwhelming the heatsink, and then your CPU just overheats. I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it because you're going to be hitting, especially, can you imagine trying to handle a 13900K? Oh, well, okay, you're saying 180. Yeah. So basically, I don't know, like 12600K maybe is okay with one of those, but I would definitely not, I would not put an i7 12th gen on a Fuma 2 or any of the new AMD CPUs. I wouldn't even put, like, okay, maybe the 7600X, but definitely not any of the other Ryzen CPUs, any of the new ones. No way. Those things try to go to 95C as fast as they can. The Fuma 2 it's too slow. Like, the fans don't spin fast enough. It does not pull the heat away from the CPU fast enough. So it just doesn't work. Like, you need a thicker heatsink. You need a heavier heatsink like a Noctua. I mean, I'm running mine with an NHD 15. I'm running an NHD 15 on a 13900K and on the AMD 7950X. And I like at stock it goes to 95C in Cinebench on the 7950X, and then Intel overheats over 100 Celsius. It goes to like 102 Celsius with the Noctua NHD-15. So the Fuma 2, definitely, no way. I'm sorry, like it's silent, but it's silent in a bad way in that regard. I need it to make some noise at that point. AK620 is a rare cooler that matches and sometimes beats. Yeah, the AK620 is a very new cooler, though. Where is it? It's on here. So, there it is. In fact, I think I saw those at Micro Center. Let me see what Micro Center has for fans and heat sinks. Yeah, Deep Cool's at Micro Center. Micro Center's got them. And Micro Center's got them. They're cheap. Man, you're right, dude. Like, look at this. An AK620 for $65. That's a really good deal, considering, like, the Noctua is over $100. Like, look at this. Let's go to Noctua. Like, look at this. The Chromax. The Chromax is $130. So basically, the way this looks to me is that because Noctua is now selling off of their brand recognition and their brand loyalty. They have the same situation that Nvidia has in the minds of the typical public. The public view of Nvidia is that, oh, it's really good, okay, right? So they can charge more money. Noctua is now charging way more money because this used to be like $90. Now it's $130. This is basically the same performance and it's like half the price. Thoughts on the Deep Cool? I think it's good. Like I personally have never used one, but I can tell that it's gonna be good. The other cooler that I would consider is the Dark Rock Pro, the Dark Rock Pro 4 from this is another really good one, but this one again is more expensive. Like, look at Deep Cool. See, now that I know that this is a Chinese company based out of Beijing. This price makes so much more sense to me now. Now that I know that it's Chinese, this is how they compete. Like, this is how you undercut competition. You basically sell a product that is very comparable, and you basically undercut them dramatically to get market share. I mean, that's a brilliant strategy. Like, they have the supply chain advantage. So they're pushing that supply chain advantage. What does the NHD-15... Oh, the S? Well, the 15 is... Oh, you're talking about in India? You're asking about India? This is a lot, though. Like, I don't know, man. At this price... So I'm using this. If you guys want to know what I'm using, this is what I'm using. But I did not pay this much money. I paid like $90... Maybe $95 for mine when I got it years ago. I think it was $89. I think it was $89.99 at Micro Center when I got it a couple years ago. So, yeah, they've gone up in price. So, I today would recommend the Dark Rock Pro 4 over the Noctua, just because the Noctua has grown too big in price to recommend it. But Deep Cool is another really good one. Now, does it look as nice as those two? I mean, it depends. Like, the looks are subjective, but this doesn't look too bad, like the side profile of it, which is what you'd actually see. I do think that the Dark Rock Pro is the best looking one in terms of style, like how it looks. I think it presents itself the best in the case, but you're paying a lot more money compared to the Deep Cool for the looks. But the Deep Cool will probably perform basically the same. Another one is a Zalman. Oh, you know what? I have an old Zalman cooler, but I haven't used it in years. It's that cool, like, donut, the dual donut one. Yeah, Zalman. I haven't used a Zalman in a long time. Zalman, for those wondering, is a Korean. This is a South Korean brand. Zalman. So, the thing I don't like about Zalman is Zalman has the most complicated, annoying way or method of mounting the cooler to the CPU It is a terribly complicated mounting mechanism unless you have the motherboard out of the case. If you try to mount a Zalman cooler to a CPU socket while the motherboard is in the computer case, it is a nightmare. You have to remove all the, like, the side panel, the back side panel. You have to, like, remove the top case fans because they're probably going to be in the way because you're going to have to try to fit your fingers through the top. It's so annoying. The thing I like about Noctua, man, Noctua still has the hands down best assembly mechanism to mount it. It is so easy. Now, I don't know about Deepcool. This looks very, very similar, though. This looks more like the Be Quiet, to be honest, on how it mounts. But the Noctua one is very easy. Like, the ease of use to connect this to the motherboard is so easy. Zalman, terribly complicated. So you're asking about the Zalman. Okay, so that one's not in here. Zalman CNPS 20X. Okay, I've never seen this before. This is the first time I've ever seen this. And it's gotten all these reviews, so I guess it's pretty good. It looks cool, I'll tell you that. Like, Zalman has always had, like, a very... I've always liked that donut-looking style, like, the way they make it look. But this one's definitely not a donut. This one has that more standard square look. Six heat pipes. I don't know. Can you... Is this in India? Can you get a Zalman cooler like this in India? It's a Korean brand. So South Sea, developed and designed by Zalman in Korea. So this is the Korean one. So, like, Korea has Zalman. Japan has Scythe. You know, and the European brands. So Be Quiet is German. Noctua is Austrian. And now we have Deepcool is Chinese. There was a white version of the AK-620. Oh, that's kind of like the Be Quiet has the white. I know the Shadow Rock is the white one, or they have a white one also. The only one that I know of is this one. I guess what would be different about it? Like the fans are white. I mean, honestly, the colors, it's gonna be the same. It's gonna perform the same. This looks like a blatant copy of Noctua, though. They even have the same screwdriver. That screwdriver is the exact same screwdriver that the Noctua comes with. The plastic in front of the fan, to me, just... It's like it'll make the airflow worse. Oh, you mean on the Zalman? Yeah. It's all about the style. Like, yeah, that's the thing. It's all about the style. But you know what I want to know is, like, how heavy it is. Because if the cooler's really heavy, then 1,300 grams. That is heavy, actually. That's really heavy. This is 1,300 grams also. So this is about the same weight as the NHD-15. I think the Be Quiet is a little bit lighter. Yeah, 1.1. What about the Deepcool? Deepcool's... Okay, 1.4? Oh, wow, Deepcool's heavier! Oh, but you know why Deepcool's heavier? I think Deepcool's heavier because those fans look heavier. See how the fans are really square? I think the fans are heavier. But I could be wrong. If this is heavier... Man, that's heavier than the NHD-15. That might be why sometimes this thing is actually beating it. Oh, the case? Yeah, if you can get Deepcool... If you can get one of these... if you can get one of these, you don't have to worry at all about the CPU's temperature at all. Like, that's a 65 watt CPU. With one of these on top of it, you'll never hear it. You'll never hear it. Okay, so the fan, I mean the case. Okay. Hey, Deepcool has a computer case. Deepcool has a case. That actually doesn't look too bad. Man, I'm just thinking like this just looks like a knockoff of the Corsair 4000D. Okay. I don't think is Lian Li in India? I don't think they are. I think India is probably gonna have like, I don't know if NZXT might be over there. Otherwise, you might have like the MSI cases. Corsair's probably over there. I'm pretty sure Corsair's in India. Let's see. Thermaltake is probably in India. For that type of processor and that type of graphics card, you know, realistically, like, it's up to you. Like, this, I don't like this. I personally do not recommend buying a case that doesn't have mesh ventilation at the front. I don't like that. I mean, it has this side ventilation, but that's not good enough, so I would stay away from things like that. Let's see, like, like this one, see how this has the mesh? You want this for airflow. This also looks like it has a dust filter. So you want something with like a dust filter on the intake. So anything that you can find that has a mesh with a dust filter, so it can collect any kind of dust from going inside, that's what you want. But see, like, this is not too bad. Galax? You mean Galax? Galax or Galax? I think it's Galax. Galax. What do you say? Revolution 05? Yeah, Galax. Okay. So they have a news page. This is the support link. Why is it all in Japanese? What is this? Download. This says download. This says support. This says news. This is like products, and this is like companies info or something. Why is it all in Japanese? Oh, somehow I went to JP. Like, why did it... Well, whatever. We'll just stay on the Japanese one. It doesn't matter. Whatever. It's all in English here anyway. So yeah, this is good. It has a mesh panel, although that looks... I don't know. Is there a filter there? USB 3, USB 2, reset, all the standard stuff. Magnetic dust filter. See, that's what you want. You want a dust filter. So that's really good. But what about the front, though? Does the front have a dust filter? I don't really see one on the front. The front looks like it has mesh, but it doesn't look like it has a dust filter. To me, at least. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's one in the front. That's the only problem with this one. It's weird. Why did they put one on the top? Well, I guess they put one on the top because as dust falls down over time, it collects there. The problem is the front doesn't have one. That's the only negative thing about this one. But other than that, it looks fine. Like, it looks kind of small. Yeah, so this is the ATX size. It looks like it can support eATX. And the thing is, there's large cutouts there on the side, so you can route the cable. So if you were to ever try to install like an EATX motherboard, it could fit one of those in there. Okay, if you can get one that fits. Sometimes the problem with doing that is if it'll actually fit or not, because these are like specific sizes. But yeah, I mean, this looks nice. I didn't even know that Galax made computer cases. Yeah, this is fine. If it fits the budget, then yeah, it looks fine. Yes, it's okay. Steel Legend's a very nice motherboard. So yeah, this would be fine. The Steel Legend is a standard ATX motherboard. This is a standard ATX. So this picture that it's showing, the motherboard that they're showing is a standard. That's a standard ATX motherboard, I think. It looks kind of small, actually. The motherboard might be a little bit smaller than ATX because I don't see where the screws go. But yeah, it'll fit in here. It'll fit in here without any issues. And you can see they're using I don't know if that's a real air cooler or it's some Photoshop that they made just for advertising. But they show like a Galax air cooler. That is kind of what the Deep Cool would look like in terms of how large it would cover up the CPU. So yeah, this plus the Steel Legend plus the Deep Cool plus the 5600X. The other thing is your power supply. Oh, and you said 6600 for the graphics card. I guess I'm curious. In India, what is the difference between the AMD Radeon graphics cards and the NVIDIA GeForce cards in terms of the price? Like, is one significantly more than the other? Or are they similar? Or is one of them far more easier to find and the other one way more rare? Because in some places, NVIDIA is so much easier to find, but it's also more expensive. And Radeon is hard to find, but it could also, if you can find one, it's usually cheaper. So it ends up being more cost effective, but supply is usually lower. So that's the other thing too about like it's very regional. And where are you gonna go to get? Like, are you gonna have to go to what's that city called? Gurgaon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the city correctly. Gurgaon in India, right? Like it's not in. Isn't it near? Man, I'm forgetting like where it is relative to like Bangalore. But there's a city in India called Gurgaon, if I remember correctly, the name of it. I might not be saying the name correctly. But I don't know, like, where would you go to get the parts? Because you'd have to go to Gurgaon or Bangalore or somewhere over there. Actually, no, Bangalore isn't even close to Rajasthan. You have spare land cool too, mesh C laying around. Oh, it's around 1,000 rupees cheaper. Yeah, that's because it's much older. You have to remember also, right? Like, oh, you're going to buy it online. So the RTX 2060 is more than 4 years old. RTX 2060 is from the year 2018. So it's a pretty old graphics card. And it's slower than the 6600. 6600 was new last year. So it's from 2021. I don't remember exactly when. I mean, we can look it up. GPU database. 6600. October 2021 was when the 6600 launched. And then the 2060 was... Okay, January 2019. Okay, but, 2019 January... Yeah, that's basically 4 years old. So, because it's about to be January 2023. So, XT is, yeah, but the XT is new. The XT is a lot faster, though. So, that's a completely different category. In terms of the performance, the 6600 is... I'll show you right here. So you can see, like, Tech Power Up, I use them a lot for quick comparisons, but they're not 100% accurate. But in general, they're somewhat, it's an accurate resource, I would say. Like, just to kind of give you an estimate in terms of how the graphics cards compare. So if we look at the 2060, so here's the 2060. So this one, see, like the 6600, they're saying 11%. 6600 XT or 6650 XT is 35% faster than the 2060. So just to give you an idea. If I compromise the processor more, well, what would you do with the processor? Get the 5600 non-X? You could get the non-X. You could get the 5600, but is it like making it more affordable for the graphics card, or is it? I don't know. Like, you could do that. Oh, 36. Oh, no. Don't get the 3600X. Don't get the 3600X. Definitely don't do that. Don't do that. The 5600X is so much better than the 3600X. Or the 3600. No. Don't do that. The lowest I would go, if I were you, is the 5600. If you're wanting to build a streaming PC, I would not go lower than the 5600. The reason why is because the 3600 is much older. The 3600 is from the year 2019. So it's already 2 generations old. Like, that's Zen 2nd generation. The 5600 is Zen 3rd generation. And then currently AMD just launched the 4th generation. So that's the 7000 series. So no, I wouldn't recommend that. No. Definitely stay with the 5600. You can go to the 5600, but I wouldn't go lower than 5600. Like, I'll just kind of show you in the US, the price difference is massive. So like this is the price in US for the 5600, and then the 3600, this one is very cheap. Well, I mean, see, like in the US, there's no reason to buy 3600. See, like, it's the difference is only this, but this is so much better than the 3600. It's totally worth the higher number, the higher price. It does have Gen 4, but I wouldn't buy it because you're giving up too much in terms of single core and multi-core performance, especially single core performance. This is a massive improvement over this one. So no, I wouldn't do that. Like, I feel like this with the 6600 or maybe the 6600 XT is more balanced than trying to buy the 6650 XT plus the 3600. This is more unbalanced because now you're getting like a way older CPU and a much newer GPU. It just seems kind of, definitely no. You want this one. You will not be disappointed with this one. If you buy this, you'll be disappointed because the single core performance is it's just 2 generations old now. It's like, I can't recommend it. I can only recommend. See, in the US, I can never recommend this because, like, this 130 versus 115, $15 more for a significantly faster processor. The single core performance on this is so much better than, I mean, there's no way I can recommend this old processor. No way. $1,000. Okay, so Yeah, so then just this, I would get this. You don't need the X unless you really want okay, the difference between the X and the non-X is the X will have more aggressive boost algorithms. So the X typically will try to boost more frequently and longer and higher boost. So like this one, so the non-X, if we go to the, where is it? See, so this one, turbo 4.4. And then if we go to the other one, the X. The X will go to 4.6. So this is 200 megahertz faster. But the difference is this one will boost longer than the other one, which means this one, non-X, it will go to like 4.4 and then dip 4.4 and then dip back to like 3.5, 3.7, somewhere around there. Whereas this one also has a higher base clock, 3.7 versus 3.5. So this one will yield an average higher all-core frequency. So when you're streaming, typically when you're streaming, all of the cores will be in use. None of the cores will be parked. None of the cores will be on standby. So all of them are going to be active. So you want higher base clock. And you also want them to boost to the turbo speed more frequently than otherwise. So that's the reason why this is going to be the best one. But if you want to save money, I mean, you can still do this and it will still be fine. It just won't be as consistent in terms of your average clock speed won't be as high compared to the X. You can, but the reality is the firmware, basically the way the Agisa code will drive these processors is still going to be a little bit different. So it's like, yeah, what Joel's saying is you can use Ryzen Master to tune the 5600 to behave more like an X processor. And if you want to do that, that's fine. You can do the tweaking and stuff. But honestly, I don't know. I'm the type of person that I would just rather like get this. Don't even bother with Ryzen Master and just, let it do its thing. And put the deep cool or whatever custom cooler on there and it's fine. Yeah, I mean, you can do that too. Like, what he's saying makes sense. So it's up to you. You can get the 5600 and then manually tune it to the 5600X. So it depends on what you want to do. Like, if you want to tweak the processor, you can totally do that. Or you can just get the X and just never even bother doing any of that stuff. But in general, the difference is the X is more aggressive in how quickly it boosts and how long it holds the boost, the higher boost frequency. So it's like, yeah, you can tune this one. So you can set this one to go to 4.6, because this is 4.4. You can set it to go to 4.6, or you could try to tune it where the best cores go to 4.6 or 4.7 even. I mean, but then if you're doing 4.7, technically it's considered an overclock, so you're gonna have to stability test and that sort of thing. Yeah, I think so. 1080p. So if you're doing 1080p, you want to stream. Yeah, I would just get one of these. I would get the X. That's what I would do. It's up to you. If you want to do what Joel's saying, you want to use Ryzen Master and you want to manually tweak it and customize the boost, the turbo. I mean, you can do that. The only difference is this is pretty much guaranteed. This one, the X is guaranteed out of the box to hit the advertised speed without any manual changes. Yeah, the B550 has nothing to do with it. No. B550 lets you tweak the processor. When I said so, Intel B560 is the one that you can't really tweak the processor. The thing with AMD's motherboards, they don't restrict you regardless of what chipset you're using. The Intel maybe not the B series. Intel has another chipset called the H series. The H series is very, very restrictive. It's really meant for OEM. So, but yeah, since we're not talking about Intel, then none of it. Don't worry about the motherboard. Anytime we talk about AMD motherboards, everything is unlocked, everything's available. There's no restrictions. With Intel, you have to be careful with the motherboard, because some motherboards they have restrictions. Typically with Intel, only the most expensive chipset. So in this case, the Z690 is the one that's fully. It basically gives you full freedom to do all the customization you want. How much power supply? Not much. So the processor is a 65 watt processor. So you wanna give that the boost margin. So I'll say 130. 130 is typically the socket. I think maxes at 130, 140, somewhere around there. So you want to say about 130 watts is what you want for the processor total number. And then for the graphics card, I believe that's a 120 watt. Where was it? This guy. 132. So I was close. So 132. So that's going to be what, a single 8-pin? Yeah, that's a single 8-pin on the graphics card. So that's not a lot of power. So that's actually really, wait a minute. How fast is this guy? This guy is like an A750 or like a 2060 Super or a 2070, and it only uses a single 8-pin. Wow. Okay, so yeah, I mean, so if this is 132, you have to add margin for boost, or I guess for like the game clock. So that's typically going to put you around, I would say 150, or no, I would say like 175, 180. So I would say 180 for the graphics card plus 130 for the CPU. That puts you at 310 watts. So you're going to add like your other components, the motherboard, the fans, all that stuff. So I would probably say get like a 550, 600 watt. Get a 600 watt power supply and you should be fine. Get a Channel Well or a Chickeny or Superflower, any of those guys. 550 or 600. I personally would just get 600 or 650. But 550 is fine. 80 plus bronze. This GPU doesn't have enough power to spike high transients. So, yeah. So you'll be fine with 550. But if you can find 600, get 600. Or even 650. My model for power supplies is kind of... It runs counter to what most tech channels will tell you. People will tend to say you should size your power supply appropriately. I always say it's better to have more and not need it than to not have it when you actually need it. So for example, if you buy a 550 watt and then 2 years from now, 3 or 4 years from now, you upgrade your graphics card to a graphics card that uses an 8-pin plus a 6-pin, or maybe dual 8-pin, or just in general it uses more power. Like let's say you buy a graphics card that uses 220 watts. I don't know, 550 will still probably be okay, but I'd probably go with 600, 650. But it depends. If I don't know how the price scales with the power supply, but like in India, because if you look at here, if we look at, let's do up to 600, and then if we do, well, let's just kind of look here. See, like power spec, they have an 80 plus bronze, 650 for this much. Now I don't know what that will end up being in India, if it'll even be at this price in India. But this is one power. I have a power spec. I have a really old 600 watt power spec. It's used with an Intel 11th gen Rocket Lake, and it's super old and it still works, and it has an RX 480 as the GPU, and it's never had any problems. So I can tell you, like, power spec, I've used them. I use Corsair. Corsair would be really good, but they're gonna be more expensive because they're selling on brand recognition. Thermaltake, I've had Thermaltakes in the past. I had a 600 watt Thermaltake that had a weird issue, but then I had a 750 watt Thermaltake that never had any issues. But that was a long time ago, and that was not an 80 plus unit. So in India, you mostly have Cooler Master, Corsair, MSI. Okay, and then MSI typically uses the same OEM that Corsair uses, at least the newer MSI power supplies, which is a really good one. They use someone called CWT, Channel Well Technology. So this is the company. They're a Taiwanese company. Channel Well Technology. They manufacture the Corsair. Typically the high-end, not all the Corsairs, but the vast majority of the Corsair power supplies are made by CWT. And CWT is really, really good. So, but MSI, from what I know, MSI also uses CWT. MSI is a Taiwanese company. CWT is a Taiwanese company. So it makes sense that they use the exact same OEM. So, or they would partner up with them. So that's a good one. The other one is Super Flower. It's another Taiwan company. Okay, they're all Taiwan. Okay. So this is another one. They make really good power supplies. These are the ones that make EVGA power supplies. And they're also really, really good. So, but you don't have EVGA, so maybe these guys are not over there. But yeah, CWT is fine. I personally have never owned an EVGA power supply. I've never owned a Super Flower power supply. So I can't really speak from experience. But from what I've heard, from what I've read, from what I've seen, people speak really, really well of the EVGA power supplies, which means that the Super Flower power supplies are good. I have only mostly used Corsair, which is CWT. And I'm currently using an MSI, which is also CWT. So, and I've never had any problem with any CWT power supply. So I can tell you, like, if you choose a Corsair power supply, you'll probably find, if you can get like a 600 watt Corsair. Let me go back here. Where was it? You have an EVGA Supernova with the 4080. Cooler Master. Okay, Cooler Master's the cheapest. See, okay, the thing with Cooler Master, I don't know who the OEM is for Cooler Master. I know that it varies a lot. So Cooler Master historically has used Seasonic. They have also used Super Flower. So I don't know exactly, like, especially if you're talking about like 550 watt. 550 watt, it could be anything. It could be CWT. It could be Chickeny. It could be like another one that no one knows. It could be Leylon, or the one that Gigabyte used, which everybody hates because those were catching on fire. But Gigabyte has recently like gone to a different supplier, so it's not really a problem for Gigabyte anymore. But you know, yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about the Cooler Master power supplies. MWE V2 bronze is, what's MWE? Oh, you mean the model? This one? What's MWE? Cooler Master. You're saying Cooler Master is the cheapest, which typically means Cooler Master is probably using a lesser known OEM. I would probably then tell you to get an MSI, but I mean, Like, which one are you looking at for the Cooler Master? Because maybe we can find it here. Oh, wait. They don't have any Cooler Master. They're all out. I'm gonna go to Newegg. Yeah, MSI 600 watt is probably CWT. So, yeah, realistically, like, you can't really go wrong there. Like, MSI, like this one, here's a 650 watt, but that's expensive, though, for a 650 watt. Weird. Typically, they have these other ones. But MSI recently started selling those PCI Gen 5 type power supplies, which I do have an unboxing on my channel for the MSI Meg. But like this, hold on, did Tech Power Up do a review? I think they did, didn't they? Okay, they did one of this one. So they have a 1000 watt. This is going to be very, very expensive though. But see, like this one, does it say, are they going to say CWT? Well, I think they say it somewhere. Teardown? Yeah, it's probably going to say it here. Yeah, see? Manufacturer OEM CWT. So it's Channelwell technology. So MSI is using the same OEM that Corsair is using. So you can see it looks like they have the, is this the high side or the low side? No, where's the, I always forget. One of them is the high side, one's the low side, or the primary and the secondary. I always forget. This is the sort of thing where it's like when I start looking at the inside of a power supply, where's the AC cable? That's all I want to know. It's like, I think it's over here. No, no, it's over here. It's this part. So basically, this is the first side. This is gonna be secondary. That's the secondary board. So yeah, like this. The only thing I don't like about MSI, although you're buying a 600 watt, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. But like on the higher wattage, like on the 1000 watt, I really wish the MSI power supplies were larger. I just feel like it's too small. They're cramming all this stuff into a small amount of space. The thing with Corsair is Corsair has a larger box for the power supply. And it's weird because they're both using the same supplier. So it's like, I guess Corsair, you know, they told CWT, like, build me a power supply that fits in this size of a box. And they give them a larger box to work with. I guess that's how it works, although I have no idea. And then MSI's like, no, it's got to be small because it needs to be compact. So I don't know, man. I personally think that the larger, the higher the wattage, the bigger the box for the PSU components actually needs to be. So I'm not too happy with how small the MSI power supply is that I'm using compared to my old Corsair. But it's the same supplier, so I assume that it should be fine. Rosewell is Newegg's brand. So Rosewell is Newegg's private label. That's a really good question. I don't know who Rosewell uses. That's a really good question. Actually, you know what? Did the way I can find out, sometimes I just go here, Rosewell. Let me see what the model. Oh wait. Rosewell. Here's one from a long time ago. They reviewed one from a long time ago, but let me see who's the actual manufacturer. I honestly don't know who makes. Now, obviously, this is from 2013, so they could have changed suppliers. I don't see Superflower. I don't see CWT. I have no idea. I actually have no idea who makes Rosewell. I just know that it's Newegg's brand. So it's a Newegg exclusive. Micro Center, you know what? I think you're right. I think they did have their own, but I forgot what the name is. It's not Power Spec. Maybe it is Power Spec. You know what? I think it's Power Spec. I think Power Spec is Micro Center's brand. Yeah, it's Power Spec. Power Spec is their... Power Spec is Micro Center's brand. For their own, like, if you want to buy a pre-build from Micro Center, it's always a Power Spec. So, yeah, see, like... Power Spec... G-Series feature name brand. I'm pretty sure Power Spec is the brand. Hold on. Micro Center is the place to find Power Spec. Well, maybe not. Micro Center PSU brand? Maybe it's Inland. Inland, I know, is their SSD. No, they don't have any Inland. I think it's Power Spec. Yeah, I think it's Power Spec. And Rosewell I know for a fact is Newegg. But I don't know who makes either one. I have no idea who makes either one. So I don't know. Hercules 1600 watt. Man, that looks so out of style. You can tell this is from 2013. No PSU company does this. Like, big meme-sized font is not a thing on PSUs anymore. I don't think it ever was. Hercules 1600 watt in giant letters. Yeah, no. But see, one thing I do like about this power supply, I like how large the actual box is, the enclosure, because when you have a 1600 watt unit, you want to space those capacitors out. You don't want those capacitors literally sitting right next to each other, just gasping for air, for heat dissipation. Even though capacitors don't run that hot, but I mean, the chokes do. So it's like, looks cheap. It looks so. I mean, it has a button to turn the fans off. It has auto fan control. The 4090 of PSUs. Well, I kind of think that 1600 watts do need to be this large, though. So I don't think this is a bad thing. Like, the fact that it's this large is actually a good thing. I do think the fan... Well, it's probably because they don't have a lot up here. Well, this is the side. This is the side from the outside. This is where the AC comes into the DC. But, like, all of your 12-volt rail and 5-volt... All the voltage dividers and the current dividers are all right underneath the fan. So... I mean, I don't think it's bad, so by any means. It's just, it looks very, very outdated. Like, look, it's a semi-modular. Typically, like, I've never heard of a 1600 watt semi-modular power supply. Typically, anything over 700 watts is typically fully modular nowadays. Look at that, ketchup and mustard. Well, that's not ketchup and mustard, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like the ketchup. Paul's Harbor used to call these type of cables ketchup and mustard cables. I don't know why. Well, I mean, yeah, this looks kind of like ketchup. See, it's ketchup and mustard. Ketchup and mustard cables. They're not individually sleeved. And look at that old school Molex right there. Yeah, that looks, and the red on this, like that's something that Thermaltake did for a number of years. Sounds like a jet engine. It has a mind of its own. That sounds like a Seasonic. Is that a Seasonic? Seasonic power supplies, at least the older ones, they have the button to turn it to run in silent, but then it'll like turn the fan on at a certain point. Oh, Corsair. Oh, okay. I mean, I have Corsair power supplies. I've never had that problem, but I had a Seasonic power supply that does that. Yeah, I did not like that, my Seasonic. A lot of people always say Seasonic is so good. I completely disagree. I do not like Seasonic. They're not terrible. Seasonic cannot handle high transient loads. At least not the older Seasonics. Like, I had an issue with Seasonic where I remember when I used to play Final Fantasy 15. This was back when I was using a Vega 64. My Seasonic would quickly trip OCP. It would literally turn off the whole computer at a certain point in the game. It would happen every single time. I could duplicate the problem all day. And that power supply, it was a 1,000 watt Seasonic 1,000 watt Prime Titanium. I still have it. I don't use it anymore though. It's like a backup, so if a power supply ever dies, I can always like switch over to one of these. But like, is it this one? Page not found. No, I mean this guy right here, Seasonic Prime. Hold on, we don't need that. Just Seasonic Prime Titanium. Okay. Yeah, this one. It was 80 plus titanium. 80 plus titanium is the highest tier efficiency. This is the only titanium power supply that I've ever owned, and I will never buy another one. Or I'll never get like another Seasonic one like this. But yeah, it could not handle the transient loads from a Vega 64. Like. So that means that if it was a 3090 Ti, or maybe a 6900 XT, it would do the same thing. I never tested it with those. Well, obviously, I probably could test it with those GPUs, but I've never really bothered to test it with this. I RMA'd it. I did an RMA. I had to ship the whole thing to Seasonic. They sent it right back, saying there's nothing wrong with it, and I felt, there's nothing wrong with it. So it was like, okay, I wasted time with the RMA, and yeah. But yeah, I did the RMA and they never replaced it. So it's like I still have the original unit. It was a waste of time doing the whole RMA. And that's it. I mean, it works fine. It works fine, but it's too sensitive. It's too sensitive to transient loads. It thinks that the computer is going to explode when Vega 64 decides to pull over 300 watts. So then it just shuts off. Because obviously the transient is probably, like 450 or something, or whatever it actually is. So it didn't like that. So how did I fix the problem? I bought a Corsair HX 1200 and never looked back. And that's why I'm a big advocate for CWT power supplies. Because Seasonics are too, well, at least my experience with them is they're way too sensitive to transient loads, or at least the one that I had. And this was a very expensive power supply. 80 plus titanium, 1,000 watts. I think this was like a $300 power supply. I can't remember exactly how much I paid for it. I think it was around $300. But yeah, never again. Because the Corsair, this is a 1,000 watt titanium. The Corsair that I replaced it with was a 1,200 watt, 80 plus platinum. So it's one tier down because it's 80 plus titanium, then platinum, then gold, then silver, then bronze, and then just plain 80 plus, and then nothing. So this was a titanium. I replaced it with a platinum, which is actually considered worse efficiency-wise than a titanium. But it doesn't shut off the computer. So we're going to stick with that. That's the reason why that is how I learned the hard way about transient GPU spikes. Way before Gamers Nexus ever did any PSU testing on like 4090 and all that stuff. I've known about this stuff since 2017. You had to RMA your case. It was a Finnish PC store I bought it from for 2 months. After all that waiting, they just sent me a message telling me to contact Leanne Lee directly. Why'd you have to RMA the case? That's such a random thing to RMA. To RMA the case? What brand of the PSU and model matters more than the 80 plus? Yeah, well, yeah. Actually, well, the OEM. The OEM matters the most. You know, like, because not all Corsair power supplies are CWT. Like, the lower down you go in the wattage, then they start changing up the actual OEM. And Corsair used to use a company called Chickeny. Now I forget where Chickeny's based out of. I think it's an American company, but I could be wrong. Chickeny is the one, because I used to have I sold this off to a friend a number of years ago, but I used to have a Corsair RM850, like the old RM850. This one, the one that actually had the yellow logo. Yeah, this one. So the yellow logo. So this one is not made by CWT. The one with the yellow letters is made by a company called Chickeny. And I used to have one of these. This is the thing that I replaced. I went from this to that Seasonic Titanium Disaster PSU. And then from the Seasonic, I went back to Corsair, and I got the HX1200. So, but I had this for a number of years. I think I got one of these. I think I bought this when I built my Intel i7 4770K Haswell back in 2013. So a long time ago was when I had this. And this is not a CWT. This is not a Superflower. It's some other lesser known brand. But it was good. It never had any problems. Your friend RMA'd his RAM because he didn't like the box? What? What? A screw in the back snapped so you couldn't get the cable cover back on. Leanne Lee support was so much better. First message they sent me back was, okay, we'll send you a new. Yeah. Typically, like the companies that make cases, basically companies that make peripherals can either be really, really good with customer support or really, really bad. But in general, they're really, really good. And the reason why they're really, really good, especially if it's a company that's been around for a long time, like Leanne Lee and Corsair, is you gotta remember, like, the profit margin for those premium boutique gaming cases is actually very good. Like, think about the Fractal Torrent. The Fractal Torrent is probably one of the most sought after. Well, I don't want to say it's the most sought after, but like Fractal Torrent, like this case, this is one of the more modern. It's an interesting case because long ago, like in the 2000s decade, PCs used to mount the power supply at the top. See, like on this case, the power supply goes on the top. This is very old school. So it's definitely not a conventional design. It's almost like something from, almost like 20 years ago. Like, but it's still a very popular case. Gamers Nexus gave it a really good review. I am personally using one right now. Like, this is the case that the computer that I'm streaming off of is using right now. But, like, the profit margin on this is probably very good. Because this is, you got to think about it. There's not a whole lot in here. Like, the only electronic thing in here is the fan control. But you can imagine if a case doesn't have the fan splitter, and if it's literally just like 2 or 3 or 4 fans, and they're charging, like $100 Like, the profit margin on that is definitely 60 to 70%. So that's the reason why when you call in for some kind of support ticket, they're usually really good because their profit margins are usually very, very good on computer cases. And that's the reason why, it's, they're buying the, like, for example, if you're RMAing, if you're asking for like a screw, or like you stripped a screw, they'll send you a bag with like 4 screws or something. Or if you're missing like let's say the rubber grommet for the hard drive tore or whatever, they'll send you, like 4 of them or something, because they have so many of them in stock, because they mass produce the case for the and they, for small little components like the rubber stoppers or the screws, they usually share them with different chassis, so they can actually, get economies of scale across their entire product stack. So that's why it's not really that big of a deal for them to ship you, like a replacement piece or something or whatever. So that's the reason why the support for these sort of things is usually very good compared to other things. So like if it's something where the profit margins are really, really low, that's where they're going to cut corners. They're going to cut corners on the support side. Now, I'm not saying that every company is going to have amazing support if they're selling, keyboards and mice and computer cases. But in general, like, their profit margins are pretty good, so they can afford to send you, like, replacement that way. So that's why when EVGA was saying they got out of graphics cards, yeah, the profit margin for GPUs, especially NVIDIA GPUs, for an AIB is very, very low compared to, like, for example, Corsair is probably making way more money on a keyboard, a mechanical keyboard, or a case. Like, percentage-wise, the amount of profit that Corsair is making off of selling you a computer case versus EVGA selling you a graphics card, it's like night and day difference. Look up Thermaltake. Thermaltake Core P7. Oh, that weird one? Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. This one? The Transformer? You know what? This is the sort of thing that I need for my test bed. Like, the computer that I want to use to, like, benchmark GPUs. Ideally, this is... Well, okay, not all this hard tubing, because this is going to be way too much to manage. Like, it's too much maintenance. But, like an open test bed almost. But I don't know. I still think it's better to give more realistic benchmark results. I like to test in an actual computer case with the front panel closed, so I give you guys accurate thermals, accurate noise levels, that sort of thing, as opposed to, because I'm pretty sure some reviewers, they're bench testing like on an open test bed, so they're not giving you like accurate temperature readings. Well, I mean, it's accurate, but it's not like realistic accurate. Well, these don't really move because this is hard tubing, so these can't move. Yeah, this is on a fixed thing. Or does it actually close? Oh, wait. No, it does. Oh, you're right. Oh, man. It does actually close. Why is the pictures aren't loading? What happened? It just, like, completely just canceled out the page. Core 7? I like how they just took Elden Ring. They took an Elden Ring character with the Lone Wolf armor set and literally just like copy pasted it. Well, okay, they put Elden Ring right there. So okay, at least they're actually referencing Elden Ring instead of just like, oh hey guys, look, this is our thing that we have. Okay, well, I don't know what happened there over that webpage. it's redirecting to this now for some reason. Well, I've seen it. I know which case it is. It's the transformer. What do I think of it? It's I wouldn't use it because it's kind of impractical. Like it won't give you accurate everyday thermals. Like for reviewing hardware, it's cool, but it's not something that I would use because it doesn't really give you like an accurate representation of man, that's a cool looking motherboard. That motherboard has like all heatsink. Too bad that's not an actual motherboard that you can actually buy. But I wouldn't be surprised if motherboards become like this in the future. With the way like power consumption is going, if it only like keeps going up or it stays the way it is, the VRMs, like they're gonna need to just like throw massive heat sinks on everything. Literally, a motherboard is eventually just gonna become a brick. I wonder what they're gonna do with like the ATX spec, because graphics cards are becoming so big that they basically obstruct all the space underneath them. So realistically, you only, these two. This looks like an interesting, like, this is probably a concept board, but if this was a debug board, that's a really cool debug board, but realistically, that's not a debug board. They would have to have, yeah, no. That's a cool looking concept board, though. NZXT style motherboards. Oh, yeah, they do make motherboards, you're right. Actually, you know what? I think Micro Center has some. I think they're only like Intel boards though. What? Why is it only these four? What? I thought they had NZXT. I'm pretty sure I saw NZXT. Are we searching like a specific brand? I didn't click. Oh, whatever. Oh well. Yeah, I've seen the NZXT boards. They're very rectangular. The heatsinks are very rectangular. How am I able to afford all this cool stuff? No need to answer if you don't want to. Well, the thing is, you got to remember that most of the stuff that I have is all very, very recent. So, if you think about the course of the year, pretty much I saved up a bunch of money for the last quarter of the year. That's the answer. That's really the answer. Like, I just saved a ton of money until the end of the year because I knew that Q4 normally when you think about AMD, Nvidia, Intel, etc., they typically would launch their products further out from each other, or they would launch them like every other year. So, but for some reason, they all decided to launch everything all in one quarter. So I knew this going into the year, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to save, like $4,000 to afford all this stuff, realistically. But it's not like, to answer your question, it's not like I can just buy whatever, right? Like, there's a reason why I don't have a 4090, I don't have a 4080, I don't plan to get either one of those, because we basically that's the whole budget, and that's it. So it's like, I knew I was going to get AM5 no matter what, so I budgeted for that, and then I had leftover, so what I do with that, some of that went to storage, the rest of it went to Intel's 13th gen, and then the RAM was free, so the DDR5 I didn't have to pay for. The thing that I wasted money on, if you want to know, is this motherboard. This is something that I definitely did not need to buy, and I kind of regret buying it. So the Z790 Aorus Master was probably me wasting money. Definitely wasting money. The 1300K was a mistake. Okay. The way I justify the 3900K is because with the 3900K, I can retire my Threadripper 2950X. So basically what I've done is I've taken my 5800X, the 5800X became the 7950X. The Threadripper 2950X became the 13900K. Like in terms of like how I've rolled over my workflows. The 3800X test rig retired. I don't use it anymore. I've sold it. I've sold off the X370 motherboard, but I have kept the chip. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do with that chip, but I still have it. Will I realistically use it? Probably not. But I could. So, the motherboard that I have for AM4 is the Asus ROG X570 Crosshair Hero. So that motherboard I'm keeping. But the 370 motherboard, that's not here anymore. So I don't have that anymore. So that's how I kind of recoup some of the cost. But I still have that old CPU, probably as a collector's item. But realistically, it's not really that big of a deal. But it is a Zen 2 processor. So, what else did I buy? Obviously, the graphics cards, the AMD graphics cards. Did I need to buy the XT? Probably not. So in terms of like overspend for the year for me, I overspent buying the Z790. Now, I kind of think the 13900K, you can say it kind of was a waste, but I don't know about that, because to me, it's way faster than my old Threadripper 2950X. Now, granted, the Ryzen CPU is also like way faster. I have a video of the Threadripper versus the Ryzen on the channel doing a DaVinci Resolve render, and the 7950X is literally more than twice as fast compared to the old Threadripper 2950X. So, but the thing is, I need to use this computer as a streaming / gaming / live content, whatever you want to call it, desktop. So that means the 13900K becomes a rendering farm, essentially. So 13900K is used for, stuff behind the scenes. And the other computer that hasn't been shown yet, but will be shown soon, and I think there was someone in the chat, there was a couple of people that actually were asking about it earlier in the stream. The third computer, so there's going to be 3 computers that I will be using. One will be the test computer for benchmarking. That computer hasn't been revealed yet. There's obviously the streaming computer, that's the 750X. And then there is the production, the back-end computer. That would be the 13900K. That's the one that's going to have, the NAS. That has all my old, spindle drives for all my video archives for the channel. All that stuff's on the 13900K computer. So that computer isn't really, I can use it for live content as well, but realistically, you're not really going to see the 13900K that much on the channel. I won't use it for benchmarking, even though I could. There's no reason to. But what I want is a third computer, which I will reveal soon, for basically doing benchmarking videos. So graphics card comparisons, basically if I want it, let's say I want to show, a video showing RX 5700 XT versus Intel Arc 6 months later, or Intel Arc 1 year later. Those type of videos, for me to retest and all that stuff, I want that to be on a platform that's easy for me to be able to just pull out the GPU, put another GPU, and it doesn't disrupt my workflow. I've said this on a previous stream, so it sounds like I'm repeating myself for those that have already heard me say this. But, that's kind of the way I see me trying to structure the channel so that I can actually grow a bigger audience. I kind of need to have an optimized workflow, and the way things are for me right now, or the way they've been going, is it's not an optimal way for me to do stuff. To make a video where I benchmark stuff, it takes a insane amount of time, and it's very off-putting because I can't have the computer on all the time. I can't be like writing stuff, the bullet points and stuff, because if I'm going to be benchmarking, I have to have all those windows closed. You know, it's literally just the game, because I don't want to have anything on the computer influencing the benchmark run, which could cause, you know, like a dip in the minimum FPS. So that could give you an inaccurate 1% low and that sort of thing. So, you know, I want to make it be consistent. So for that, I need to have a third computer or another computer that's separate from the one that's doing all the workflow. So the idea that I've come up with is I'll utilize the capture card. So the capture card that I have, so this one here, I can use the AverMedia to essentially capture footage off of the PC that will be benchmarking the game, so that I can feature some of the, you know, what you see in other YouTubers where they show, you know, Rivatuner statistics with the FPS counter going. So in order for me to do that, I need to have that separate computer, because I don't want the OBS or whatever I'm using to capture the footage to influence the benchmark result in any negative way. So I hope that makes sense, because that's kind of what I'm aiming to do with that other computer. So, but yeah, the idea is, ideally I have this computer that has all the data, so the Excel, all that stuff, the scripts, everything that I'm writing for the channel, and all the, like, the graphics for the bar charts, all that stuff is done on here. And then I have another computer that gives me all the raw data, so like the FPS numbers, the actual benchmark score, the frames rendered, the minimum frame, the maximum frame, the average, you know, etc. So all that stuff captured on another computer, which doesn't have a lot of hard drive space, because I'm very, very limited on hard drive space. One thing I've noticed about YouTube is making YouTube videos really, really eats up your hard drive space very, very quickly. So that was a big eye-opener with me trying to grow this channel in the last several months here. Are you an engineer? You have so much knowledge about PC parts. I wouldn't say you have to be an engineer to know a lot about PC parts. I know a lot of engineers that don't really know a whole lot about PC DIY. But having said that, I am an engineer, so it's like I've said this on a previous stream, so I work more on the networking side in IT, more so on, you know, the switch, the router, the layer, the OSI model. If you're familiar with any of those concepts, that's more of what I do as my actual day job. So it's different from this. Ideally, if I could work more in the consumer market space, whether we're talking Internet of Things or smart devices, or just, you know, graphics cards, CPUs, that would be ideal. But most of the companies that do that sort of work is done all outside of the US. The vast majority of the engineering work is done in Asia, or, you know, other parts of the world. You're switching to server hard drives, Seagate, 18 terabyte, for what? Oh, you mean for storage? See, like right now, my storage for the videos is, I have 3 hard drives. I have a 10 terabyte hard drive, and I have 2 8 terabyte hard drives. And then I have several 1 gig and 2 gig SSDs. So that's usually what I have. So the games that I benchmark, and then the games that I actually play, those are all on the SSDs. And then all the like archive footage for the channel fills up the hard drives. And then I have some single player games that I don't really play much, that I either uninstall or I move them over to the hard drive. But I'm learning really quick that if you're serious about building a YouTube channel, you really need a lot of hard drive space. That was a big eye-opener. You know the OSI model? What's layer 4? Well, I mean, I'm not going to quiz you on that, but, you know, that's typically what I deal with. But I'm actually, yeah, I kind of want to move out of that, to be honest. Like, like I said, if I could do something with consumers-facing hardware as opposed to enterprise, I would much rather do that. Yeah, transport's layer 4. So you have physical, you have data link, network, transport. What is the other one? Session. I always forget session. The 7 is application layer, but what is number 6? 6 is session? No, 6 is presentation. 5 is session, I think. I think it's session, then presentation, then application. But yeah, that's typically what I deal with. So it's more so on the network side than the client or server side. Although I do some stuff with server, not a whole lot. It's more on the network side than on the server side. But I don't know, like the server side of it sounds really interesting to me, like containers and stuff. Did you do stream on? Did I do stream on God of War? GOW? You mean God of War? No, I don't have that game. I guess you mean God of War? Oh, yeah, no, I don't have it. I don't have God of War. I never played God of War or God of War Ragnarok. In fact, I don't think I've ever played any God of War game ever. Like, even the old PS2 God of War games, I've never played those. But it's funny we're talking about network stuff. The other day, like, I was looking at, like, network switches. I recently got one of these for the channel. Like, basically, I got, no, I think it was this one. TP-Link. This is a Chinese company, man. Like, these guys, because I was thinking of getting a Ubiquity, but, man, this cannot be beat. Like, an 8-port gigabit switch for 20? Like, what? Like, this, it's a dumb switch. You can't do any VLANs with it, but it's like, who cares? The reason why I bought one of these is because it's because of that second desktop PC, the one I was telling you about for benchmarking. Like, I don't want to be on Wi-Fi. So the reason why I don't want to be on Wi-Fi, even though I'm only using that for benchmarking, is because if I have to download Steam updates for the games that I'm going to benchmark, I don't want those downloads to take forever. So I need it to be on LAN. And the desktop that I'm streaming on, this one obviously is on the LAN. So I need a switch so I can add the second desktop. The other thing that I want to connect in the LAN is the PlayStation 5. Because if we're going to be covering PlayStation 5 in the future, if for whatever reason, I want the PS5 to also have a LAN connection. So right now I have this switch. I've got port 1 going to the router. I have port 2 going to this desktop. Then I have port 3 going to the new desktop, and then I have port 4 going to the PlayStation 5. So it amazes me because it's like I was thinking of getting like a 5-port switch, and then I realized, okay, the router takes up one of those, so that leaves 7 of them, and then we're connecting like 3 devices. So I only have like 4 ports available. I was surprised how quick it fills up. So my internet speed right now is 500 meg up and down. So I'm not limited when I stream, because streaming is always about upload speed. But yeah, I'm thinking about upgrading the internet to 1 gig. I've been considering it for the last several months. But I haven't done it, and part of the reason is because I bought all this hardware, guys. So it's like, I don't really have money to afford the 1 gigabit right now. Maybe sometime next year. Yeah, I've been thinking of going to 1 gig. But honestly, the only time that I really need the 1 gig is when I'm patching my Steam games. Whenever I'm updating all my Steam games, man, it's amazing how, like, Steam will cap your 500 so quick while you're patching the game, while you're downloading the updates. Like, because I had to update Resident Evil Village, 3D Mark, there was like a whole bunch, Elden Ring, a bunch of them all needed to update, and I was like, are you serious? Horizon, you name it, it needed an update. It was ridiculous. Did you ever static assign local IP addresses for any of your computer? So, I used to do that with my previous ISP router, because for some reason that ISP router had a problem with the DHCP gateway. Like, for whatever reason, like, it didn't work. So I would have to manually go into every device on the network and set the DNS to like Google's 8888, and then it would fix the problem. But they had a problem where like the DHCP wasn't giving the IP addresses, so I just had to statically assign them. But eventually my ISP got me a newer router, and the newer router, I don't need to do that. So most of them are all dynamic. I think some of my devices are probably still using the Google DNS, but yeah, in terms of DHCP, everything right now is all just automatically getting its IP address via DHCP. Ubisoft bypassed my bandwidth limit. Really? Or it could be that for some reason, like it depends on your ISP, because sometimes like the ISP, they will limit you, but if the bandwidth in your area, if there's extra bandwidth available in your area, they probably have a policy set up in their core router where it's kind of like an if and an else if statement. So it's something like if network utilization is less than, some percent, then, 750 or whatever, right? Like they have some condition in there, maybe, I don't know, but it's something like that. Because, I know what you're talking about. Like sometimes, like I've seen my upload speed, like sometimes I'll do a speed test and my download is always capped at like 500, but the upload, like sometimes I see that shoot up to like 680 for some reason. I don't know why. Because typically your upload should be slower than your download, but I have symmetrical up and down. Yeah, you can. I just used DHCP. I had to do it when the DHCP on that router wasn't working. I don't know why. I think it was a bug with the router. But anyway, ever since they swapped the router, like I've never had the problem. But these switches are pretty good. These TP-Link switches, like these are really, really cheap. They're dirt cheap. And you get a full gig. I tested it. You get, well, like, I mean, obviously my ISP, I'm only paying for like 500, but you can daisy chain these too and they work. But this is what I'm using. So it's like, that's what I got to upgrade the infrastructure for the channel, like to try to grow the channel, because I needed the PS5 to be on LAN, and I needed that other computer to be on LAN, and they're both in the same room, so they don't all have access to the router. The default gateway, subnet mask, local IPv4, and the primary and secondary DNS servers, for example. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. You could do that. I mean, I was thinking of getting, like, when I was looking at a network switch, I actually was looking at a Meraki Go, but then when I realized, like, how expensive that was, I was like, nope, maybe not, because there's this Meraki Go. Yeah. It was like 200. No, wait, was it that one? No, I think it was this one. Yeah, it was like this. I was looking at one of these, and then, because it's 8 port, and then when I realized, oh man, no, that's way too much money. But the cool thing about this is it actually has SFP ports, so you can actually plug in fiber. You can plug in fiber right here. Like, you have to have the optic to go in here, the actual pluggable SFP. You put one of them in there or there, and you could run like fiber straight to this. So the idea behind going with this is, with this thing, technically you don't really need an ONT for the fiber to the home, but the thing is, you're still going to be dependent on your ISP at their central office. So they're not going to want you to do this, because it's like, there's no way for them to negotiate with your actual router via the fiber connection. Like, if you're paying for 500, but you put one of these in and you plug in the fiber straight to them, they'll say, okay, 500 is the max, but you can go in here and say 1,000 is the max, and it's like, what are they gonna do, right? Now, I think what will probably happen is the router will auto-negotiate down to 500. But the thing is, 500 is not actual speed. 500 is something that they are actually... It's called rate limiting. They're rate limiting you to 500 at their core router. So, you know, I don't know, man. I wonder, like, if you plug in a 1 gig here, and you set it to 1000 meg, like, is their OLT able to... I don't know, that'd be weird. Because, see, the thing is, they're able to control your internet speed because they have the ONT. But if you plug in this thing straight to their fiber connection off of one of these SFP ports, and you set this to 1000 meg, I don't know if they can control that. I don't know if the ISP can control that. But, I mean, that's just an expensive router or switch to try to figure that out. So, I don't know. Just something to think about. But I ended up getting one of these. I was like, no, I'm not going to spend $200. I spent enough money on computer hardware. When it comes to the network, we're gonna go bottom barrel right there. The streams, well, it shows I haven't dropped any frames. Yeah, OBS is showing 0 dropped frames, so I think, let me check my ping. Let me do a ping test real quick. Continuous ping. No, my ping to google.com is only 4 milliseconds. And I'm not timing out, so it's not on my end. I don't know. I don't see any dropped frames, so... And YouTube says excellent connection, green, so I don't really... Well, anyway, I mean, that's kind of what I would recommend for that build in the India market. I feel like B550 is still pretty relevant over there in terms of the price to performance ratio. DDR4, it's a mature platform. And the thing is, technically, you do have an upgrade path, because if you're starting with a Ryzen 5, you can potentially, at some day in the future, upgrade to either an X3D, or you could go all the way up to a 16 core. So yep. Oh, wait. Kevin was saying something about LAN parties. For some reason, Ubisoft... Oh. You use them for LAN parties. Warcraft 3 with the squad. Man, that sounds very old school. Warcraft 3 LAN party. That's are you talking about like the new Warcraft 3? Does the new Warcraft 3 allow local LAN? You're talking about the Switch. Yeah. You're talking about the Switch that I was talking about, the 8-port Switch. That's old school. Oh, in a year or so? Well, you know, in a year from now, things are going to be very, very different. So, yeah, the old one, the 2003 one. Yeah. Man, that makes me think of, like, StarCraft Brood War. StarCraft Brood War LAN parties were the thing. I was never a big fan of Warcraft 3. I did like StarCraft, though. StarCraft Brood War. I never liked StarCraft 2 that much, either. I was never really good at StarCraft 2. I hated how in StarCraft 2, like, the typical strategies online were to try to either Void Ray Rush as Protoss, or the cheesy, like, Tower Rush with Protoss, or the Reaper Rush as Terran. You know, those are kind of like, that's what I remember of StarCraft 2. Unless the game actually went into late game, and then you would have, like, Immortals, a bunch of siege tanks, and then eventually, like, battle cruisers and stuff. StarCraft 1 was StarCraft 1 wasn't that much older. I mean, StarCraft 1 was popular all the way until StarCraft 2 released. And then even after StarCraft 2 released, there was still a lot of people playing StarCraft 1. Like you know, in the early from 20 StarCraft 2 was 2010, but like StarCraft 1 was from like, I know that game was like sometime in the late 90s, but even then, like all throughout the 2000s, man, a lot of people were playing StarCraft 1. Like the whole like Korean esports scene built up overnight all off of just StarCraft 1. Can I suggest a budget 1080p monitor for IPS? Probably a Dell something, or 1080p. I would get a 22-inch personally. Man, where's the what am I looking for here? Okay, 1080, 22-inch. Here. Wait a minute. There's like a what? This is $70. This is probably a T. This is not an IPS though. I'm pretty sure this is not an IPS. Like, what is this price? What is this price on a monitor? This is obviously a TN panel. It's gotta be. It's an AMD FreeSync monitor, and it's that much money. It's a full 1080p, 75 hertz. It's a 75 hertz for $70. What is this? Oh, it's a VA panel? This isn't even a TN. This is a VA panel. What? 1 millisecond? VA panel? FreeSync? 75 hertz? What is this? Where was this during the Black Friday deals? I would say get a 22-inch myself. Like, okay, if you can't find the Acer, although you said IPS. IPS is typically going to be more expensive, although they have gone a lot cheaper. What is this? Like, this is an IPS. Here's an Asus. Asus VA 229 or 229HR. That is such a weird name. This is like, what is this? Why? It's an IPS monitor, but it has VA in the name, making me think that it's a vertical alignment monitor. That's gonna confuse me forever. This is like Veterans Association 229 Human Resources. Like, what is like what is this type of product name? Anyway, this is one, like, an Asus is probably found all over the world, so it's like, yeah, this is probably... I can see the VESA mount on the back, so you can mount that to a monitor arm if you wanted. The other one had that too, though, and that was... But, I mean, that Micro Center price was probably some, like, special deal. This is an IPS, though. But it's HDMI, so, does this have a DisplayPort? Oh, it doesn't have DisplayPort. It's only the old analog, which you would never use, or the HDMI. So, I would personally look for a DisplayPort monitor, but those are probably going to be a little bit more expensive. I would recommend this size. Like, a lot of people are probably going to disagree, but I have said this on multiple streams now. For 1080p, I would always go 22-inch. For 1440p, I would go 24-inch. And for 4K, I would go 27-inch. Those are the three sizes that I recommend at those three resolutions. Otherwise, if you go for a 24-inch, we're probably going to have to go to Newegg to look, because I know they're not going to have any. But the thing is, you can get a 24-inch 1440p Lenovo. I don't think it's going to be in the right budget, though. I know for a fact Lenovo has one. Yeah, right here. Bam, right here. 23.8 WQHD, 24-inch, 1440p. That's the price. I don't know what that is in India, because think Lenovo is gonna be. Oh, I think Lenovo is gonna be in India. I know the laptops are there, but I don't know about this. This is 1440p though, which is gonna be like way better. AOC 24G2 SP Gigabyte G2 4F. Oh, Gigabyte. This one. Okay, IPS. Oh, it's high refresh rate. Okay. Oh, I didn't even think about that. You said budget. When you said budget 1080, I was thinking like 60 hertz. But yeah, I mean that's a decent price too. So this is nice. It's not what I would buy because it's too big. But for some reason, most monitors now are most 1080p monitors now, especially if they're high refresh, are all 24 inches for some reason. I don't know why, even though that's not the optimal size for that resolution as a computer monitor. Doesn't say. Okay. This has DisplayPort. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, this one's good. It's got DisplayPort. Ideally, that's what you want. You want a DisplayPort to run from the graphics card to the monitor. It has the USB hub also, for whatever reason. And then it does not have built-in speakers, but that doesn't really matter too much, I guess. I just always think that built-in speakers are nice to have. Like, I would like to have them on the monitor, but even though, because you never know, right? Like, if your headphones break or whatever, you know, at least you have sound out of your monitor temporarily. That's what I would say. I would say 1440. If you're going 24 inch, I would go 1440. But it's up to you. Like you mentioned this monitor. I think it's a good one. 95% DCI. That's going to be good color accuracy. I don't know about this 125 sRGB. Usually this is a marketing thing. Like realistically, this either means that this is oversaturated, or this is just nonsense, and it's probably more like 72% NTSC color spectrum, maybe 97% sRGB. I don't know. This is kind of fake. Like, yeah, whatever. But anyway, it's the 95%. I can believe this, and that's pretty good on the colors. This is probably oversaturated if they're really trying to claim something more than 100. And then 1.2 because it's 1080p. It says HD already. That probably means that it's using the HDR that looks really bad if you turn it on. It's the one where it's like the edge lit, where it's like the bars will look really, 20,000 rupees budget for monitor. So, okay, it's either going to be that or this. Like, try to find what this is in India, because the reason why, okay, this is a 60, as far as I know, this is 60 hertz. I'm pretty sure this is 60 hertz. It doesn't really say, does it? It just says hertz. Okay, that's really helpful. This has got all the regular stuff. In fact, this actually has more than what you get on those other monitors. See, like, this has the little cable management thing. Everything, it's like really wide looking, because this is 24 inch. That looks like a really, really sturdy monitor stand. I don't know. I think, like, if I was gonna buy 1440p, oh, you said, you said 20,000, right? Rupees. So it's, yeah, this at least the way this is priced in the U.S. is within the budget of 20,000 rupees. So, I mean, I would probably get this. The only thing is, I'm pretty sure this is a 60 hertz monitor. It's not a 165 hertz monitor. I'm surprised there's like no questions about this because they don't. They say the. Oh, it's right there. What am I talking about? It's like literally right there. Wow, I can't read. Okay, it's right there. 60 hertz. I honestly think some people will disagree. Some people will say high refresh over resolution. The only time high refresh really matters is when you're playing the game and the frame rate is uncapped. But you know, having said all of that, you're going to pair this up with a 6600. And a 6600 is not really a 1440p graphics card. So you may be better off with that Gigabyte 1080p 165 hertz. So, but I personally think that this, long term, this is going to be better than the 1080p monitor. It's just going to give you more... You have more space to fit stuff on the screen. You play story-based games? Like, okay, give me an example. Like, for like the type of games that I have been showing on the channel. Like, I was playing Scarlet Nexus. I played Crisis Core. I played Kingdom Hearts 3. Or those, I consider those story-based games. If you play those type of games, then yeah, this. So the 6600 can probably run Scarlet Nexus and a game like Tales of Arise at 60 FPS at 1440p. Now, Crisis Core, I'm not sure. At 1440, I don't know. You might have to change some settings down, but definitely at 1080p, it can do 60 for Crisis Core. But I don't know about 1440p. 1440p, the 6600 is going to be a little bit on the weak side. Especially with modern titles. But but in general, this monitor, it's an IPS. It's the nice 24-inch. See, because a lot of people don't realize, like, 24 inches is the ideal size for 1440p. A lot of people don't know that. But if somebody has normal 20/20 vision, I mean, even if you're wearing glasses, as long as your corrected vision is 20/20, this is the ideal screen size for 1440p, not 27 inches. For some reason, all the monitor manufacturers decided in all their infinite wisdom that everybody wants 27-inch 1440p monitors. I never asked for that, but apparently a lot of people did, so they thought that that was good. But yeah, totally wrong. Like, they missed the mark on that one. 22, 24, not that different. Well, no, it is. It's different. If you see them, if you have them right in front of you, they're definitely different. But this is the way. This is the right screen size. This is the appropriate screen size, or I guess the correct word is this is the optimal size, physical size of the screen for WQHD resolution. Now, 27-inch probably makes more sense for 1600p. Which means 2560 times 1600, which is more of a taller, it's a 16:10 aspect ratio. I think that makes more sense for 27 inches. But for the 16:9, 1440p, no. 24 inches makes sense. And here's the reason why. The reason why it makes more sense is because if you ever decide to add a second or even a third monitor, you're going to need a lot of desk space if you're using a 27-inch monitor to start. Just to put things in perspective, the monitor that I'm using in front of me is a 4K monitor, but it is a 27-inch monitor. The other monitor that I have here that I'm looking at the chat, I'm looking at all this stuff on this side, on this screen, is a 24-inch 1440p monitor. And then I have an identical, another 1440p monitor, same exact monitor, on the right-hand side. So I have 3 monitors in front of me. I have a middle monitor, 4K 27-inch. Then I have 2 24-inch 1440p. Now, can you imagine if they were all 27-inch monitors? That would be like way more, like, I would have to turn my head way more. I would have far less peripheral vision to see everything. So that is the reason why I do think that, you know, the smaller the screen size, the better. Now, some people might say ultra-wide. Now, the reason why I don't like ultra-wide is because from a practical standpoint, if you're going to do something like live stream a game, for instance, if you're using an ultra-wide monitor, you have to play the game in a windowed mode of like 1440p or something. Because you're going to have to monitor your chat. You're going to have to monitor, you know, like the OBS, the stream. Make sure you're not dropping frames. Make sure your internet's not dying. There's too many other things that you constantly have to have open that having 3 monitors or just 2 monitors is way easier to manage all of that if you're live compared to if you had a single ultra-wide. So ultra-wide would work, but, you know, the gaming experience while streaming is not going to be as good if you're on ultra-wide, because you won't be able to benefit from the ultra-wide full screen because you have to monitor chat, you have to monitor all this other stuff, so you need to have those things in front of you. Aside from, you know, having it on a laptop next to you, but see, that adds another computer. There's like the whole another thing there. So that's the reason why I personally think that multi-monitor is way better than ultra-wide. I've never been a fan of ultra-wide. It's funny, like every time a game comes out and lacks support for ultra-wide, I always note how anytime a game comes out, it's usually a console Japanese game ported to PC, and it's always a lousy port because Japanese developers don't care, and they usually farm it out to some third party anyway. And they don't put in ultra wide support at launch, and then everybody and like the whole like 300 people on Steam that have, you know, I'm being sarcastic, but you get what I'm saying. Like the whole like 0.0002% of Steam users that use an ultra wide monitor rant and complain how game XYZ doesn't support ultra wide and they need someone to modify the INF file or the INI file to add support for ultra wide and mod it in. You know, it's like, no, I'd rather just have 3 monitors and not have to ever deal with any of those problems. So, yeah, no, it's like give me 4K on my middle monitor, and then give me 1440p monitors on the left and the right, and I'm good. I mean, I used to have 3 1440p monitors. Like, all 3 were the same monitor. Like, 3 of the same monitor, like, all in, you know, like, middle and left and right. And now the only difference is I took out the 1440 that was in the middle. That is going to be used on the new bench test computer, and then I have, like, the 4K monitor now in the middle. So the 4K monitor is the reason why I decided to get the new AMD graphics card. Is because of the 4K monitor. Like, I remember I put the video review up on the channel, and I got a comment from one of the viewers saying that I should have included 1080p benchmarks for the XTX because competitive gamers use 1080p. Well, okay. See, I kind of sat there and I thought about that comment for a second, and I realized, that's a dumb comment, because realistically, if someone, first of all, none of the games that I showed, aside from maybe Halo Infinite, are competitive shooters in the first place. And then the other thing too, which makes that comment kind of, where it like misses the point, is anyone who is a competitive gamer for like a first-person shooter like Apex Legends or Halo Infinite or PUBG or Counter-Strike, like they are typically not going to care about ultra settings. They're just going to turn everything on low anyway. And the fact of the matter is, if I'm showing a game like Halo Infinite and the FPS is like 200 FPS at 1440p at ultra settings, you can imagine what that's going to be like at low settings at 1080p. I think it's going to get the job done for the competitive shooter. So I found that comment kind of pointless, to be honest. like 1080p is not the target audience for any of the graphics cards that launched from Nvidia or AMD this year. Intel, obviously, okay, Arc, yeah, you can make an argument for 1080p with Arc, but that's not what we're looking at on this on that video. So, spare 1080p 24-inch you could use, if only if you had a good place to put it. The desk is pretty small. It could even fit Toot. You can get a monitor stand. I'm actually using a monitor stand. So, I don't actually have... So, the two monitors on the left and the right are actually floating. There's nothing underneath them. So, I can shove stuff underneath them. The only monitor that is sitting on a stand is the middle one. So, I'm using... I don't know if we can find it on here. I bought it off of Newegg, like, a long time ago. Like, 7 or 8 years ago. The XFX Tristan. It was a triple monitor stand. But you can get like a, what is it called? Ergotech triple monitor stand. Yeah, so this thing right here. So I use one of these. This is what I'm using. So you can see like the 4K monitors in the middle. And then I have the left and the right monitors hanging off of the two arms. This is what I personally use. Now, some people might use the monitor stand that you can attach to the desk. Or I guess they call it a monitor arm. I've been using this thing for like so long. And it's expensive. But, I've had it for almost a whole decade. And I've never had any problems with it. So... And it says, carries 3 monitors with screen size up to 27 inches each. Or 2 monitors up to 34 inches. It's funny, they've changed their marketing. This used to say carries 3 monitors with screen size up to 24 inches. But they've since added it to they've changed it to 27. So I guess they figured they can fit 3 27s, but that's good news, because that means I could actually eventually get 2 more 27-inch 4K monitors and put them on the left and right. But that's something for a long term. Once 4K becomes way cheaper, that isn't going to happen anytime soon. But that's nice to know that it supports 27-inch. Because I thought I oversized mine when I put the 27 in the middle. Because I had to force the 2 off to the sides and stretch them further out. But this is what I use, because if your desk is small, this makes a lot of sense. You just got to make sure that you have the space on the left and the right for the monitors to actually float over there physically. So... But this would work. There's also the ones for 2. Like, I know Micro Center. Micro Center used to have one. Just to kind of show. I know you're not near a Micro Center, but Inland, they had their own store brand. They had the Dual. Yeah, see, like a lot of people also do this, but these are very, very expensive for what they give you. The only reason why I don't like these are because you have to have a really, really strong desk to clamp this down. Like, the desk that I'm using is literally just a fold-up table. And if I were to use this desk that I'm using is a plastic desk. If I were to try to clamp this onto my plastic desk, it would crush the plastic. Or it would start bowing inward and press down on the it won't work. So it's like, that's not practical for me, or it won't work. But this is another option. Like, that's what a lot of people do. You can buy them in dual, like where it's like two. You said 224. I don't like using this for 24. I mean, it would work. You would just have to have it like offset so that one monitor is in the middle of the screen or in the middle of your view, then the other one is off to the side. But this is typically this is the sort of thing that I use. I don't actually use the monitor stands that came with the monitors. Is it just straight arms? Or you can move them around. You can see see how they have joints. You can see the joints there. You can move them. But ideally, you want it to be kind of symmetrical. But yeah, you can have them kind of like curved toward you on the left or the right. They have the TV one also, the one for the big TVs. They used to have the triple one, though. I don't see it on here. I see the double. Those are probably constantly sold out, though. That's probably why. Yeah, oh, wait, here it is. Yeah, something like this. Oh, that's actually really cheap, too. This is the sort of thing, though, that I would recommend. Something that can do this. See, you can kind of, like, adjust how they look or how the placement of them. But I've been using this thing for almost 10 years, and I mean, this has saved me so much desk space because I can put, like, for example, I have the Ryzen 9 box like literally sitting under the left monitor alongside the Core i9 box too. I just let them sit under the monitor. I use them kind of as like a show and tell prop. They're just kind of there. Because when people always ask, like, what am I using? I just kind of show them the box. But yeah, it saves space because you can fit things, you can store away things directly underneath your monitor, right? Where normally the stand would take up a bunch of space on the desk. And then also if you have a small desk, you might not even be able to fit the stand. So like Keck was saying, you just don't have anything there. You just put it on a stand like this. So that's one way to do it. So Ergotech is the brand. This is the one that I actually use. It's the Ergotech. The one I actually use is XFX, but it's the same supplier. It used to be XFX. The guys who make the graphics card, yeah, it's an XFX branded monitor stand. I feel like I might do just like a talking head video one of these days to kind of show like plans for the channel and kind of show what this setup looks like. Maybe that'll make it more clear. Is that balance good? Yes. Yeah, the Ergotech one is very, very sturdy. This is a solid, like, iron or steel. It's all full metal. The base of it is very heavy. And this comes out pretty far. The other one, so this is basically what I use, but the Tristan, I guess. Yeah, okay, here it is. Why is it like two of them? Why does it only show two of them? Oh, this is, wow, that's obviously that's used. See? This is how this is actually what mine looks like. So you guys can actually see, like, mine looks like a airplane stand down here. Like, this is actually the one I have. This is the exact one I have. The XFX, I don't know why it says F, I don't remember that, but it's the Tristan. I remember the name. The XFX, it's funny because it's the graphics card AIB partner for AMD. You know, they used to sell these. And this is the one that I have. So you can see, like, the middle monitor. I feel like most people that stream on Twitch that are really serious about streaming, or that are probably like a big streamer, I'm pretty sure they have 3 monitors. At least 2 monitors. I don't think anybody who's seriously streaming on Twitch is using just 1 monitor. They're all using 2, if not 3. Ideally 3. But in some cases 4. But yeah, like pretty much all the big channels, this is what they're using. They're doing something like this. So all that talk about ultra wide, it's like, yeah, those in the know actually do 3 monitors instead of ultra wide because it's way better. You can do portrait, you can do like portrait or whatever. Like some people, what I've seen some people do is they have one monitor, like they have the main monitor horizontal for the game. And then they have, like, either the 2 side monitors are vertical, they're portrait like this, so that they can do, like, the chat. Like, for example, the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, they can see way more chat when it is vertical like this. So that's one thing that I know some streamers do. I know some other streamers that have one monitor meant for monitoring chat, which will be vertical like this, but then their other the third one will also be horizontal. Like, so for example, the reason why they would have 1 vertical and 2 horizontal is the middle one obviously is going to have the game. The one on the right that's also horizontal or vertical, that one is usually, like, if they're going to do a reaction video. Like, for example, I'll just use Asmongold as an example. I don't know if you guys watch him or know who he is. I'll just use that name as an example because he's a very, very big, probably one of the biggest, I guess, popular streamers on Twitch. But he uses multiple monitors, and I think one of them, for a time, he was using 1 vertical to monitor chat so he could ban people or whatever, or time them out, or, you know, whatever. Just monitor chat with it vertical because you can see way more chat messages. And then on the other monitor, like the third monitor, would be normal horizontal because people would sometimes in his chat would ask him to do a reaction to a certain video on a YouTuber's channel or something. So what he would do is he usually have World of Warcraft on the middle monitor, but then on the other monitor, he would pull up the YouTube video that his chat is asking him to do a reaction to, and he'd have that be playing on that monitor, and be monitoring that, and he'd be like looking at his chat and then just kind of like commentating on it like that. So that's the reason why, like, multi-monitor totally is the way to go. Like, hands down, for productivity, for production, for broadcasting, live streaming, like, yeah, like multi-monitor is definitely the way they do it. Like, that's kind of the trade secret. So but yeah, that's kind of how it's done. Cause see, like, for example, like you guys, I can see like my YouTube messages coming in, not the stream ones. I see the stream ones obviously, but like, I just got a comment on one of my YouTube videos. So I'm reading a video comment here as I'm looking at this. Someone just posted a comment on my how to speed up host times on Ryzen 7000 and enable eco mode. So the comment says, "Are you happy with 7000 series? I have a 5900X and am on the fence about choosing Intel 13700K or AMD 7900X." So what I would say to that comment is, well, they want to upgrade and they're on a Ryzen 5000. So if they want to go, either way, they have to buy a new motherboard. So I would direct them to DDR5. If they're on a budget and they want to reuse DDR4, then they can go Intel But the thing is, with Intel and DDR4, it's not going to be as good as Intel with DDR5. So that makes that kind of a weaker argument. So I don't know. It's kind of a heavy question. I'd probably ask if they're on Windows 10. I'd tell them to get AMD, and don't think twice about it because they can just drop in socket upgrade later. Do you think it's bad to have one monitor on top? I used to use 4 monitors. So back when I tried to make a Twitch channel, like I've done the whole Twitch thing. The biggest my channel got was in 2015 or 2014, somewhere around there. I think it was 2014. In 2014, I had the largest following that I ever got on Twitch. Was probably like 200 to 300 something followers on Twitch. I was never a partner. I had 4 monitors for a short while. I had a fourth. It was actually a 1080p 22-inch TV up top. So I had a longer pole here to add a fourth monitor up here. So you can imagine how that would actually look. The problem with that, the reason why I don't do that anymore, is because it doesn't give you a headache. It just caused my neck, the back of my neck, developed kind of like a, I don't know, like some kind of like, it wasn't like an injury or anything, but I just remember having neck pain because what I would do with the fourth monitor, this was during the time, this was 2015. Yeah, it was 2015 because Bloodborne on the PlayStation 4 came out, and I remember live streaming Bloodborne to Twitch and having to monitor the chat, and I'd have to play the game looking up at the fourth monitor because the fourth monitor had the console, the PS4 output was up there on the TV, so I'd be looking up at it, and I'd have to like monitor the chat on the monitor like below it, and then I had the 2 monitors on the side. So the thing that I remember is that after a while, because you would be doing a live stream. If you're serious about Twitch, you're gonna be live streaming for hours. I'd be doing like 10+ hour streams at a time. Sometimes, like on the weekend, and I remember developing like a neck pain, and yeah, that was not good. So I stopped using the fourth monitor. So I took it down. It was actually a TV. But I took it away, and I went back to using 3 monitors, and I basically retooled my setup so that I would just put the capture card software instead of doing pass-through. So I would just like play the game essentially off of PC, even though it's from the PlayStation 4, and I would just do it that way. I would just full screen the AverMedia software. Or I would output to a preview window in XSplit. I used to use XSplit, not OBS. I always had OBS, but I never really used OBS seriously for streaming because OBS, you couldn't do as much with it back in the day. Like the cool thing with XSplit, that as far as I know, you still can't really do it with OBS unless you open like a second instance of OBS, but then that doubles up your resource utilization. The cool thing about XSplit was you could stream to YouTube and Twitch. You could stream to multiple content providers simultaneously without any issues. With OBS, it was way more complicated, at least back then. I haven't looked into it because I don't really stream to Twitch anymore. But I used to stream to YouTube and Twitch simultaneously to try to build up a following on both of them at the same time. And XSplit was way better at OBS. A lot of people like to say OBS all the way. And that's largely true only in the sense that OBS updates more frequently than other streaming software applications. And that's probably the reason why even I would agree that OBS is probably the best one today, but it wasn't always like that. If you were serious about doing live content back then when Twitch was relatively small, XSplit was way better. It was way easier to integrate plugins. It was way easier to put up Twitch chat, monitor sub feed, follower feed, etc. OBS caught up, but OBS was all like open source. devs doing it in their free time. It was a passion project. Whereas XSplit was a company that actually made a product for commercial like business, and that's the reason why XSplit was better for a relatively long time, probably from like 2000. XSplit's older than OBS. XSplit was like 2011 all the way to around 2014, 2015. Then OBS really took off. OBS started in 2012. It was like a year after XSplit OBS started, and then OBS kind of caught on. I remember like my very first capture card, the AverMedia Live Gamer, like that was a 1080p 30 FPS capture card, and OBS touted, like the devs on OBS touted that they tailor-made OBS to integrate the AverMedia Live Gamer HD seamlessly into the tool or the software. And it was largely true. I remember streaming BioShock Infinite on Twitch at release, and I remember trying out OBS streaming with BioShock Infinite, and yeah, it looked pretty good. I remember like the CPU utilization wasn't as high as XSplit, but the thing is, like OBS, you're only streaming to one site, so obviously the resources aren't going to be as much. So there's stuff like that. How long did I use that setup? Probably for like a year. I probably had the 4 monitor setup for a year before I switched back to 3 monitors. And I've been on 3 monitors ever since. So, like for me, if I'm using a desktop, I can't really function without more than one, like without more than 2 monitors. Like I've got to have at least 2 monitors for me to feel like I'm actually using a desktop. Otherwise, if I'm using a single display, I immediately feel like I'm using a laptop. So, but I think that pretty much answers the question. Like the, what was the other thing I was thinking? There was something I was thinking of earlier, but I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I guess AverMedia. Like, someone asked me on one of the previous streams, what's a good capture card? I have an Elgato HD60S. It's a USB-C type capture card. I don't like it. Like, I don't know. Like, Elgato to me has always had inferior software drivers to AverMedia. I've never had any like frame dropping or like with Elgato, I've had issues where the audio gets messed up, like it ends up being too loud and it's staticky for whatever reason, and I don't know how to fix it aside from rebooting the computer. But yeah, AverMedia all the way. Like, I know a lot of people recommend Elgato. I guess Elgato's internal capture cards are good. I've only ever used a USB external-based Elgato capture card that does HD60, 1080p. But I don't know. I have so many AverMedia products. Like, I just feel like I've been using AverMedia since, the very first capture card, which was a 1080p 30 FPS capture card. They don't even show it on the website anymore. Yeah, if you're serious about streaming, because some people like to ask, like they want to stream on Twitch, or they want to learn what it takes to be a streamer. Like if you're serious about streaming gameplay, and you don't have a big following, you're probably going to need a capture card. And not because of PC, but because if you're going to cover console footage or console exclusive games, you kind of need one of these. Because yes, you can stream using like the PlayStation Twitch app that's built into the console, but that just never looks that good compared to, how it would look from a professional looking live stream. where you basically have full control of the overlays and everything. So that's the reason why, like, this is kind of, in my mind, like, anyone who wants to have any sort of aspiration of being a live streamer for game footage, specifically game footage, you're probably going to need one of these. So this is something that you probably want to budget for. However, if you never plan to play console games or retro games off of, like, older consoles, then maybe this doesn't matter. But that's just something that I kind of think is definitely worth looking into. At least a Live Gamer HD2. The Live Gamer HD2 is what I have had for a number of years. Since 2017 was when this thing launched. I remember upgrading to this right when Ryzen 1st Gen came out, alongside the 1080 Ti. That was when I got this capture card. And this is perfect for like a PlayStation 4, a PlayStation 4 Pro, an Xbox One, even the Xbox Series S. So, you know, like, this is kind of, you can even use this with a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. However, those consoles they really tout the idea of streaming 4K, and this doesn't do 4K, but this does do 1080p 60. So, and this is not that expensive anymore. Although I have no idea how you would go about buying this on the international market. Like in India, I don't know where you'd buy one of these, if they even sell this sort of stuff, or the Elgato one in like online. I guess you can get them. But I don't know who would be the retailer or who's the reseller for this sort of hardware, because it's more like a specialized hardware, more so than a graphics card. Even though it's nowhere near as much money as a graphics card. Although, I don't know, some of those budget graphics cards are kind of close to the price of this. But this is what I would recommend if you're serious about live streaming and you want to know, like, how it's actually done. Because this is really good for people who are starting out. It's not too expensive. It's very, very good. I mean, it only requires a PCIe X1. So you can literally plug it into any of these slots on the motherboard. It'll work in any of them. How much does it cost? It varies. Right now, I think it's like $100 something US dollars, if I had to guess. Maybe even less. It's been out for so many years now. But this is something that I would definitely recommend. See, it's saying like it supports all these operating systems. 1080p 60. You know, it recommends an old Intel from 2012. So obviously any of the new modern CPUs will be fine. And then GPUs that are so weak by today's standards. What's the I think it's PCI Express Gen 2 X1. So this thing does not need a lot of bandwidth. So not very demanding. And you can see it goes right there on the motherboard. I have never had problems with internal capture cards in terms of like frame skipping, frame drops, audio desync issues. I've never had any issues with this type of capture card. It's a consumer type capture card. It's not a professional capture card, but it is good enough for what it does. So, but this is something to be aware of, because see, like, they have software tools to, like, you know, chroma key to remove the background. I never bothered to use any of those features. Obviously, you guys can see the background behind me, but this is kind of like another thing that it can do. Technically, you can use their own software to stream to Twitch without needing OBS. But you just have to learn how to use their software, which is totally free. It's included with the drivers for this thing. So that's another thing to do, to be aware of if you're serious about doing streaming. Because, you know, when people say they want to stream, like, I always want to test them. How serious are they about doing that? Because, like, this is the sort of stuff that you're going to need if you're serious about doing that. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, like, like Bloodborne on PS4. I streamed that using one of these. Demon Souls Remake on PS5. Obviously, I had to use a capture card to stream that game. It opens the door for a lot of things because, like, for example, I'm going to use this to make benchmark type comparison videos to show you guys like Rivatuner statistics overlays with the actual benchmark running. In order for me to do that and not influence the benchmark results in any way, I have to use a dual PC setup to do that, and the capture card is required to capture the video feed from the other graphics card. So with that said, I think that's a good point to end the stream here. Hopefully that answers your questions and that helps you out in terms of like building a PC for streaming, because it is a lot of money. I mean, it is a lot of initial investment required. But if you are serious about like attempting to do streaming, I mean, good luck with that. But it's a tough market because it's very, very saturated. But you do kind of need to, I would say, establish a target audience. So like that's what I would tell you. My only other advice, because I used to be on Twitch. I don't do anything with Twitch anymore. But my only other word of advice would be play the type of games that you like playing. Don't worry about trying to follow the crowd, so to speak. Meaning, don't try to play games that are just don't stream a game just because everyone else is streaming it and it's the popular game at the time. That's what I would tell you. Play the type of games that you enjoy playing, stream that gameplay, and build an audience around that. Because the people that are going to watch you play a game that you like streaming are the people who also like that type of game. And that's how you will establish a community, a following. Because if you try to go in, because like I've had people ask me, like, how do I start streaming? I ask them, well, what type of games you want to stream? They're like, well, I'm just gonna be a variety streamer. Variety streaming really doesn't work, especially when you're starting from zero. It really doesn't work. Don't try to follow the crowd. Like, try to like do something that is more original. Be original. So that's my word of advice. Like, I never tried to follow the crowd. Like, I didn't try to do like streaming WoW. I didn't try to stream League of Legends because everyone else tried to do it. Back when Fortnite was really, really popular, I never bothered to do that. No one's gonna watch people who have no following stream Fortnite or League of Legends because they're only gonna watch the really, really big popular channels for those specific games. So definitely, like, if you like story-based games, stream story-based games, and eventually you'll get people that watch you and they'll ask you, questions about, what do you think about the character and blah, 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 and all the story stuff and that kind of thing. That is how you will actually build an audience. You cannot build an audience if you try to just follow the crowd and do whatever seems like it's the popular thing to do. Because it'll be very, very hard, if not impossible. Like, I can pretty much guarantee that, like, in order to have any success on the platform, the odds are heavily stacked against people who are new. And that's just the unfortunate thing. And like, I left Twitch in 2015, and I haven't really gone back ever since. Like, I probably went back a couple of times, but by the time, like, trying to go back, it would be a monumental task trying to salvage or basically build an entire new audience all over again. Because the type of games that I used to stream were role-playing games, so Japanese role-playing games. The most successful stream that I ever had was Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13. I did a little bit of Final Fantasy 14 content, but back then, Final Fantasy 14 wasn't nearly as big as it is now. And I didn't really... I wasn't the type of person that could play an MMO all the time. I would get burnout, so I couldn't really, it wasn't feasible. I had to change it up. So, but yeah, I had success streaming typically single player RPG games, because not a lot of other people do that. So if you do that, if you do something that is rare, something that is there is a lack of content on, you're probably gonna get noticed more than if you're someone who just tries to stream all the popular esports games like Apex Legends, League of Legends, Valorant, CSGO, World of Warcraft, whatever game, Halo Infinite. I don't even know if anybody watches Halo Infinite, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if you try to just copy what all the big channels do, it'll never work. It will never work, because those channels, they basically absorb all of the audience for those games, and you'll never get noticed because the Twitch algorithm will push you down to like the bottom of like page 20 on the search results, so no one will ever see you on the front page, or they'll never even see you in the search results. Like if someone goes and types in Apex Legends, they're only going to see the top players that play League of Legends, or the people who have massive audiences. Like, that's what's going to get recommended. So you're not competitive in games like AAA titles. Yeah, there used to be a group on Twitch called 4-Player Podcast, which they weren't competitive at all, but they had a unique community, because they played games. They're usually single player games. Some of them had co-op ability, and they would get audiences this way, like because they were playing things that were non-standard, or they would play retro games, like Mario 64 or Super Smash Brothers N64, or some GameCube games or PS2 games, some old retro games. And there was an audience for that. And then, of course, the speedrunning community built itself up because they played games that were typically not considered competitive games, but they kind of turned them into competitive games by doing speedruns, because then it became a contest of who could get the world record. So, things like that kind of established their own identity over the last, I want to say, ever since Twitch has been in existence, really. I remember the speedrunning community for like Dark Souls and Demon Souls was really, really big. And then now, there's GDQ, Games Done Quick, which is like a really good organization that raises a lot of money for different kinds of charities and stuff. But they do live streams of their actual speed runs, and it's actually pretty amazing, some of the stuff that has grown over the course of, I want to say, maybe 10 years now. Almost. Maybe not 10 years, but almost. But hopefully that was helpful. With that, I'm probably going to go ahead and end the stream. I hope anybody who's watching, if you're thinking of streaming, you got to think really hard about what you're going to do, what's your target audience, and do something that you actually enjoy. Like, play games you actually enjoy playing. Don't play a game just because it's a popular game. But with that, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Thanks again for watching. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, but I might do like a talking head video, or I might put up that video for that new gaming PC, or that test bench PC for benchmarking, and we'll probably go from there. So anyway, guys, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. Thanks again for watching, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.